under a tornado warning. The worst part of that storm may end up just to the north of the state line and up south of Savannah into middle Tennessee. These thunderstorms here producing a lot of lightning, but they are not severe at this moment. All of these thunderstorms back here to the west, they are severe. So we're keeping a close eye on it. They have a history of wind damage. The large hail reports will probably come from these thunderstorms here near Corinth up to Savannah as they move east. We've also got another little cell here developing just to the west of Marjoram and the Colbert Heights area. Actually, that would be more Barton and Cherokee, but we'll watch that as this tracks to the north into western Lauderdale County. So as we take a look at the radar, you can clearly see what's going on. This line here, not quite forecast. In fact, we looked at the potential for some isolated supercells out ahead of this main line, but in fact, we're getting a line of thunderstorms ahead of the main line. So I'm going to go ahead and go in here, take a closer look. In fact, Jada, is your mic on?
I believe so. Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, go ahead and I'm going to share this on my social media page.
Perfect.
Just so everybody knows we are streaming.
Yes. So I am going to go ahead and start getting some Facebook stuff up as well. Once again, this is ahead of our showers and storms. Right now, we're seeing them approach the state line at the moment. And of course, we still do have our 10 o'clock coming up later this evening as well, but we plan to stay online and stream with you all as things change. So far, what I've seen from our Slack information. So they did issue that tornado watch for all of our counties till around 3 a.m. And we've been kind of stressing this for most of this week that we felt there was a potential for some spin up tornadoes to pop up with this. And we're now seeing that opportunity present itself. So what we are seeing currently, what you're looking at on your screen, is Corinth and Baldwin, Tupelo. These areas are already seeing some of these warnings, and you can also see they're incurring a great deal of these storms already. We have this second line in front, as Brad just mentioned. This was a little ahead of the game as what we were planning to forecast for the rest of this evening. But what we are anticipating for the overnight hours, strong gusty winds out of this. Couldn't rule out anything that's exceeding about 50 to 60 miles per hour. I know that's one of the bigger concerns. Could possibly see some power outages with this as well, folks. So if you have not started to charge your devices, make sure you're charging devices and have any backup portable chargers, anything of that nature. Make sure you are well prepared, because as we go into Monday, on the back end of these showers and storms, we're still going to get good wind gusts going into Monday. So there's an opportunity that it'll be a long term of time without some of that power. But we're, again, watching this approach our state line here. So it's just ever so slightly making its way into Lauderdale County. So keep that in mind as those folks are starting to prepare. We're still looking. Yes, Scotty, that storm on the line for sure. So I think right about now, Brad is making sure to get everything up on his end as far as Facebook goes, making sure everybody's well aware of what's going on.
Yeah, we are good to go here. So again, I put out the notification everywhere that we are finding streaming. I know some of you on Dish Network can't find us, but we are here for you on all of our WFF platforms. What's going on here, and Jada was mentioning this a little bit as well, we have a line that's formed ahead of the main line. This line is moving east and a bit northeast at about 45 miles per hour. The secondary line is picking up speed. It's moving at about 65 miles per hour due east. So at some point, these lines are going to crash together, and sometimes that actually increases the threat for severe weather. So we will watch that closely. Let's get in here towards Corinth. Just to the northeast of there, I'm going to turn the lightning off. You could probably see it from Waterloo and Cherokee right now. Also, this lone little shower trying to be a thunderstorm near Pickwick Lake. This is going to pass between Waterloo and Stewartville on up towards Cypress Inn, it looks like. I want to take a look at the winds inside here. Again, this had a tornado warning out earlier, and it continues with the tornado warning, but the worst part of that warning is just off to the north of the state line. So this is, again, tracking very, very close here to the north northwest corner, and we're probably going to get a severe thunderstorm warning for Lauderdale County very soon. There's another area back here that's producing damaging winds. We're also getting some hail within this thunderstorm as well. So let's take a look at the hail potential within this. We'll take a look at the closest radar site. That's down a bit. So notice how we lose kind of the reds here. This is just really an overall indicator, the VIL value on the storm strength itself, and usually it does a really good job of picking up the hail threat. You can see back here just off to the southwest, another cell firing up there. We'll be watching that, and you see that Pontotoc one too. Wow, that one is really moving. In fact, they've got that probably moving northeast around 50. So let's take a look at this storm here, because these are tracking northeast. Again, the main line behind it is tracking due east. So let's look at the velocity here within that thunderstorm. It looks very similar to the one to the north of it. We're getting these two areas of rotation kind of embedded within that. The primary concern here is going to be that of damaging straight line winds with that storm there. So again, a long night here. You get that, when you get this bright purple, that's usually a big reflector. Probably have some hail with that area just to the northwest of Tupelo on up towards Guntown. That's on Highway 45 there in Mississippi. And some of you from Mississippi may actually be watching our coverage as well this evening. We've had numerous reports of damage from these storms just now east of I-55. This is all widespread, significant wind damage, maybe in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour with that. So get back in here closer to home, moving towards Waterloo. Again, let me check Weather Service, see if they're bringing anything in here. No discussion of a warning, but again, Waterloo's probably going to need a warning here, a severe thunderstorm warning shortly.
And I believe some questions and comments that we've gotten, just to clarify, of course, since we have seen this second line, some folks are concerned, will we see technically a second round of storms this evening? So I think that's a good thing folks want to know.
I think the east part of the state, west part of the state has the best chance of seeing 2 rounds, because probably by I-65, this will become one uniform line as it tracks to the east. And, you know, it's the way it goes. Boy, we're going from near, what was our high today? Was it around 80 or so?
Yeah, I believe today's high, we hit around 76. So we did hit our 3-degree, which is good. But yeah, it was real warm today for sure.
Yeah, we got snow tomorrow. Crazy.
Insane.
Some wild weather, that is for sure. But you can clearly see how much faster this secondary line is moving.
Right.
And they're about 30 miles apart from each other. So again, the main line is the one that's going to give us the most trouble, at least for most viewers. If you live in Waterloo, this one may give you the most trouble. Let's take another look at the velocity in here.
Yeah, so a lot of folks stating where they're watching from, which is good. Glad that folks are tuning in for sure. This is exactly what we're doing this for, just to make sure everyone's ahead of the storms and knows what's going on. Once again, this is an opportunity for you to make sure you have all of your devices charged. With the high wind gusts that we'll see overnight tonight, could see those power outages going into the overnight hours into your Monday morning. And I know some folks got to get back on the horse for work. So want to make sure they are ready for that, for sure.
Yeah, we got lots of school delays, and some of that is just because the school administration doesn't know how much damage there's going to be. There could be power outages, and they want to get that information out to you now, because if you yourself have power outages, you may not be aware of any of the delays and things like that are going on. But here's the area of most concern with a possible tornado. And they've got a severe thunderstorm warning, says tornado possible. The challenge in radar meteorology wise with this is way above the ground. This circulation is way above the ground, and it's also perpendicular to the radar beam at this time. Most of this is probably blowing more of an easterly direction. So they just reissued the tornado warning for that storm. This is going to be close to Waynesboro around 9:15, Collinwood around 9:10. Napier around 9:37, and Lawrenceburg around 8:39. So that's a heads up, especially if you're in a mobile home. And this is out of our viewing area, but I'm sure we're on social media, so this is basically worldwide. So you can kind of give you a heads up here. Waynesboro, Collinwood looks like to be right in the direct path of that, unless it moves more northeast. So, and that's a possibility as we go forward in time. And the warning's right up to the state line here with the severe thunderstorm. I think we've got a lot of wind within this, so regardless of whether this storm holds together just to your west near Waterloo, we are watching a lot of wind here, and that's the challenge. The radar, again, the radar is looking basically straight north and south into this, but the highest wind we want to know about is blowing in this direction, and it doesn't sample this very well. And that's a challenge out here, especially in the shoals. And a lot of times you say, well, we didn't get the warning until it was already through. So that's another reason we're on here streaming for you on all of our platforms. So once again, we're watching this area just off to the northwest. It's right up here into southern Middle Tennessee, near Walnut Grove and just west of there. And I'm gonna put the lightning back on. There's a tremendous amount of lightning, and it's all concentrated like in the northern part of that storm there in that line. Lightning's really a good indicator of where we have the maximum updraft inside these thunderstorms out here to the west. Not as much lightning back here. Everything's been kind of concentrated on that northern storm. So go ahead. Here's an update from the Weather Service.
Yeah. So far,
you can go ahead. Yeah, you can go ahead and just read that out.
So the line in northeast Mississippi continues to show supercellular structures embedded within the line. Some of these continue to show rotation due to very high levels of shear in the lower atmosphere, essentially kind of speaking into those embedded possible tornadoes that we were talking about a little earlier. And it moves into northwest Alabama around 9 to 9:30. I believe you can see that there on our radar. Some of our guidance suggests there may be a phasing of this initial line and the main one, so they will continue to chase one another till they can blend. By the time they get to northwest Alabama, around 9:30 is the expected time for now. We're watching segments on the line that become a little north-south oriented, along with surges and line breaks that may take place after that line. Again, we're waiting for that to come together. This one in the front is running out a bit ahead of that first one, but we expect them to connect at some point in the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. As far as the warning goes, the strongest cell near Corinth is likely to pass our northwest. So they're still watching that cell, especially south of that particular area. So we may have better updates coming closer to 9 o'clock in the next 15 minutes or so. So I believe we're trying to see how that's going to look and how that's shaping up for that area before it completely passes through us. But again, we still have this first line here that it did kind of separate itself from the rest of the system. And again, that's what makes us hop on live in this way, to make sure that you are aware. And it should come together by at some point, more so around that 9:30 time that we've been estimating for. But that's what the National Weather Service is saying at the moment.
Thanks, Jada, for that update. Again, I put a storm track on that. The worst storm is going to say just to the north of the state line, and that's headed for Collinwood. So again, watch that. And with this first line forming, some of these areas may actually have some flash flooding out there because the rainfall rate is very, very heavy. So we're looking at Cypress Inn around 9:20, Cherokee 9:25, Central Heights 9:33, Iron City 9:38. So probably close to Florence and Muscle Shoals, I would say around 9:40, 9:45 or so. And by then, these lines may actually, as you were mentioning, may actually be together.
Right.
What I want to do is show you guys the latest model guidance here.
Sure.
Let me pull this up. Whoop. Oh, right over here. So what we're going to look at is probably going to answer a lot of your questions as we go into the show prep mode. I want to show you the winds first and foremost. These are the future wind gusts. And as we go forward here, what you're going to see is some of these areas really peaking That looks a little different than it did earlier.
It did.
That looks a lot different. Let's just go to radar here.
Yeah.
Future radar. Okay, and what you see here, these are helicity tracks in the white. That's where you're going to have that rotation couplets potentially. So one thing I'm seeing is the interaction here with this line may actually slow this down some, or at least maybe that's why it has less wind.
Yeah.
But so here we've got around 11 o'clock, Athens, Decatur. That is exactly, because this clock only goes by the hour, so I'm going to change this here. Look at the bottom real quick. So that's like 11:30 tonight, moving into, I'd say probably about 11:15, East Limestone, Harvest, Monrovia, up to Fayetteville, moving into Smith Lake around 11 o'clock, 11:15, and we continue moving east by 12:30, right over the east side of Huntsville down to Coleman, Somerville, Eva, and also the Triana area there. Again, that time there is 12:30. And you notice how we keep raining on the back side. This is when we're really going to have to watch Sand Mountain and Lookout Mountain, because this is the kind of system that can get these Sand Mountain Magic kind of tornadoes, because you're going to have so much momentum moving towards this area as it's forced to rise in elevation. So I think we'll probably get tornado warnings around 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. This is 2:30 in the morning. Still rain on the back side. This is about 4:10 in the morning. And as we continue into tomorrow, here's the real wow factor here. Here's the snow. We have snow tracking east. This may actually be decent snow too, not just flurries.
Yeah, considering the fact that we have such a steep drop off in those temperatures too. That's
some of the model guidance has like a half-inch accumulation on grassy areas.
Yeah.
So again, that's kind of in a nutshell what we're looking at. I'm going to go back to analysis here.
So umbrellas and snow coats at this rate.
Yes.
That's what it's looking like.
I mean, we're getting every season in about 24 hours.
And that's March for you.
March. All right. So again, no warnings yet, but they're coming. They will be coming as soon as this line gets close enough. Weather Service doesn't want anybody to have warning fatigue from all of this.
Yeah. Haven't seen any updates so far.
So that is an interesting. I'm glad I looked at that, the model guidance, because the model guidance seems to think when these two merge, the wind speed may actually slow down some. We'll see. We don't know for sure. That's the thing about meteorology, right? You look down here to the southwest near Boonville. Now we're starting to get something we don't want to see. Notice how we get this little notch just to the northwest of Tupelo.
Uh-oh.
And that's the southernmost storm in these lines are usually the strongest. In this case, the farther north one's strongest as of right now, because it developed first. But this has more of a troublesome look. As we take a look at the velocity, let's see what the storm relative's doing. Yeah, but it's almost like a reverse anticyclonic.
Yeah.
So it's probably not a mesocyclone yet, because we probably have convergence here. So you've got this wind here in the green is blowing towards the radar. This is blowing away from the radar. So this is where the main updraft is to this storm. So we don't have a mesocyclone yet, but that just tells me this storm's intensifying. Take a look at the radar. And again, that's in the area you would expect the updraft here to be. So we've got the updraft right there, north of Tupelo. So we'll have to watch this storm. Hopefully another storm will fire south of that and kind of choke that one off. But let's put a storm track on this one.
And I think another thing to note, we still have wind advisories in effect until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And alongside a lot of that cooler air that we're already expecting to get, our wind chills may be a little scary.
Yeah, wind chills are going to be brutal. So Tuesday morning, we're going to get down to 25 with a wind chill around 18.
That's not fun.
Yeah,
after a weekend in the 70s. So
I know. But we'll be in the 70s next weekend too. So
yeah, it'll come back. It'll come back around.
Storm. So here's the track on this potential thunderstorm. It's gaining supercell characteristics right now. It's still several minutes away from becoming more of a threat for a tornado, but the fact that it keeps developing is a problem. So we're looking at Cedar Creek Reservoir around 9:44 with this, if it's moving northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. And eventually that takes this one closer to the shoals over time. I'm going to put that into motion. As you see, that's moving northeast. Kind of lines up with the warning as well, but it could kind of slide a little to the north. So worth watching. Another look at the velocity data here. Still indicating we just have a strong updraft in that thunderstorm.
Yeah.
Back up here towards Waterloo, just tremendous lightning to your north. This storm moving towards Waynesboro. Let me see if the Memphis Weather Service has anything on that as far as the history. Because that's our strongest storm by far.
Right now, we just have a special weather statement from Huntsville for Colbert and Lauderdale counties till 9:30 with strong thunderstorms for the moment.
Okay.
It's the latest from our office.
Okay, just had a gust of 42 knots in Corinth, Mississippi. That was at 8:28, so that was a little while ago. Seeing lots of damage. Lauderdale County, Tennessee. Barn in the roadway, Lauderdale County, Tennessee. Power outages everywhere in western Tennessee.
Yeah, that's another concern with the wind gusts that we're getting overnight tonight. For folks that are just joining, I know we've been talking about that most of this week, but the fact that these are some overnight storms and, you know, most folks are settling down for bed at this time, getting ready to get up and get ready for work. Make sure you charge all your devices for sure, because with all these gusty winds, we're expecting to get up to about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So make sure you have everything charged before you get ready to start your day tomorrow. So absolutely one of those concerns for power outages, and with wind gusts continuing into Monday. I think you mentioned this during one of our shows where sometimes with windier days, it's a little tougher to restore some of the power.
Oh yeah. So if we get power outages tonight, the field crews are going to have to go out there, and I think there's a threshold where they won't go out, especially with the wind advisory, and we've got really strong winds behind all of this.
Right.
They actually had, I think, a 75 mile per hour wind gust in Jonesboro, Arkansas earlier today.
Ooh.
But I will tell you, as I look at the reports from the Weather Service, I'm getting numerous wind damage reports from this main line here, and it's possible we could, as this high wind hits the back edge of these thunderstorms, we could actually get kind of like a wake low feature. So what happens is this high wind all of a sudden hits this wall of heavy rain here, and it oscillates a little bit. So it sits there and kind of goes back and forth. So it may feel like a tropical storm as this is moving through, as these unite, so to speak. So continue to watch this thunderstorm down here south of Baldwin. There's actually a grass fire in progress on the north side of Tupelo. That was one of the reports.
Oh, wow.
Lightning struck and caused a fire there, outdoor fire. So yeah, add that to the list of March, right?
Yeah.
So this storm is still a very dangerous storm, but it's staying north of us. This is going to pass somewhere between Collinwood and Waynesboro, and you should be getting to your shelter with this storm here. It's got a tornado warning on it. It's too far away from the radar to get an exact location where the tornado is, or even to flag it for that low-level rotation. We see this all the time with those EF1 type tornadoes, EF0s that move into the shoals, and in fact they look very similar. The last tornado you guys had in, I believe it was St. Florine. So again, this storm here is dangerous. It's really rotating. It's just to the west of Collinwood, moving east and a bit northeast.
Yeah.
So, boy, this is a bad one. I guess this is probably, I would say, again, low-end tornado, but it's going to do damage, that and the straight line wind out ahead of it as well. Let's see how much lightning we've got there.
Yeah.
Just a tremendous amount of lightning.
Yeah.
And that's going to be wrapped in rain. You're not going to see it. So other storms, boy, look at these. Just moving east. These are moving about 60 mile an hour or so. I'm going to read some of those warnings here.
So we are definitely checking in with our weather service. So Yeah, I think they just picked it up in Waynesboro. I was looking at the Nashville chat.
Yeah.
Their sky cam is showing a
Okay.
wall cloud under an approaching cell. And again, this is for...
well, I don't know if you're going to be able to see a wall cloud and all that. You're going to have to, yeah. Anyway, but yeah. Let's see. They still have these moving east at 45.
It looks like a lot of lighting for sure.
Those are the counties east.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let's see. I think another concern, some folks I believe are just joining, and we talked about this previously with both of these lines colliding as they come into North Alabama. I think one of the larger concerns with that is that when they do collide, will that be worse for North Alabama? What we are expecting right now is hopefully that'll help it die down just a tad, but there is that opportunity that it could gain some strength in there. We're just trying to see what this first line is going to do because it looks like it continues to shift to the northeast. So as that continues to track out, we'll see once they catch up what we're really working with. But I believe you were able to tell how much space was between the two. I believe you said about 30 or so.
Yeah, let me see.
Still look that way?
That's a good marker to see how close they're getting. So we've got 32 miles.
Okay.
Separates them. So they should overtake that line, I would say, somewhere around Moulton, probably. So it'll be just west of I-65 when they merge, and that'll probably be somewhere, I'd say close to 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So again, we've got severe thunderstorms out there tracking to the east. We've got two lines of severe thunderstorms. This one here is producing most likely a lot of damage, wind and tree damage, knocking fences down, things like that. It does have a possible tornado. It's going to be wrapped in rain, and this is going to be between Waynesboro and Collinwood. Let me turn the lightning back off. We're sure it's there. And as we go in here closer, it's going to be interesting how it interacts. This little cell is just kind of flared up out ahead of it.
Yeah.
And there's our velocity showing that. Storm relative is probably better at this angle. So again, you've got a possible tornado here wrapped in rain. Let's see if the debris is showing anything. Nothing right now.
And they're still, in the Nashville chat, they're still saying there's nothing to really push them over the edge to push a tornado warning for that particular storm. So that's good things to note.
Okay.
But they're knowing that they're watching that closely. But it does prove
it's interesting to watch these little patterns here.
Keep an eye on for sure.
It basically is showing me that there's a lot of wind just ripping from the southwest to the northeast. And those low-level winds, that 850 millibar jet is going to be cruising through here about 60 to 80 miles an hour. And some of those winds are going to reach the ground. So that's the challenge there. So I think what we're going to see is the problem with this Waynesboro storm is you've got the Nashville NEXRAD here, you got the high top radar here, and then you've got the Columbus Air Force Base Mississippi radar way down there. So it's at a point where all these radars are looking above the storm, and that's always been a challenge. And I think that's one of the reasons that, the forgotten F5 tornado was in Waynesboro. I remember working that day on that, and it just really, what stood out the most about that storm as we go back, I think it was 1997 or so. But what stood out about that is you could clearly see the hook echo and everything associated. It didn't show up as well on velocity because we didn't even have the high top radar at that point in time. I don't believe we did anyway. I think we got that in 98 or 99. It dates me. So again, anytime you see something like this far away from the radar and it's had a history of damage, I would be seeking shelter here. Let's get in closer in case some of you are up here watching.
So we have seen a couple of Tennessee comments, but so far haven't seen anything close to some of our
So this right now is about, gotta grab it securely. So as you go from Collinwood to the west, that circulation is about 13 miles just off to your west-northwest. I don't think it's going to move right through Collinwood, but it's going to be close to Waynesboro. So I would be in your shelter there in Waynesboro with this storm.
Right.
Let me clear that out. Put the lightning back on. Let's see here.
Still no update from NWS, which is good for now.
Yeah, again, just because we're not getting back-to-back warnings, it just means the storms are not close enough yet. They'll be coming. So this storm is just, I'd seek shelter in Waynesboro. And this is going to be Waynesboro to about 6 miles south of Waynesboro. And let me get in here closer. There's a lot of, let me see what's actually in the path of this here real quick. So we take the lightning off. Here's the other challenge. That storm is over a heavily wooded area, very sparsely populated. So we're not going to get any we're not going to get as many reports as we would if it was moving into a heavily populated area, which Waynesboro happens to be. So it's going to be on the south side of town here. Again, we've got more people living in this area here. So let me back out. It's just starting to rain there in Waynesboro. That storm is really bowing out. Got high wind moving to Collinwood. I'd stay away from your windows. And that's what you're going to want to do on all these storms that start coming through. Make sure you stay away from your windows, because
for sure.
And now's kind of your last chance to secure that patio furniture. Right before I came in, I made sure I got all the glass tables put in the garage.
Oh yeah. I'm thankful we did not make the decision to put out my patio furniture just yet. So, yeah, I was like, I don't trust it. Let's not do it yet.
So far, this storm on the southern flank, it's kind of behaving itself, so to speak. It hasn't kind of wrapped up and shown that it's going to produce a tornado. So there's good news there.
Yeah.
And just to the northwest of Waterloo, we've got high wind coming through. This is going to be right across the northwest corner of the state. There is some rotation in the mid-levels with that. And that is near Short. I think that's Dosky.
Yeah.
So that's where that's moving in. Again, that is going to move right over the northwest corner of the state, right in here. So I'm going to put that at 30 miles an hour, but I need to adjust that to at least 40. So that is going to head towards Cypress Inn. That's going to be right around 9:37. Iron City just before 10 o'clock, and that's on the way farther to the west. Let me go ahead and save this real quick. Again, not enough for a tornado warning on that, but it's going to be close to Waterloo too. You're going to get some wind from that. I'm wondering if my battery's not dying in this remote.
Hopefully not.
Well, I got extra batteries. So let's see what it does when I come back on the key wall. I'll check hand tracking.
I am seeing some folks from Florence commenting winds are picking up for them. So they're starting to see the first of the effects from this storm system for sure.
Okay, I think I got a dead battery in here.
Uh-oh.
But we have two remotes. Let's see what this one
It's always
does.
good to have a backup for sure.
Yeah, there we go. So, probably need to change those batteries.
All right.
Actually, I'll go back to my desk. I've got
You got 'em?
batteries there.
Okay.
Yeah, you just want to
Perfect.
talk, and then
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
fix those.
For sure. So right now we haven't seen any updates just yet from our office with the National Weather Service thus far. But again, we are still watching these storms because for folks that are just joining, we do have this second line here that has jumped ahead of the original line that we're looking at. I'm going to zoom this out for you to see that. So you can see the second line here moving a little quickly. And some of the areas for concern in the southern portion here starting to kind of die down just a bit for us, but we are kind of seeing a good deal of lightning clustering in one area or so. But what we really are paying the most attention to is this area up to our north, just around some of our Tennessee communities, because again, as we were talking about, seeing some of the velocity with this, a little concerning just considering the fact that we could see a little rotation. It's still, according to our Nashville office, they're still saying it's under a thunderstorm or tornado warning, still getting thunderstorm warnings for this area, but their thunderstorm warnings include tornado possible. So it's still under that tornado warning area, but we're still under that criteria. But what you can see right now is, again, a good deal of lightning alongside this as well, and that's another level of concern. Once again, we're starting to see this cross the state line, the first of it. So a couple of our communities at the very northwest corner of the state starting to see some of the effects of this storm thus far. We're expecting to see these two storms here. Like I mentioned, those two legs, they should start to conglomerate, so to speak, as we get to I-65 right around, I believe we estimated maybe 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I'd say
It's
close,
9 now, yeah.
Maybe 10:15, 10:30.
10:15. So, which honestly would be perfect timing. We want to make sure that we start to see these close together. I believe there was about 30 or so miles between them. But again, for my Nashville folks or my Tennessee area communities, we are seeing that severe thunderstorm warning extended till about 9:30 for Perry and Wayne counties. So this is for a couple of our folks that are just over the state line. You may be concerned. I believe you mentioned also for some of these areas right around Collinwood, Waynesboro, these folks should probably start, if they live in a mobile home, they should start taking some cover maybe because of the wind speeds for sure. But that's what we're looking at as of this very moment. So far, I have seen a lot of folks a little concerned about the eastern portion of the state. Our eastern communities won't really see most of these storms move into their area until well in the early hours of Monday morning. So this will be more so midnight to 1 o'clock. So you've got a ways to go, but of course you're doing the right thing staying here streaming. So keep that in mind. Again, we're still waiting to hear from our National Weather Service folks here in Huntsville.
Yeah.
Hasn't gotten close enough just yet.
Yeah, I was just kind of looking here at the this storm down here. It's gotten stronger. I think this has a tornado possible tag to it. There's been some large hail reported near Baldwin with this storm. So here's our storm of the moment right now. Again, this is moving towards Tishomingo, and eventually this will make it into, looks like the southwest corner here of Colbert County. So let's see who we've got down here in the southwest corner. We got Bloody Springs there right on the state line. And then you got the Cedar Creek Reservoir south of that location. And if we continue north, let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and put a storm track on this. Mm-hmm. And yeah, if that were to hold together and keep going northeast, that would probably impact especially Muscle Shoals, Colbert Heights, and somewhere between there and Littleville. So let's go. We're probably going to get a tornado warning for this storm after that scan that's just showed up.
Oh yeah.
So let's put that.
Let's see.
I'll speed it up just so Muscle Shoals will show up in the storm track so you get a better idea. So Tishomingo 9:30, Tuscumbia 10:05. If this does track through and hold together on its current track, and right now there's no reason to believe it won't. Sheffield 10:07, Muscle Shoals 10:08, Florence 10:10, McFarland Park, of course, 10:10 as well. That doesn't quite fill in the gap here with other areas that we're concerned with, because there's still a lot of rural areas out here that we will continue to monitor and watch as that moves off to the northeast. So again, be prepared. Weather radio will probably go off pretty soon here. There it is. Severe thunderstorm warning just issued for that storm we've been watching, moving towards Lexington down the road here, Stewartville, Gravelly Springs that is. And we've got a little bit of rotation back here on the west. I'm wondering, let me read this warning here. See if they put, I don't think they put tornado possible in it though.
No. Yeah, I haven't seen that.
60-mile-an-hour wind gust and nickel-size hail, a possibility with that storm.
Yeah.
They've got it moving east at 45, but there is some northeast movement to it.
Yeah.
So again, Eastport, Waterloo, Stewartville, Hines. This is just to the north of Florence. And
I think we do have a couple of folks that have just joined.
Okay.
That I know you talked a little bit about the Sand Mountain magic, looking at the back half of this track going into early Monday morning. So for our folks that are out in our eastern communities, for sure, like I've mentioned, we won't really see a lot of this storm track until we get well into the early hours of Monday. It'll be midnight, 1 o'clock by the time some of this moves through the area. So, and we aren't counting out that Sand Mountain magic for sure. We want to make sure that you are able to see this. And here's the hour by hour if you want to walk through that.
Yeah. So we expect around 11 o'clock. In fact, that's the Barron model. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to switch to the HRRR model.
Okay.
Which is coming out probably faster. So HRRR. There we go. It's going to look a little different. And I'm going to use the HRRR. This is basically high resolution rapid refresh. And I'll do the updraft helicity in here too. A small computer monitor here. Okay, good there. So, well, I didn't want that. It gave me the temperature. Okay, let me go back. Max updraft helicity. So what you're going to see on top here, this is going to be these areas here where the model is depicting where you can get some rotation, and we're in fact seeing that as we speak. And here's a look at the depiction around 11 o'clock tonight near Coxey, Moulton, Haleyville. The worst of it should be winding down in Muscle Shoals, Russellville, and Phil Campbell by about 11:30 tonight. And we'll go forward and one more here. And keep me posted in case they issue anything.
Yep, keeping an eye.
Kind of see the that updraft helicity is displaced a little bit because I think it has a different time set on it. But you can see it's got a track moving close to the shoals. We'll watch that. And then by about 12 o'clock, in fact, I can get the exact time on here.
I think it says 12:35 at the bottom.
Oh, does it? Okay, good.
Yeah.
So 12:35.
So it's about 30-ish off.
Well, what's happening here is this model, I've got it set to only update on the hour. So it's updating about every 15 minutes, but I don't quite see it all. So again, it's about 12:30. I would say anytime between 11:30 and 12:30, Huntsville, Meridianville, Madison, Decatur, moving into Hartselle, Falkville, on the way through Smith Lake. Again, we're going to have a lot of wind with this as it moves through. There's a potential for widespread power outages and just general wind damage. And then we'll take you forward in time here. So that's midnight. Severe threat will be over in the shoals. This tornado watch goes until 3 o'clock in the morning. So here's a look at, this is 1:15. The threat's starting to wind down, at least on the west side of Huntsville. Threat should be over in Athens, Decatur, and Moulton, but still ongoing down here near Hanceville, areas near Coleman, Holly Pond. and you get over here to Owens Crossroads, Hampton Cove, Gurley, the Paint Rock Valley. The wind will be howling through there. Again, this will be around 1:15 in the morning on the way in towards Douglas, Albertville, Guntersville, Boaz. You'll be in there too. Scottsboro could get there about 1:15, 1:30. And again, this is the very latest model guidance we have. And you see around, let's see, that's 2:10. We start to get more of these little couplets showing up for that Sand Mountain magic. In fact, we have a fairly significant one down in southern Blount County that may move through the Birmingham area. We've got a couple areas. Again, what I'm picking out is these areas in white. And what's happening is there's so much wind shears. This is forced. You're going to have all this momentum going east from the west. But once it hits the incline there, the bluff, as you go up Sand Mountain and Lookout Mountain, the winds twist a little bit more, and that always increases with a system like that, the potential we're going to get a brief spin-up EF0, EF1 type tornado that may have winds around 80 to 90 miles per hour. In addition to that, we've got widespread damaging winds to worry about as well. We'll get back to the radar in just a second. As we continue on, this will be out of the area
I think
by at least 3. And then snow chances come back.
Most recent update, they are keeping an eye. This is from our NWS folks. They're keeping an eye on that strong supercell in Prentiss County, Mississippi. Okay. At this time, large hail, damaging winds appearing to be the main hazard. Time of arrival for Colbert County is about 30 or so minutes.
Gotcha.
So that's our latest update. But yes, this with the snow coming back in.
HRRR is really doubling down on the snow too.
Yeah.
It's just wild.
Wild stuff.
Yeah, so and usually when you get bad severe weather, it's followed by snow this time of year. So we'll get back to the radar here.
Yeah, I think they're also watching broad rotation in far northwest Lauderdale County. So
yeah, there it is. I would be seeking shelter, Waterloo. And you get just to the west of there. It's really near Short. Yeah. Let's take a look at the velocity. Just regular radar, shear rate. You definitely stay away from windows. Again, this will be like a hallway storm as it comes in. But it's getting real close. Yeah, so broad rotation again. The problem is it's broad rotation this far out on the radar because you can't see the low levels very well at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, this big one down here, that's
what we were looking at.
That one, yeah, that's a supercell.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's, I don't like that one at all. Shear rate, fairly strong, storm level velocity, getting stronger. So now we've got a mesocyclone there.
The other one that we saw before that was kind of along that line. That has kind of died out just a tad, but it seems like that energy may have shifted to this section. So.
Yeah, it's that southern cell, and it's getting that classic hook to it.
Yeah.
And you put the velocity on there.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
So you basically have inflow into it, and you got this mesocyclone.
Yeah.
Although it is far removed from the rain, but again, that's something we definitely want to watch. There's something going on there for sure. Regular velocity, radar. Let's check debris, just make sure we're not missing anything.
Let's see, I think. Just another hazard that we've been talking about, power outages, just to kind of briefly touch on that. I believe our Nashville office has issued about 1,400 without power in Stewart County, and I know that's not quite our neck of the woods, but even still, this is still going to be power outage possible here for us in North Alabama. So that's something we've been looking at this week as well. So again, if you have the opportunity to, make sure all your items are charged. I know this is probably inopportune considering you're getting back into the swing of things for work. So definitely.
There is a little bit of a blip here on the debris signature. It's hard to tell if it's a fake artifact, but I mean, it's close to where we had that rotation.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not there anymore kind of went away, but storm relative velocity's kind of shifted a little bit north. So, and this one's moving northeast, so the most likely track is going to be basically in this area here, and this is going to stay away from Gravelly Springs, Eastport, but could threaten Cypress Inn here before it's all said and done. But a lot of this is going to be wind. The problem with people thinking, oh, it's just wind, these are going to be significant wind producers. We've got widespread damaging winds with this back line. We're probably seeing damaging winds and large hail with these initial thunderstorms in this line. The strongest one by far is the one that's starting to show signs of developing this mesocyclone that we'll be concerned with as it tracks to the north and east. So I'm going to put another storm track on that one there. New velocity. But, no, that's not good. All right, so let me track this for you. It's this storm coming out towards Tishomingo. Got large hail just to the west of Tishomingo. I'm going to put this at 50 miles per hour. Give you just a little bit more heads up on this storm. Again, you don't have any warnings out yet.
Yeah.
I say yet, it's coming. It's either going to be severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning that'll come out here in probably, I'd say 15 minutes or so. So Tishomingo moving through there at 9:30, about 8 minutes or so from now. Cherokee 9:52, Tuscumbia 10:09, Sheffield 10:10. Again, all the shoals here 10:12 for both Muscle Shoals, Florence, and McFarland Park, and then St. Florine around 10:19. That's this track from that severe thunderstorm. Supercell thunderstorm capable of large hail. We're probably up to quarter-size hail with that storm there. So let's take a look at hail sizes here and see what we've got going on from GWX. Yeah.
Decent.
Yeah, we've probably got nickel to quarter-size hail with that storm, and it continues to develop as it tracks to the north and east. It's moving about 45. That storm track I had at about 50. I just wanted to make sure I'm giving you guys that heads up there in Muscle Shoals.
Right, for sure.
And I don't see this turning right. So right now this doesn't appear to be a threat for Russellville. The best thing we could see happen would be for a thunderstorm to develop south of this and choke it off. But nothing's showing up right now indicating that. It just keeps getting better organized. Hopefully this line will come in and it'll impact it and affect that area that's could produce a possible tornado over time. And that's going to be close. Let's see how far apart these are.
Yeah, I was about to ask. It looks like they may be
32 last time, 32 miles?
Yes. Looks like they may be growing a little closer. So
let's go. I'll basically go there. Hey,
okay.
About 5 miles closer than they were. So
Yeah.
again, what we're dealing with is this line is the one we forecast all week looking at. This first line here is what started developing this afternoon in the model guidance and has us concerned for the possibility of maybe a stronger tornado from any of these. The ones to the west, these are going to be your classic severe thunderstorms with a squall line. It's our first big squall line of the year. That can produce short fuse tornado warnings that last maybe 5 minutes or so, or at least the tornado is very short-lived and doesn't do a whole lot of damage. But the problem is we've got severe thunderstorms capable of doing tornado damage with just straight line winds. So we're going to continue to see damaging winds. There's our tornado warning for this storm. I want to go back over the reports here from the Memphis office and see just what's going on with that other line. Let's see.
And I'm going to pull it up over here as well so I can keep an eye on it for you.
Okay. Tornado warning coming out for Tishomingo, Prentice County. So let me read this tornado warning. They've got hail up to 1.5 inches. Tornado warning for southern Tishomingo County in northeast Mississippi and east central Prentice County in northeast Mississippi until 10 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Burton or 9 miles west of Tishomingo State Park, moving northeast at 40. A tornado and ping pong ball size hail a possibility. So again, locations impacted include Tishomingo State Park, Tishomingo, Burton, Payton, Mingo, Thrasher, Bloody Springs. We mentioned them earlier. Carter Branch as well. So that's the tornado warning coming out of Memphis. Let's see. Most of these coming in to Alcorn County, they all have tornado possible with them. They're just really nasty thunderstorms coming in.
Yeah.
All right, get a sip of water here.
So I believe we are still not quite seeing, okay, I think severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Colbert County is canceled, but
Okay, that's that previous one, yeah.
yeah. So we still have one in effect until 10:15 now for Lauderdale. So
Yeah, they canceled this warning.
yeah.
Oh, it's Colbert. It's not the Lauderdale part. They have tornado possible now in that warning.
Yes.
North of Waterloo. Okay.
Yep.
Let's get in here. So we've got two storms capable of producing tornadoes that are moving into the viewing area. One is near Waterloo, just to the north there. And just a heads up for those in the control room, we may be going into continuous coverage here on WAFF, covering up the basketball game.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I don't have my IFB turned on because I know that the ball game would be in my ear. I can actually see it down here. Yeah, I would be in your shelter here north of Waterloo near Walnut Grove. This is going to roll right through or just north of Cypress Inn. It's probably going to stay north of Stewartville though. It's definitely staying, it's north of Waterloo, but man, it's close. Your wind is probably really picking up into this area rotation to the north. So we probably have strong winds, potentially severe wind gusts with the inflow into that storm on the back edge there. So again, it is a close ball game too. There's 4 minutes, 3 minutes left.
We're getting some stuff ready to go.
Can you guys prepare a double box back there? I'd ask them about a double box because,
Okay.
yeah,
I gotcha.
I mean, there's 3 minutes left in this ball game, and it's a close game. So, north of Waterloo to Walnut Grove through Cypress Inn, possible tornado here with this storm as it tracks east-northeast at 45 miles per hour. The other storm, again, there's some separation between both of these storms now. You get north of Belmont towards Tishomingo, and let's put a storm track on this. I'm going to take a look at velocity one more time here. Yeah, that's really getting bad. So we've got a potential for significant tornado developing here with this Tishomingo storm. Heads up, you're probably going to get a tornado warning pretty soon here down there in western Colbert County. So let me put the middle part of that storm, track this northeast at 45. So again, a dangerous storm is approaching the shoals from the southwest. You don't have any warning in effect, but there's likely going to be a warning issued. It's most likely going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, maybe to start with tornado possible. But if this storm continues rotating, we could see a strong tornado with this storm. Sheffield, Tuscumbia, that's going to be right at, I would say, 1016 in Tuscumbia. Sheffield, same thing. All the shoals around 1016. St. Florine around 1024. You're pretty much part of the shoals here on the north side of town. As much construction's going on out there. But again, this is a dangerous storm approaching. The Cherokee area, Cherokee and Barton, you may end up just with the lightning, some damaging straight line winds, and large hail. The tornado threat's probably farther south. What you got?
So I think they're trying to prepare to run our intro and everything. I don't know if we can do double box.
Okay.
Today, so.
All right. 2:49 left in the game. This is going to be one of those moments, I have a feeling. Again, I'm trying to work on a double box here for when we break into coverage.
Yeah.
But Tishomingo, significant storm here in progress. Let's take a look at storm relative velocity again. Yeah, debris. No debris showing up yet. Shear rate's getting stronger. And there's the actual radar there. So once again, this storm is going to move through Tishomingo with large hail, possible tornadoes probably going to stay just to the south of Tishomingo, somewhere between Tishomingo and Dennis. And then Bloody Springs over here, just off to the south. So again, in this storm track, the most likely tornado track is probably going to be, I'm going to go ahead and draw a line here. It's going to be right along this line here. and to the south. So, okay, that's
They're
just too close for comfort there, isn't it?
drawing up warnings for
Tornado warning?
Northwest
Is it
Alabama.
Yep. Okay, we got to break in.
Yep. Okay.
All right, we got significant weather here.
This is a 48 First Alert Weather Day update, sponsored by Mr. Rooter Plumbing for all your emergency plumbing services.
Oh, good evening, everyone. We've got a tornado warning coming out for areas just off to the west. Okay, looks like we've got the game in progress, and once the game ends, we will go full-blown weather here. Tornado warning is coming out for areas that include Cherokee now, Florence, Muscle Shoals. All of the shoals, this is a dangerous storm. Gravelly Springs, St. Florine, you all need to be seeking shelter.
Just
Storm
issued.
is approaching from the southwest. Yeah, I just
Yes.
saw that again. Tornado warning just came out for this storm. It has the potential to produce golf ball size hail as well. So this is a supercell storm that has developed ahead of the main line. I'm going to take the lightning off here. And what you'll see as we get closer to this storm, as we go to the velocity, this storm is really, really dangerous situation approaching the city of Tishomingo right now. And that is going to track, I think is that the Natchez Trace maybe? That's county line 89. And I think it may be the road to Coondog Cemetery or Natchez Trace Parkway. I think that's a Natchez Trace Parkway. It's close to it anyway. You get over here towards Cherokee again. Be seeking shelter in Cherokee. The storm's approaching from the southwest. It has significant rotation developing within it. This entire storm is rotating. The hail potential is likely increasing in size as we speak. I'm going to take a look at the hail threat here. And we're going to go over to GWX hail. Yeah, so here's the area of hail inside this storm. It's moving right through Tishomingo, so we are going to get verification on this here very soon as this moves off to the east and northeast. It's moving at about 45 miles per hour, and on that track, it takes it in. I'm actually going to do a storm track. I've been doing storm tracks here. We've been streaming our coverage on all our digital platforms. So let me get this storm track in here.
Lots of folks reporting sirens for sure. So yes, please do start making your way to your safe shelter places for a lot of our Florence community folks.
Okay, so we've got Cherokee 953, looking at Florence, Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, McFarland Park, right around 1016, 1017, and that's giving you a big heads up here on this storm as it comes in. So about a 20-minute heads up, and then St. Florine around 1021, Killen down the road here around 1027. So on this track, it may eventually end up towards Anderson. So heads up in Anderson with this storm as it continues. Again, this track, the polygon ends right at Florence, but the storm will continue to move on. So if you're in Killen, you're probably hearing the sirens just based on the counties putting out the sirens for the entire county. But the polygon is eventually going to take it through Killen and maybe Lexington and Anderson. So the other thing we're dealing with back here to the west is we have this line of thunderstorms with a history of wind damage. This is the main line we have been talking about and forecasting. The secondary line that started developing this evening started showing up in some of the high resolution model guidance and was kind of, hey, heads up, we may get some of these types of supercells. So what's going to eventually happen by the time this reaches I-65, we're likely going to have this line overtake this other line. There's going to be tremendous wind energy built up in this, and we do expect widespread power outages. They've already reported widespread power outages across much of Mississippi, and sometimes the reports are there's just too many trees to count how many trees are down. So that's the situation we're dealing with, and it's only going to continue to grow and track to the east as we go through the rest of the night. What we've been really hoping for, we see another thunderstorm south of this one, but it's the southernmost storm that's the most dangerous when it comes to these capable of producing tornadoes.
Right.
What you got over there, Jada?
So far, I believe we just got some more updates on this tornado warning for a couple of these areas. Once again, like we mentioned, expecting to see those wind speeds pick up as well for a couple of folks out in that area for Lauderdale County and Western Colbert County as well. So once again, I believe for the most part, we are expecting quarter-size hail alongside this. So Other than that, I haven't seen any other commentary from our National Weather Service just yet. But again, this kind of jumped ahead of our track storm. And I think we've been keeping up with the distance between these two, because at some point, this line here is, of course, being the most dangerous at this moment, but they should start to group up to become one system. So I think the last we checked was about 28 or so. And
now 23 miles between these. So again, the race is on. This line would likely interrupt this tornado that may be developing within this thunderstorm. But boy, it's just producing so much lightning right now. This is a classic supercell here. And I'll take the lightning off. You can just see how much rotation is going on within this storm. So what we have is the wind going away from here and then towards the radar. So it's basically southeast of Tishomingo. I've been monitoring Weather Service out of Memphis, because they're the ones that are responsible for the Tishomingo area. And so far, no reports of any damage with that. But I'm telling you, it has the potential to produce significant damage. This could be a strong tornado. So not just, unfortunately, when you deal with supercells, especially ahead of the main line, it's a possibility you're going to get a stronger tornado, not just the spin-up tornado. So potentially long track tornado. So that's why we're giving that heads up out here all the way into the shoals. So again, Muscle Shoals, Florence, you're on the far northeast corner of this polygon that's out. The storm is crossing the state line as we speak here, with the potential there in Cherokee of, you're likely going to get the damaging wind aspect of this storm and the large hail. You're definitely getting a lot of lightning as well. So significant lightning with this. The tornado part is just on the southeast side of Tishomingo, and that is going to move to the east. So I'm going to zoom in just a little bit closer. I'm going to take a look at the debris tracker, see if there's anything showing up there. So again, tornado warning set to expire at 10:15. We'll likely see that carry on. Turn the lightning off. So what we look for in this, and it looks a little messy, but we've got to use it to our advantage. So if anything's out there tornadic-wise, this is going to tell us if there's debris being lofted into the air, which would definitely confirm a tornado. We don't have any reports of a tornado on the ground right now. We definitely have a storm capable of producing a tornado at any minute here, with the rotation getting stronger within that storm. So yeah, anytime you start getting the strong rotation indication, that's when we're at least leading up to a possible tornado. If this thing turns yellow or this gold color, that means we probably will have a tornado on the ground at that time. So storm relative velocity just continues to wrap that storm up. So the rotation is now starting to cross the state line in from Mississippi. I'll get in closer with that and so you can see exactly what we're talking about. 7 seconds left in the game. That's a close one too. So you get from Tishomingo, here's our area of rotation. What we don't know is what's lower to the ground with this storm here. We don't know exactly if there's a tornado forming right now. It's not gate-to-gate shear, and that's when we get into the extreme category on that shear indicator. But the challenge for this, and it usually is a challenge with all the storms that move across the shoals, is the radar's pretty far away down to the southwest. It doesn't quite sample the lowest levels of the atmosphere that we want. So when you see something like this, there's big concern for that. Also, another tornado may be right up here. They don't have a tornado warning out for that, but this is going to be near Cypress Inn, north of Stewartville. This is right on the state line. That indicates possibly, there's a possible tornado there. I'm pretty sure shear rate's going to pick that up.
Yeah, I think they are in our Nashville NWS chat. They do have a few tornado warnings.
Yeah, this is going to be tornado possible, but they don't have one out for this storm, so maybe they've just written it down as tornado possible. But I'm telling you, that's the other challenge up here in Wayne County.
Yeah, the Lawrence and Lewis County lines,
is that the radar's so high above the ground, you just can't see it.
And their radar, one of the Nashville radars, KHPX, is likely down for the night.
Oh, okay.
So with these strong winds, that's something else we are trying to make sure we don't incur, but it's possible.
So I would be seeking shelter from Collinwood to the south. I know this is just out of our viewing area, but Cypress Inn, I'd seek shelter because if a possible tornado is with this and it passes just north of you even, you're probably going to see some really strong inflow from that rotation that's just north of you in that storm. So taking another look
NWS has canceled that severe thunderstorm warning for Lauderdale, but they are also still included in that tornado warning.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that previous warning, that's the storm that had tornado possible in our area earlier, just north of Waterloo. But it's this one storm that I'm really concerned about because it continues to show this hook echo kind of dropping back a little bit more. I'll storm track here in just a second. But the worst part, in fact, I'm going to put a storm track on here right now. I'm going to do the fan track. This is where the most likely location for a possible tornado is going to track here. So put that fan there, right at the southern edge here. Take that northeast. You can see how that's 35 miles an hour. There's 46. So again, you've got some time here to wait here in Muscle Shoals. It's getting there about 10:18. So again, these are kind of tense moments, I'm sure, for you, anyone out here in Florence, a heavily populated area out here. But again, this is your time. If you are in a mobile home, you need to be getting out of that mobile home because you've got roughly 30, 40 minutes before the storm comes in. And I'm talking to you folks in Killen as well, and Leeton. We'll keep a close eye on it if it turns a bit more to the right. But again, this is a dangerous storm here, just off to your west. Just moved through Tishomingo. Not sure of any reports, so I'm going to check the reports there in just a second. But that's kind of where we stand. Put this into motion too. You can see the lightning definitely off in the distance. And Jada had mentioned earlier in the digital stream that, I mean, now's time to charge your phones as well.
For sure.
Because you may go without power, and the power may not get restored until tomorrow in some of these areas, just because of the high winds coming through. Absolutely.
So that's one thing we are for sure concerned about. And of course, with a lot of folks getting ready to head off to work, some folks commenting they are having to head off to work. They work early morning shifts around 3, 4 o'clock. So some of these storms are still going to be around the eastern portion of our communities by that point. So here's a look at that storm track for you. These are the areas that we are tracking at the moment that are also part of this warning. So
yeah, down the road, this will be out of all areas by 3 o'clock in the morning. But the challenge, mentioning people that have to go to work late tonight, early tomorrow morning, there may be trees down that we're not aware of. So be very, very careful because the winds are still going to be strong behind these storms. Starting to see just a little bit of difference here with this storm. I'm going to do something I don't normally do, but we're going to get in here a little different way here. Take a look at this storm. Let's see if I can do this here, a three-dimensional view of it. So see if I can get this right. So we go into this supercell thunderstorm here. Let's see, this is when I flip it. So what we're going to see here is we probably have a bounded weak echo region. There it is. So as we go into this storm here, you can kind of see on the back edge here, we've got this updraft coming straight up in this red area here. And the only reason I'm using this right now is because usually when we're tracking severe thunderstorms, at least this time of year, we don't have these supercells out there. We have a squall line, and they're harder to track with that. So let's actually, I'm probably going to be forced to hit the home button here in a second. But again, there's that big storm. Again, this is where you'd see that anvil top on top of these thunderstorms as they all move off to the east. So again, flip back to home, turn off the 3D radar, and then we'll get back into coverage. Again, that's one thing I wanted to look at on that particular storm because you can kind of see the three-dimensional view. You have that rotating updraft that goes all the way up into that storm. Storms to the west are getting closer. Hopefully there's going to be some interaction with this main line and interrupt the. So what we're going through is this process where the storm's rotating. It's out there all on its own, capable of producing a tornado. And then if you get this interruption, strong wind coming out of the west at about 50 to 60 miles an hour with a lot of rain, it's going to disrupt that circulation. And sometimes it works in the opposite way. It triggers tornadogenesis on a storm. You get a cell merger, and the storm's been trying to produce a tornado, and all of a sudden you get this interaction, and it just takes off. So hopefully that won't be the case. But
and To answer, I know there's a couple of folks asking if there is a tornado on the ground at the moment. Not as of right now. We just have some concerns that we are seeing that rotation.
We don't have any debris lofted in the air just yet, but our shear rate, it went away just a little bit. So again, we have a rotating thunderstorm that we know of, and there's probably a lot of storm spotters out there too. There's probably a lot of storm chasers with their eyes on this storm, because I've been hearing the chatter on social media all day about it. So again, this is probably the biggest storm of the day as far as the supercells go, and it just happened to be developing, moving towards Cherokee. So again, it's moving a little bit farther north and east. So Cherokee, you're going to get this large hail coming through, and Barton, I think you're probably right in the path here of the possible tornado. So damaging straight line winds, large hail, a lot of lightning with this storm, all moving east northeast, and you can hear it off in the distance. So again, Barton, you need to be in your safe place. That rotation, let me put the distance on here. Yeah, right now it is 12 and a half miles just due southwest of Barton. Yeah, so watching it closely. Barton, and then down towards, let's take a look here. Eventually we're looking at Woodland, and this may move right through Florence, right across the river. Or Pickwick Lake, right towards McFarland Park. So dangerous thunderstorm here. I'm going to check the Weather Service office in Memphis, see if we got anything confirmed out of that storm in Mississippi.
We have seen, and I believe this is one of our EMA directors out in Lawrence County. They are confirming a 2-story residential structure fire, and they believe lightning may have been the cause of it. So again, we are, as you can see on this radar, we are incurring a lot of lightning with this particular storm that we are looking at. And that's kind of another anticipation that we can see going into the overnight hours. So for sure, make sure you are in your safe place if you are anywhere near the Barton, Cherokee area.
Yeah, I'm looking at Lawrence County, and there's no storm there. So there's no lightning, so I don't know. Yeah, so again, there'll be more to that. But again, this storm's, it's acting strange now. It's like it's got 2 areas it's rotating.
Yeah.
Let's drop the lightning here. It's almost like it's cycling through. So we've got 2 little areas that we're watching. One there, and then the other one's on the backside.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens over time with that. I'll take a look at storm relative velocity again. And it's just really nasty right on the back edge of that storm.
They've continued that tornado warning for 10-15.
Yeah, shear rate's back up. So it's cycling through. That's what these bigger storms do. They'll just sit there and cycle through. Let's see what the loop looks like. Yeah, so it may actually be forming another mesocyclone. So you've got the large hail here right out Highway 72 near Limekiln. And then, so again, this is all going to be large hail. So probably seeing P to dime size hail in Cherokee, that's likely going to pick up. Another hail product here. Let's take a look at hail from GWX. Again, that's a delayed, probably 5 minutes old. There's a new one. So again, this storm is very healthy. It continues to develop and move off to the northeast. Let's take a look at the view from Jackson County. It's going to update as well. So again, closest radar is over in Mississippi, so we'll continue to use that. And right now we're indicating strong enough rotation for a tornado. So far we don't have any confirmation of a tornado touching down. There's a lot of lightning, there's large hail. In addition to all of this is probably going to be severe wind gusts, which could reach 60 miles per hour from this particular thunderstorm. I'm going to expand the view back out. Our main line continues to march to the east. Update on that. It's moving east. I would say it's moving at easily 50 miles an hour. So this is moving east at 50, maybe 60. And it's gaining momentum as it moves east, which is only going to increase the potential for damaging winds down the road. What we're hoping we get is an interaction with this storm before it gets to Florence, because this storm's moving at about 40 40, 45 miles per hour to the northeast, and the line behind it's moving faster. So the more we can close that gap.
Yeah.
And if we could get a storm to develop down here, west of Russellville or near Red Bay, that would block the inflow into that. Just want to update you folks up here into Wayne County, near Collinwood. It's well north of the line. It's kind of radar no man's land, but we're probably seeing some wind damage in Collinwood with that storm there. So go back to radar. So again, our tornado warning expires, I believe it goes until a little after 10. There it is, 10:15. So we will be staying in continuous coverage. Our newscast getting around 10 o'clock, but again, we won't be having a newscast until this quiets down. So again, we're going to continue to be here for you guys. So what's happening? No reports, but again, this is not a very populated area where this storm is right now. It's in western Colbert County, moving towards Cherokee. So Cherokee, let us know on our Facebook feed. If I can't monitor it myself, but
yes.
Jade is over there monitoring things. Let us know what's going on here within this storm. You're probably getting large hail now. Again, you should be in your shelter here in Barton and Cherokee. Limekiln, you've got a lot of hail, looks like, with that storm. And again, this is a dangerous storm. It's like on the verge of trying to produce a tornado, and we hope it doesn't.
Lots of lightning reported from some folks around the shoals. So that's the latest I've seen in our comments thus far. So.
And Waterloo, yeah, we just have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued, it looks like, all for northwest part of Alabama. And that is for that line that's coming in behind this main storm. So you may be a little confused. You're like, oh, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. It doesn't, this tornado warning supersedes that. So you're under a tornado warning in Florence, Muscle Shoals, Cherokee, Barton, and it's going to be continuing to get close here to Gravelly Springs, St. Florine down the road. As this storm continues to approach and move in from the west. Waterloo, you're kind of in the middle of everything right now, the break here, but you're going to have another line that comes in, and this will be it for the night. This is going to come in with winds approaching 60 miles per hour, maybe even higher. The other challenge we have is we don't usually get a lot of reports from northern Mississippi. Again, there's not as many people out here. Sometimes that's the case. Sometimes it's just delayed reports, but we're not getting any reports, at least right now, from Corinth as this storm's moving in. But I'd be willing to bet there's at least 60-mile-an-hour winds possible with that storm.
They're also reporting penny-sized hail with this as well.
Lightning's
in
picking
that
up.
storm.
Yeah, lightning's picking up in Cherokee.
Yeah, so in that storm warning, that's the hazard, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail.
Yeah, I'm checking one of my radar apps to see if there's...
Looks like this is also moving east at about 50 miles per hour, so yes. But it looks like that back line looks like it may be getting closer and closer. I think the last we checked it was about 20-ish, 23 miles per hour, or 23 miles behind this front line of storms, but looks like it's catching up a little quicker, which is temporarily good. We do want these to become one singular storm system, but could also throw us into a couple other concerns.
Someone reporting a possible funnel on the Alabama Mississippi
Yes.
Strait on the net. Is that yeah? Okay, I didn't see that video. I'll play it again here. So a possible funnel cloud. Again, I mentioned there are going to be some storm chasers out there, and they're all probably on this one storm.
Yeah. It's a little tough to see.
Yeah, it is. Again, Jada and I are looking at this video in the National Weather Service chat to would maybe confirm something, but yeah, you have to kind of time it with the lightning. I'm going to double check with Memphis again.
Yeah.
Again, we are in programming coverage for tornado warning, storm approaching the shoals, moving into Cherokee and Barton as we speak. And okay, what do we got here? Okay, these are pictures out of western Tennessee. I mean, actually western Mississippi.
Right.
So yeah, there's been a lot of damage with this line of thunderstorms.
And a lot of these, I think earlier when I was on air, there were tornado watches issued from our Storm Prediction Center, stretching from Texas, Louisiana, all the way up to about Illinois. So it has been a rough pass with some of these storms, and a lot of folks are seeing extra snow behind it as well. I think we mentioned that.
I saw these snow squall warnings coming out in Missouri today. We will likely see snow tomorrow morning. So if you checked out over the weekend, that's an update you may not have seen.
Yes.
So Cherokee, again, right now we continue to see the brunt of that storm just on the south side of town. Need to hunker down there, Cherokee and Barton. Also Limrock, just tremendous lightning coming out of this storm right now. I'm going to turn it off because it's kind of blocking all the other data. So the rotation is right near Cherokee, and it's moving east and northeast. So the winds are likely picking up significantly within this line of storms. So let's take a look at the storm relative. It's a very elongated area of rotation too. So again, what we would be really concerned with would be very tight gate to gate, we call it. The challenge is from this vantage point of the radar, it's so far south, and you guys have experienced this in the past with tornadoes and say February and early March, is what's happening on the ground we can't quite always see. So that's why we're really extending this caution. You need to be seeking shelter from this storm. It's coming in. It's got a possible tornado that could develop at any time. It just kind of cycles through. The shear rate down from earlier. In fact, I'll put that into motion. So,
and I think someone has mentioned hailing going on in Cherokee. So yes, that's expected.
Let me take, you know what? Never mind. Okay, so you can see the shear rate kind of drops off a bit and then it shifts. So we got the southern part here and then all of a sudden it shifts. So I think we're seeing the transfer. Yeah, what's happening is the old area, the original warning came out for the storm on the southwest side of this. But it's now changed. So it's cycled through. So supercells cycle through a lot. And this one cycled through, and we have the new area rotation on the southeast side of Cherokee as we speak. So that's something new that's developed here just recently. Let's see if we have any debris showing up yet. Nothing. What we will look for here will be an area of blue that kind of shows up inside all this red, and that's the radar saying, well, we're detecting debris, and that would basically verify a tornado. So far, no reports that a tornado has touched down, but we're staying hunkered down in our storm shelters here, hallways. As you get just to the east of Cherokee, this is Mulberry Lane, Highway 72. You got Moody Lane here. This is tracking close to Barton too. So again, stay in your safe place there. Got County Road 2 just off to the north here. And with this track, right now, it's cycling through. It's not as strong as it was earlier, but it's still a very dangerous storm here. Let's talk about hail. You said it was hailing. If we could get hail size on those reports, that would help us out greatly.
I think pea-sized hail has been reported.
It's about to get larger
in Colbert County, so yes.
Yeah. So this storm now probably capable of golf ball size hail as it's tracking, and that's what the data's telling me here. Very significant.
Going to start light and pick up.
Yeah, so got a lot of hail with this. It's kind of cycling through. That just shows us that the updraft is intensifying. It may not show it on the reflectivity, at least the velocity, that we've got another mesocyclone there, but it just keeps cycling through. And that's the concern. The view from high top showing the same thing. So when you look at this here, this bullseye, so to speak, that is where the largest hail is. And that's the hail's probably picking up in Cherokee as we speak.
Yes, and they've extended, once again, they've continued the tornado warning until 10:15, Colbert and Lauderdale counties.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's get into this hail here. It's now northeast of Cherokee. What happens is that product basically has to process through the radar algorithms, and it's usually about 5 minutes behind. So this is more true of where it is. We can see it in the radar imagery. We've got large hail about ready to cross Pickwick Lake here. We got North Pike. This is the north side of Cherokee, Cross Lane, and Moody Lane, Mulberry Lane. And after this, there's still that other line, and we're going to get to that other line here in just a second. But this is the storm with the tornado warning on it. And it does look like it's moving north of Florence here over time. Kind of get back here. I'm going to put another track on here. So I'm going to track the large hail, and on the southern edge will be the possible tornado. And we've got this moving up into Tennessee here over time. So again, this is it'll be close in Anderson. But I think by the time this gets to Lexington, the secondary line is going to catch up. The main line will catch up with all of this. And we won't see this type of supercell. We could see the supercells develop within the line. But I think our primary concern after this is going to be damaging widespread straight line winds from this. So Central Heights around 10, 12. Again, that's just off to the north of Florence as you go up the Cox Creek Parkway north. So we got large hail coming to Central Heights at 10, 12. Florence, St. Florine, Killen around 10:30. 10:18 in Florence itself. So Muscle Shoals, your winds are probably going to increase, but I think the hail track is going to be just north of you, probably along the Cox Creek Parkway up north towards Central Heights. St. Florine, you're right there in that, unfortunately. So again, large hail, damaging winds moving towards Central Heights, St. Florine, and if it turns a little more to the right, it'll be Killen. But Killen, I think your winds are going to pick up from the south even more than they have been so far today. As this comes in, let me check the latest here.
I think that Tornado Watch 59 has been continued. So the overarching Tornado Watch that we've been mentioning.
Yes.
And tree down on power lines in Somerville, Morgan, Alabama. So
yeah, these are all those gusty winds, gradient winds we call them. Yeah, Weather Service says the storm's a little bit less organized, and I think it's because it's cycling through.
Yeah, and I think we've mentioned this quite often, but for a lot of the folks that have not quite seen this storm just yet, but it's on its way to your area, make sure you are charging your devices as need be, because what we are seeing, of course, like I mentioned, a tree is down on power lines, but with these winds, we could also expect a good deal of our power outages to spread in a couple of areas this evening. And I know a lot of folks are concerned about getting back to work for tomorrow morning. So, and I believe that's our Florence camera set up behind. You can see a lot of that lightning.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull that up for you.
Well, actually, I can probably pull it up here.
Oh,
let me try
sweet.
something real quick.
Oh, perfect. They put it up for us. Thank you, guys.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Decent.
Yeah, that is tremendous lightning. That's that storm coming in. So we're probably gonna have some homes struck by lightning as well. I know we had that one report out of Lawrence County, but there hadn't been any lightning in Lawrence County so far this evening.
Not too sure on that.
Yeah.
one,
So again, at night when you get tornado warnings and you get this strobe effect lightning, there's a really strong updraft in this storm that continues to move towards Florence, especially north of Sheffield, Tuscumbia, more towards St. Florine. So St. Florine, you need to be in your shelter. Let's go back to radar and just let me know anytime you see something like that. That'll be,
yeah,
we'll
sure.
just pass that along. But tremendous lightning going on with this storm from Central Heights down towards Florence. You get just to the north of Wilson Lake. And I think that track's going to pretty much hold true. Still close here for Killen and down the road Lexington. And we'll keep an eye on Loretto, Tennessee as well. We're starting to see, oh wow, that line's coming in. Look at that.
Yeah, catching up.
So the main line is now coming in. So we're going to see in about 30 minutes what it does to this storm. It's either going to create the tornado with the interaction, or it's going to die out. But regardless, we've got a lot of wind coming in here right now, moving into Waterloo. Any one of these areas, see this area here near Tishomingo, that could spin up a brief tornado. Again, these will be spin up. They won't last but 5 minutes if they happen. But let's take a look at what that one's got going on.
I think we just had a report of a gust of 56 mile per hour winds from the west on the Cherokee sensors. So,
okay.
Yeah, definitely seeing some strong wind gusts.
Yeah.
Sure.
Did you say
56?
56 miles an hour. That's doing damage. So again, that's the gusty wind nature of it. And as we take a look all along this line, there's a possibility we could see a spin-up tornado as this moves through. So just because we're on air for this tornado warning, these this line of storms coming in is going to be the end of the severe weather threat, but it could be the end of your power. And we've had a lot of wind damage. This is really accelerating. The line is probably moving east now at 55 to 60 miles per hour, and I think the forward speed will only increase over time. So I'm going to do a secondary storm track just for this squall line coming in, moving east. I'm going to move that at about 61 miles an hour because it's getting stronger. So this is another storm. So if you lose power from this storm here, and it's very possible you will in some areas, due to the lightning and the 56 mile per hour wind that was already recorded with it, the secondary line's coming in, and that will be the end of it. So that will be the end of the threat of severe weather here in the northwest corner of the state. But it's going to stay windy.
Power outages in Cherokee for sure. So there's been a couple of comments about that. So lightning, hail for sure as well. Gravelly
Springs, 1016, Stewartville. Again, this is the secondary line that's probably going to have some isolated 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. Cherokee, it'll hit you again around 1022. And right now it is 10:07, so about 15 more minutes there. Iron City, 10:31. St. Florine, 10:34. That's after this storm here moves through in about 15 minutes. Crooked Oak, McFarland Park, 10:37. Sheffield, 10:37. Killen, 10:39. So again, we've got one really dangerous storm, and we have other dangerous storms coming in from the west that will likely take power, take trees, take fences, just a big wall of wind coming in with that storm. So let's update you here on the north side of Florence. Again, this is you know what? It's cycling through on that back side again. Let me take the lightning off. So it's this right north of 72. We've probably got a lot of storm chaser eyes on this particular storm right here as we speak. We've got more of a tighter rotation here within that storm where these two pixels are together. In fact, let me get in closer here.
Yeah, they're working to reissue. This is from our Memphis folks. They're working to reissue downstream of Tishomingo and Prentice. And that was sent in about a minute or so ago. They have 60 mile per hour winds and tornado possible.
So we've got almost 100 miles an hour worth of shear going on north of Barton right now. So that's a tighter couplet, we call it, gate to gate here. So again, you see 47, but again, you add both of those numbers together to get the actual circulation. So we may have a tornado that's not detected yet by radar or eyes. It's probably wrapped in rain.
Yeah, they just reissued that thunderstorm warning for those areas, tornado possible with that. Okay. Again, this is Tishomingo and Prentice, Mississippi, but we still keep an eye on that because that's headed our way.
Here's the hail. You get out here west of Florence, we've got the large hail, County Road 2, County Road 15, south of County Road 62, moving towards County Road 14. And this is going to probably cross into Petersville, St. Florine, or right along the Cox Creek Parkway, this being the hail. The threat for the tornado, let me get back down in here and I'll put another track on that. Let's go storm relative velocity. It shows it a little bit better. The threat for the tornado, I'm going to put that into motion here, get a better idea, because sometimes these storms turn to the right a little bit. So we're making sure when we put a storm track out, we're covering that as well. So yeah, this tornado, possible. I want to stress possible tornado. We don't have confirmation.
Right, a lot of these are possible.
Just continue to see a tremendous amount of lightning here. So let's go to the back edge of this storm. And we're going to move that at about 42 miles an hour. So here's where that possible tornado may hit. Near Florence, you got the UNA campus there. You get north towards the Cox Creek Parkway. Muscle Shoals, right now it looks like you're just going to get a big light show and a lot of wind from this storm just off to your north. We're going to get more street level into this as it gets closer to Florence. We've got Killen down the road here again. St. Florine 1027, this is a possible tornado with this storm. You got another storm coming in about 15 minutes after that. So Lexington, we're talking 1050, Anderson 1056, and Killen 1033. This will probably stay just north of Rogersville, but again, by the time this gets to Lexington, it's close to 11 o'clock, and I think that secondary line is going to come in and take over. So everything's going to start moving due east at some point in time. But you need to be staying in your shelter, your safe place here on the north side of Florence. In fact, from downtown Florence to the north, as the storm kind of cycles back through, and we're going to have to watch Sheffield down here. You're officially under the tornado warning, Tuscumbia and Muscle Shoals as well. But it's this southern part here that's likely going to track just off to your north. And we don't want to get real specific street level, and when we're talking rotation, because this storm is still, the important part of the storm is at the low levels, and we're only seeing the mid levels within that storm. So the squall line moving into Waterloo right now, crossing the state line. So Cherokee, heads up, it's coming in again. This time it's straight line winds, but you've already had at least a 56-mile-per-hour wind gust associated with that storm prior to that. As we go to velocity again, what we're seeing is going to just, storm relative actually works better. You can just see it kind of cycling through. And you can see these strong gusty winds now just west of Cherokee as well. And at some point, we're just going to have severe thunderstorm warnings that say tornado possible all along this line. And that's just the way it's going to go down from what's been happening earlier. So here we've got high winds right at the state line on Highway 72, moving rapidly towards Limekiln and into Cherokee. So if we have damage in Cherokee, some of that damage will be spread even more so, because anything loose out there is going to start flying. And the challenge here is the radar beams pointed straight up and down at this storm, and the winds, the highest winds, are moving perpendicular to the radar, so it's harder to sample when you look at it that way. But
I think they may they have expired that tornado warning for Culver and Lauderdale, still in effect with the severe thunderstorm warning. So
okay, we may get another tornado warning out of this.
Yes.
This is just west of Limekiln, right on the leading. Let me turn the loop off. So we've got, again, there's going to be a lot of turbulence along this line as well, and the Weather Service will probably mention that. So again, we're going to get, just the other day, we had a lot of turbulence along that line. So you say they've canceled this tornado warning?
Yes, they canceled it. It was set to expire at 10:15, so they went ahead and canceled that. However, large hail, damaging winds remain likely, and the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect still for Lauderdale and Culver counties. The overall tornado watch still in effect till 3 a.m., and that's per the Storm Prediction Center.
Yeah, I'm still really concerned about that storm.
Yeah.
By the way, so we're gonna be treating it as if it's a possible tornado still there, just because of the history of this storm and the history of this area, for that matter. Trying to get
a lot of folks are still saying sirens are going off, and they have been for a moment. So this is still developing as we speak. And
well, let me take a look at this. Oh, they're just saying it will expire at 10:15. Yeah. All right, I'm going to rock this back and forth a little bit. Got a little green showing up in that.
Yeah.
So what we're looking for is kind of more of a greenish blue color. And right now, don't see that. So there's some good news there. But again, this is still a very dangerous storm moving into Florence. Tremendous amount of lightning going on with it. And there's still a possibility it could produce a tornado, especially on the back edge of this. But like that window really starts to close as this main line comes in and intersects that.
And if our team could show that Florence cam, it's really getting active outside. You can see a lot of that lightning.
Ooh, a lot of that cloud on the ground there.
For sure. So I'm seeing a lot of folks mentioning that it is noisy in Florence, and that's for sure. As you can see on this camera here, we're still watching a good portion of the storm. Yeah,
I think there's going to be damage. I think it's still possible we've got an EF1 type tornado with this storm. Again, they let the tornado warning go, but
there's still some of those.
I've seen storms that look just like this with no tornado warnings, and we end up like February 14th of last year, I believe it was.
Yeah, that sounds
We
right.
had the tornado that hit down in Tuscumbia. And the radar looked just like this.
I think someone has mentioned that in earlier conversation.
St. Florine the same way. I would be sheltered. I think a hallway is going to be fine. Stay away from your windows. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar again. We've got it's still very dangerous. We've got lots of lightning. We've got some large hail. The largest hail looks like it's going to pass just south of Central Heights. And as we go, this is all going to track right along the Cox Creek Parkway. So, matter of fact, we are going to know whether or not this storm's producing damage here very soon, because it's going into a heavily populated area. And we usually get reports immediately from first responders on that. So I would be in your shelter here along the Cox Creek Parkway. In fact, all of Florence, I think, should be in your shelter. Again, the tornado warning, they let that go, but we still have significant wind here. We still have a fairly significant pattern here for a stronger mesocyclone. So at the very least, we may have damaging straight line winds. But at the most, I think we've got possibly a EF1 type tornado that may touch down with this. And again, you're also going to see a lot of wind move through St. Florine, probably some trees down, Central Heights, some shingles off of homes, things like that. So we get down here a little bit closer. I'll show you where this circulation is. It is right on County Road 2, where that intersects County Road 15. It's in that general vicinity, and it's tracking east and a bit northeast, and it's going to be really close to County Road 14 here soon, and then Highway 20, which takes you from the McFarland Park area up towards Central Heights. So again, Highway 20, it'll be there shortly. It is about, let me take a look at the mile, how far that is. So from Highway 20, where it kind of turns from the Cox Creek Parkway, about 5 miles from there, moving quickly northeast. Yeah. So a lot of lightning, very heavy rain. Stay in your shelter in place here with this as it continues to move through. It will be moving through this heavily populated area towards St. Florine, and you unfortunately have a history of these types of events coming through.
Right.
But again, we're giving you plenty of warning on this. We've been tracking this for about 40 minutes or so now.
Yeah, and I think too, we've been watching this back half of the storm system, because if you were with us a little earlier, this was two separate lines that you can see they're really starting to merge a bit. What we're looking at though is kind of keeping an eye on Tishomingo, for example, a couple areas in Mississippi where we're starting to see some of those storm warnings. They still have tornado possible on their severe thunderstorm warnings, so we could be seeing similar situations. Of course, there's also they're working to get a new severe warning along the line for at least Franklin County. So we're seeing these warnings develop in real time for you. So again, we're trying to keep up to date as things change. But looking at that back half of the storm, it looks like it's kind of getting closer together. Looks like we may be
it's probably about
miles.
10 miles apart now. And for areas to the south of Florence, you're just going to feel the main brunt of the main line as it moves in. But we're still concerned with this storm coming into Florence, especially the north side along the Cox Creek Parkway. Got lots of trees down, lots of power outages in the Brighton area in Tipton, Tennessee. So all of these storms have a history of damage that are coming through, and we do expect damage. We do expect more power outages, and we're going to watch Sand Mountain very closely, because this is the kind of situation that as this line races east and encounters Sand Mountain and Lookout Mountain, and that'll happen probably after midnight tonight, we often see these low-level spin-up circulations. So again, we're going to keep a real close eye on you tonight. Waynesboro, threat of severe weather is about over after that storm moves through, but some of you may be without power. I'm going to turn the lightning off again. There's just so much lightning out here with that storm.
Right.
It is less organized, but it still concerns me when we've got the velocity that looks the way it does, especially at this, especially at this altitude. Again, the radar's looking above, where if there's a tornado, it's going to be below this, because it's kind of that setup. We're not looking at a well-formed mesocyclone. It's still kind of ragged here. It keeps going back and forth, but again, this is moving right into Florence right now. And keep an eye on that camera. We should be able to see that. Let's go ahead and take a look at our camera again.
Yeah, it's a lot of lightning for sure.
Yeah, what I'm looking for is any lowering of the clouds, any power flashes, and Power's still on there. Of course, the storm hasn't moved in yet.
Yeah, not quite.
But that's kind of looking west. And we're looking on the west side of Florence here. You kind of see the lowering of the clouds here. If it was daytime, you'd see a huge not a wall cloud, a shelf cloud, and we're kind of starting to see that come into view.
A little bit, yes.
Every now and then when the lightning flashes, you're going to see a little bit of green tint.
So they have just issued, our NWS office has just issued a severe thunderstorm warning, and this includes Franklin County and West Central Lawrence County. So this is until, let's see if they give us a time on this. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail, still some of the same hazards we're seeing at the moment.
Okay, we can go back to radar.
Yeah, let's check that out. So Russellville, Red Bay, Phil Campbell, Littleville, Belgreen, Bryna, Hodges, and Cedar Creek Reservoir, so as well as Atwood.
Yeah, the weather's been so nice. We get that first alert out. So hopefully, if you were camping this weekend, spring break starting. So
right.
There are people. If you are camping,
and that's till 11:15.
Okay.
That warning.
This is a very hazardous situation here.
Absolutely.
If you're in a mobile home and you have large trees surrounding your mobile home, that's an issue as well, because we could see some 70-mile-per-hour winds, and those will knock down some trees. So again, that's another thing. I get a lot of these questions on social media, and it's like, I think a lot of people are missing the point on tonight's storms, because just because there's severe thunderstorm warnings, they are still going to be capable of some significant damage as they move east. We probably won't start getting reports until after these have already moved through, especially with the power outages in Cherokee, I believe.
Right.
As we get back in here towards St. Florine, I would stay in the hallway until this moves out. Petersville, same thing there. We have seen time and time again these storms come through. They look a lot like this. They're not warned for, and then we get damage. It doesn't look like a significant tornado risk. This looks like a EF0, maybe low end EF1 risk. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going on, because we don't have anything showing up in the debris detector, at least not right now. Yeah, that's not going on. So again, no debris being detected. So currently radar indicating there's no tornado on the ground. But again, something we're watching here. I think if you live in Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, you're fine. Alabama Shores over here on the south side of Wilson Lake, you're probably going to be fine. We're watching this. It's moving through the north side of Florence towards Killen and St. Florine, and eventually towards Lexington. But by the time it gets to Lexington, I think we're going to be looking at the other line of storms will have overtaken this. And in fact, we're seeing that interaction very, very close. We have really closed the gap. In fact, an hour ago, this line of storms was, 30 miles apart?
Yep.
And now it's about, I'm going to guess 7.
Yeah.
So let's take a look
That's
here.
a pretty good estimate.
Yeah, let's go. That's 6.6. Not bad.
Yeah.
All right. So again, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. It's a little disorganized, but if you're sheltered there in your hallway, things like that, I think that's probably a safe place to stay until this clears the area. And again, there's more wind coming in behind this. There is a lot of uncertainty on just how strong that wind is, but we're about to find out as this moves through.
We're also seeing reports, Waterloo without power, a couple of folks near Stewartsville as well, Ardmore.
Yeah, it's all out here
so,
again.
yeah, lots
it
of
may
these
be a
folks,
while
yeah.
before that power gets back on. Hopefully it's something temporary, because it's going to get really cold tomorrow. In fact, it's going to snow tomorrow. Wild weather here. Welcome to Alabama. So as we kind of expand the view here, we're down to just a line of thunderstorms the way it looks now, and this is going to be moving east very quickly. And within this line, there's still a possibility of these spin-up tornadoes. So this is kind of going to go back to the original forecast. That supercell was kind of an exception to the forecast. Thankfully, we've only had 1 or 2 to deal with. The other one was out of our viewing area towards Waynesboro. But as we continue on here, we'll be watching this line of thunderstorms. What happens is you get these little areas that stick out. The wind's coming so fast right across the top of these storms. There's a lot of wind shear in the low levels, so that only intensifies the threat for some damaging winds. And of course, the threat that we're looking at a lot of lightning and very heavy rain. Trees down, power lines down,
Yes.
on fire in Cortland community of Lawrence County.
Oh.
Cortland. This is probably a non-thunderstorm wind here. Trees
Yeah.
down on power lines.
Because I think some folks are reporting some wind speeds picking up in their area closer to Huntsville. So I think we're probably seeing some of those wind gusts that we were talking about earlier today, but none of storm relative at the moment.
Tennessee Valley Weather saying that they can see power flashes in Florence on their camera, so we're going to get back into there.
Yeah, I think we have a better angle of
we can.
setup
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
getting close. I'm actually looking at the camera, our camera there, but yeah, there's just a lot of lightning. Again, stay in that hallway here in St. Florine, north side of Florence, along the Cox Creek Parkway. Possibly getting power flashes here. It could just be wind as well, because wind. What will likely happen is you're going to start hearing booms, perhaps, and those will be transformers, blue flashes. It doesn't mean there's a tornado. It just means you're likely looking at high winds taking out power and transformers blowing up. So it happens. If you're from hurricane country, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It happens all the time with these hurricanes. You just see these blue flashes and you hear loud booms.
Yep.
But we're really going to have to keep a close eye on this storm here. Again, it's now north of the river and it continues to basically bear down on St. Florine and the Cox Creek Parkway right in here. Again, busy stretch of road here towards Helton Drive. Very heavy rain and the potential for damaging winds, and there may be even a low end type tornado flaring up inside there. Let's go ahead and go to the camera with that one.
Yeah.
It looked like it. Were you moving it?
No, I believe our
okay, they're moving.
yeah,
it back
our
there.
team.
Okay. Yeah. So again, this storm, the brunt of it's now moving along the Cox Creek Parkway, headed towards Killen, south of St. Florine, County Road 30 here, County Road 47. There's a live view from our. You can see the power still on. Again, this is looking off. I think this is looking towards the Parkway, Cox Creek Parkway. Just a lot of lightning. What we'll look for will be right at the bottom of the screen where we would see potential for power surges and power flashes, things like that.
Yeah.
Not really seeing, again, there's so much lightning out there. Don't really see anything on the ground with this, but most of the winds now are away from the radar, but very strong winds here. This storm has a history of producing 56 mile per hour wind gust earlier in Cherokee, and it continues to bear down on St. Florine and Killen on its way up towards Anderson and Lexington.
I think we're also seeing a report 83 mile per hour wind gust in Florence.
Wow, yeah, that's on their camera. They had an 83 mile an hour wind gust. Yeah, so again, that's why we didn't want to go away from this storm. It is producing damage most likely. If you get anything above 60 miles an hour, you're looking at fairly significant damage. And when you get 80, again, they registered an 80 mile an hour wind gust on one of their camera network. So again, this is St. Florine, hunker down, continues to move through. And then Killen, it's going to be close. I think it's going to kind of just north of Killen and towards Lexington. Primary concern here is damaging straight line wind, but there's still a tornado possible, I would think, this being this far from the radar site. Let me switch over to high top and see if it's got a better vantage point of this.
I think some folks are hearing of trees down near Cox Creek, possibly.
Yeah.
Per their scanner, which if we're seeing about 83 mile per hour winds, that's to be expected.
And that's the challenge. That's the challenge. The radar beam is so high over Florence that it's really hard to detect that tornado, especially with a system like this. I mean, it's not a full-blown outbreak of supercells, but we have one supercell, and it's not doing a very good job of detecting some of that. So take a look at shear storm relative velocity, shear rate. Okay, let me see if this is showing any debris. Oh, there we got debris signature.
Oh.
I'm not sure if it's valid or not. Let me text them.
Yeah. So we're checking in with NWS chat at the moment, just confirming.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so this is what we've been looking for. Is this here? It was fairly. It was larger, in fact, west of there. Let me slow the radar down. I'm gonna stop this right here. So as we go back, right in there, it looks a little messy, but you see all that there.
Yeah.
I mean, it could just be noise. Sometimes the hail impacts this product, but it's probably, they'll probably come back and tell me that's contaminated. But man, that shows up pretty well.
Yeah.
Again, this is going to be
Pretty well for a good point of time as well.
Yeah, that is.
That run.
Again, this was earlier. This was at 10:25, and right now it's 10:33. 32.
Yeah.
Again, this is where the next rad Doppler radar from high top looking up. So this would likely be, if this is debris, we don't know, lofted to the north as the storm was near Cherokee. So again, look at all aspects of this storm. So there's the latest radar update. Still a very dangerous storm. Right over St. Florine, a lot of lightning. Okay, tornado warning's coming out. Yeah, let's see where it's coming out for. Lauderdale County.
Yeah, and that's until 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I wonder if it was my debris signature. Okay, let me read this warning here. New tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near St. Florine, near Florence, moving northeast at 40. Radar indicating rotation. So again, we still can't confirm this, but I'm still worried about this storm still capable of producing a tornado.
Yeah, it just has all
this. It has everything, and again, the fact we can't see the lowest levels that we want to, always concerning, but man, the lightning just keeps continuously flashing here.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to turn that off.
And now that backline has caught up significantly, that was kind of our concern. Once these two get that close together, we could possibly see this situation fire up. So
yeah, on top of that, you get a possible debris signature. Can't confirm it yet, but then you get a report of an 83-mile-an-hour wind gust with that storm from a camera network. Again, this happens a lot, and if you live in St. Florine, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So let's get into the velocity a little bit more, the radar. So the worst of this storm is over St. Florine right now, right on County Road 47, Helton Drive to the north, Petersville East. Anywhere in here, we could see a possible tornado. That's the other challenge. We see the rotation from this vantage point so broad that we don't exactly know exactly where it's going to be. So to street level map here where you think the tornado is would be very, very wrong. But I will show you some streets in here and see, at least if I were to say this is exactly where it is. It's somewhere in here, and there's also a lot of wind in here. So we get down County Road 30, we got County Road 22, Bennett Way, probably going to get close. It's going to pass just north of Killen, the way it looks, right along Highway 43. I'm going to put an extended storm track on here.
of course, we're seeing a lot of confirmation of sirens in Florence.
And the warning hadn't popped up yet.
Yeah, no.
Huh. All right, well, there it is. We know it's there.
Yeah.
Again, this is going to be
to catch up.
a fairly narrow polygon on this, but Lexington, you are in this warning. But over time, you can see how the line of storms to the north is already interacting with the northern side. It's the southern side of the storm we want it to interact with, hopefully, and weaken that circulation. But the winds are still very strong in that second line. I know we haven't talked a lot about that. So again, Killen, Lexington, possible tornado here. We've likely had damage from this storm. It's just on the right here around Killen. It's moving a little more east now, so I think we're starting to see some influence. We lost some of that hail shaft there. Let's take a look at debris signature from here. And It's tricky. Again, the debris, the correlation coefficient, we call it, official name. It's going to be tricky on a night like tonight. But we do have some leaves out on trees now, so, and this probably is not accurate there. You see how it gets all funky down there, we'll call it?
Yeah.
So let's take a look at this line coming through. Waterloo, your severe weather threat's over for the night. Iuka, same thing there. Tishomingo, severe threat's over. We continue to watch the severe threat unfold. Moving towards Russellville. Very strong winds within this entire line.
54 mile per hour winds confirmed over in Florence. So.
Okay, 54 mile an hour winds now in Florence. So very dangerous storm here, a history of wind damage, and right behind it, more wind coming in due west. This will be the strongest wind in most areas of the night with this westerly component here as that line moves in. So St. Florine, I'd stay hunkered down for another 10 minutes or so. As it's on the way out, it's moving away from you. Petersville, it's east of you now, but you have another storm coming into the west. So we're kind of at that moment we've been waiting for, where this main line is going to take over. And sometimes it can spin up a tornado as it makes that interaction, although it's brief, but most of the times it'll just take it away. It just takes over and the storm just disintegrates. We'll probably see that indication.
Our Florence camera, I believe we're seeing, someone has mentioned a funnel being seen on their Florence camera, so I'm not entirely sure if we could see it on ours, but.
Yeah, I mean, we would be in a good position. Now I can see some of that lowering of the clouds there. Yeah, it definitely shows up better. I tell you what, are you logged into that camera?
Yes, right here.
Okay, so I want to move this around a little bit. So we're kind of looking on the north side.
I think it's a little behind in movement.
Yeah, it is. So get around this tower, this beam. So what we'd be looking at is probably right
off in there, yeah.
Now this is east of the Cox Creek Parkway. Yeah, what I want to look at is right behind that beam, I think. So let's take it to the other side of the beam and it'll eventually, boy, that lightning is bright.
Yeah.
So we're going to be looking at this storm as it tracks more towards Killen as we get that view set there. So we can go back to radar here real quick. I'll continue to monitor over here.
Yeah. We are still seeing folks report power outages as well as hailing in Florence again.
Was it that second storm coming in with hail?
Possibly.
It's possible. I don't think there's as much hail with that backside. Let's take a look at it. Yeah,
still a good amount.
Yeah, there is some hail with that one. Probably P to dime size hail moving into the west side of Florence. And this storm's starting to weaken near St. Florine, north of there, north of Killen. So I think we're seeing the interaction there.
Yeah,
but this storm has a real history of hail coming through. All right, let me get back to GWX velocity. Yeah, not seeing anything else on our camera, but we got a pretty good view of it.
And I believe a couple of folks are trying to get connected with our radio stations that would broadcast at this time. So 96.9, and is there another one? I may be short
you got
on my
the
memory.
Fix over in Florence. You got WKAC out of Athens. Also in the northeast corner of the state, you're going to find us on the Southern Torch.
Okay.
But there should be information on our website that has all those.
Perfect.
Yeah, because that is a good
My
idea.
memory was failing me for the moment, but yeah. So there are a couple of ways that you can get in touch to make sure you're hearing everything that we are putting out for folks. But as of right now, we're just seeing a lot of power outages from quite a few comments here. So this is the expectation of power outages with these winds getting up to about 60 plus mile per hour winds. We did see a report earlier We're seeing it kind of die down just a tad at 54 miles per hour recently. But even our folks that haven't quite seen this just yet, the expectation is that with these gusty winds, power outages are inevitable in a few areas. So again, make sure as you have the opportunity to charge your devices, make sure you're up on your batteries. And if you have a weather radio, make sure you're tuned in. This is a good time for you to make sure you have all those things around you for sure. Especially as we are going into Sunday evening, into your Monday morning, a lot of folks getting back to work. So that is an expectation on the backside of this storm, seeing how that's going to look as we continue to track out the rest of this storm and what may become flurries in your Monday morning forecast. So once again, make sure you have all your devices ready to go as you can.
Yeah, good advice there, Jada. We'll continue to watch this storm. It's going to get absorbed by the main line, but in Florence right now, you got that other thunderstorm coming in from the west. Again, keep in mind we could have these low-end tornadoes embedded within the circulations here of this secondary line. We're looking at Muscle Shoals right now. Very strong winds coming into town. I'm going to turn that off, and we are going to go storm relative velocity here. But again, it's going to be really difficult to pinpoint some of these. So a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings will have the tag that will say tornado possible with them as they move through. Another look at the radar. Again, very heavy rain. The lightning's actually picking up in that storm that it's interacting with the other one. So near St. Florine, it's been a rough hour there for sure. But again, coming in from the west, this storm has potential for damaging straight line winds. It's over Central Heights right now and continues to track to the east. This one's moving east towards St. Florine and eventually Killen. That tornadic part of that storm is down north of you there in Killen. I'm going to get back to that in a second. But let's put a storm track on this line. I'm going to put it in here because that one's moving. So we go there, and we're going to move this east. Going to move it east at about, I'm going to go about 62 miles an hour because this line is accelerating. So it's in Muscle Shoals now, Lexington 1048, Anderson 1055, Joe Wheeler State Park right around 11 o'clock, Rogersville 11 o'clock, Town Creek 11 o'clock, and we're looking at North Cortland and Lucy's Branch Marina around 11:06, Coxie 11:08. Elkmont, we're looking at about 11:11, Ardmore 11:16, and you can see this line will be, let me go ahead and I'm going to update this track here.
I believe it's also getting quite dark on our Florence camera, so we are starting to see some of those power outages in a couple of those areas.
Definitely.
Because it was still pretty well lit when we looked, what was that, maybe 10 minutes ago? So we're starting to see those power outages through this camera at the point in time. So again, I believe they just continued this tornado warning as well. That is just updated around 10:43. Let's see, until 11 o'clock for northeastern Lauderdale County. Still seeing some radar indicated rotation, so they're watching that as well. They have marked Colbert County, Lauderdale, Lawrence, Limestone, Lincoln, Madison, and Morgan with their severe thunderstorm warning, and they also have tornado possible in the notes there. So,
all right, thank you. I'm trying to go in here and extend this storm track a little bit farther and have it.
Right.
We'll include Athens in here and have it go down the road because it's eventually moving into Madison County. But expect power outages. Damage is also possible from wind. All right, I'll just redraw this. So again, severe thunderstorm warning. We're all going to get severe thunderstorm warnings out of this. You can see how this polygon goes fairly quickly to the east with this storm moving at 60 miles per hour or so. So it's absorbed. Let's get one last look here where the tornado warning is. It's almost, yeah, it's still right on the edge there. So I'd stay in your shelter there in Lexington. The lightning's now a little dislocated with the area circulation. Hail threat. Still a threat for hail there, although it's likely going to start going down a bit as this other storm interacts with it. A little bit of hail on the west side of Florence, moving towards Sheffield. This is probably pea to dime size hail. And take a look here at the velocity. We're going to start getting more samples of wind coming directly towards the radar, so that will help in tornado detection. Because for now we've been looking north at winds that are to the west, and that makes it challenging. So one more look down here to the south. Yeah, I know. This is coming in like a tropical storm down here all across this area. So Muscle Shoals down to Russellville. Let me do another storm track here. So I'll track this area here. Move east. I'm going to put it at 62 miles an hour. So right now, I'd say 10:50, about 3 minutes from now, we've got Little Bear Creek, Cedar Creek Reservoir, Vina, Crooked Oak around 10:53, Littleville 10:59, Phil Campbell 11:08, North Cortland again with this part of the storm just after 11 o'clock as well. Moulton 11:26, Russellville 11:02. Again, expect straight line winds, frequent lightning, very heavy rain. It'll bear down for about solid 25 minutes as it's moving through, and then the weather will improve, and after that the threat of severe weather is going to be over. So our timeline we've had out, it's been pretty accurate. We continue to watch just the line up here to the north.
Right, and I wonder if we could check in on some of the wind speeds around Madison. Seeing a lot of folks talking about wind picking up and possible power outages around county line.
You know, that's the other thing, is the winds are going to continue to increase as kind of the squeeze play, we call it. As this line gets closer, the winds, the great pressure gradient force gets tighter and it creates more wind. So some of you may be experiencing the windiest part of the day and it still isn't raining.
Right.
And it'll be windy on the backside too, but probably closer to 35, 40 mile an hour wind gusts as the colder air eventually takes over.
And that'll continue into most of Monday morning even. I think on top of that, with the flurries going into tomorrow, that's a big portion of our first alert going into Monday morning. Even though this is going to be early on in the day, we still have some other lower end threats in comparison to the storms that we are concerned about.
Yeah, and I mean, just the fact it's going to snow tomorrow is just bizarre,
yes,
isn't it?
That's very interesting.
Okay, so let's do another track on this storm moving out of Muscle Shoals. I'll put it at about 62 miles an hour. So we're looking at Killen right now, Joe Wheeler State Park 11:02, and then we're going to be seeing Lucy's Branch Marina. You popped up here a couple times now, 11:10. Coxie 11:11, Elkmont 11:15, Athens 11:23, Tanner 11:27, actually Tanner 11:26. The Canebrake area on the east side of Athens, that's going to be right there, right around 11:27. French Mill 11:29, Harvest 11:33, Magnolia Springs subdivision there, just east of Old Railroad Bed Road, out by Endeavor Elementary, about 11:34. So this is a line of storms capable of straight line wind damage that will move in very quickly. So that's about less than an hour from now. That's just how fast these storms are moving. We'll continue to watch any of these storms capable of, again, we're kind of at that end now where we get this possible isolated developing tornado that's basically here and gone by the time the warning's out sometimes. That's how fast they do happen. As we continue down towards Russellville, really starting to converge on a lot of wind coming through. I'm going to check the Weather Service, see if we've got any reports, any new reports coming in.
I think they're just reiterating that that funnel cloud that was seen on the Florence camera a while back.
Again, you guys can find us on the Fix over in the Shoals, WFIX, and 91.3 FM, covering the storms as they come through right now. Again, we're kind of, a tornado warned storm is now north of Killen. It's likely going to start to phase out a little bit, and then we transition to this high impact wind that's coming through. It's going to seem relentless for some. Again, it's going to be like a tropical storm coming through. So again, up here towards Florence and Muscle Shoals, Lots of wind, a little bit of hail, a lot of lightning. Once again with the storm in St. Florine, north of the Cox Creek Parkway is where most of that lightning is taking place. And the wind shear is starting to drop. We still have some shear showing up in around Lexington. So you still need to be in your shelter in Lexington and up towards Loretto with this storm as it's coming in. So we're finally seeing what we call the cell merger. These storms are colliding now, and we're going to see the end result will hopefully just be a continuous line of thunderstorms down to the south, and we just kind of lose that supercell. So we'll continue to keep an eye on Minor Hill. If this does ramp up again, though, I'll put this storm track up here within this storm. So instead of moving northeast, this storm's going to transition and start moving probably more in this fashion here. And we'll wait and see. Sometimes you can get a meso low that forms in these storms. That's just like a mini area low pressure, and that can cycle through tornadoes as it moves east-northeast. So this is a heads up in case this kind of flares back up. Minor Hill, pretty much right now, 11:02. I guess it's only 10:52. Bethel, 11:10. Pulaski around 11:13. Elkton, 11:22. The Bellevue area, 11:45 or so. Fayetteville, 11:45. So keep an eye up here on Fayetteville, and of course Ardmore, you're going to be close in there as well. So I'd put your time around 11:22, right on the state line with that storm. Again, we're going to have a much better view of this entire line, and probably in about 30 minutes when it gets a little bit closer to the radar. We're between radar sources now, basically. So Anderson, the tornadic part of the storm is north of you. You still have some very high winds coming in. I'm going to switch over to high top, see if it's got a better view yet of these storms. Boy, there's a lot of wind there.
Yes.
You can see the circulation too. So there's still that tornadic circulation. It is north of Lexington. It's right on the state line. Shows up quite well in velocity, and even better in storm relative velocity. So this merger may be inducing this tornado. And there's no tornado warning in Tennessee. So I would treat this like a tornado warning here. Loretto, southeast there, towards Minor Hill. Let's see how this is coming together.
I do see tornado warning for Davidson, Sumner, and Wilson, Tennessee. Looks like the location of rotation is just west of Lakewood.
Okay, yeah, that's going to be if you've got loved ones in Nashville.
Yeah, that's the last I've seen from them.
Yeah, that tornado warning's up here. Probably moving near Mount Juliet now, northeast side of Nashville. Some of you maybe have been in town for the SEC tournament this weekend, and then the announcement of the brackets earlier today. Boy, we've got circulation here. This is what we're going to probably get into. We have these numerous little circulations like the one near Columbia, and this circulation's really increased with the merger of those thunderstorms. So
they did continue that tornado watch there just now.
Okay. Yeah, the watch is probably going to be dropped back for some. But again, this tornadic part of the storm is now north of Lexington.
And it has expired as well for Lauderdale County.
What's that expired?
Tornado warning.
Okay. All right, so I think we probably have a tornado developing south of Lawrenceburg with that storm. It's kind of merged with the main line. Shear rate's probably going to be picking up quite a bit, yeah. And storm relative velocity. So let's take a look at debris. It's probably too far to detect that. But our shear rate's up quite a bit. So again, this is just outside of the viewing area. I'll extend this storm track for this storm. Keep in mind, this storm may actually start tracking more east with the main energy coming in. So, boy. Yeah, that's, I would say we may have a tornado here southeast of Loretto, and that's going to move east towards Minor Hill. So Minor Hill, I would be taking tornado precautions from this storm. This storm has a history of significant wind as it moves through areas of Florence. We've got a lot of power outages.
We are seeing possible tornado on the Minor Hill camera, and that is coming from
Tennessee Valley weather?
Yes, yes.
All right, yeah, that is definitely a possible tornado. So we've had that cell merger. I said it was either going to take it away or it's going to, the interaction would force it to produce a tornado. So
it's on the ground with power flashes.
Okay, we got a tornado then right here.
Yes.
Headed towards Minor Hill. Need to be seeking shelter. Also, Lester, this is going to be close there. Definitely tornado signature showing up here in the Doppler radar. And that's just regular velocity. Here's storm relative velocity. So this is really ramping up. The winds are probably really increasing here east of Lexington too. And that circulation's going, it's trending a little south. So we get up here. This is along Highway 64 in North Alabama. There's a 64 just up the road in southern Tennessee, but County Road 89, watching the possibility we've got a tornado coming together here.
This is around the 5 Points and Bonnertown area for those that are familiar.
Moving right towards Appleton. There's the 5 Points Road. You get Gamble Road, Rabbit Trail Road. Again, rotation's really increasing within that storm there. So that's what that's done, is it's come through and we've got the cell merger. And sometimes you can get a significant tornado when that happens. So Minor Hill, seek shelter. I'm going to put this track a little bit more east. We don't know what it's going to do down the road. So
we do have a tornado warning for
there it is, tornado warning.
Giles and Lawrence County. This is producing a tornado located 7 miles northeast of Lexington, 14 miles south of Lawrenceburg, moving northeast. That thunderstorm is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
Yeah, and their polygon has it moving northeast. However, I will tell you, the line is going to start moving east. So that storm's been moving northeast all evening, but now that this line is coming through, I'm going to move this a little bit more south. Elkton, again, I'm not saying you're going to get a tornado, but I'm saying all that wind's going to come through Elkton, and that's going to be around 10, actually 11, probably closer to 11:20. Minor Hill around 11 o'clock, and right now it's 2 minutes, so it's moving into Minor Hill pretty much right now. You need to be taking your tornado precautions there. Bellevue, 11:51. Fayetteville just before midnight. Again, we're watching these areas here to the north, and we'll wait and see what happens along this entire line. So they do have they confirmed that tornado, you say?
I believe so. The new tornado warning, that circulation near Minor Hill.
There was a slight debris signal. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. It's heading in the direction of Pulaski as they are tracking.
Yep. So Pulaski, you should be seeking shelter as well. Now let's get back into North Alabama. That tornado warning is set to expire here. Right now the main threat is going to be strong gusty winds coming in from the west. These are going to be 50, maybe 60 to 70 miles per hour. We're still seeing strong inflow into that storm in southern middle Tennessee. Take a look at the radar, and then I'm going to put the lightning back on. Lightning's always a good indicator, yeah. Most of the lightning's with that storm there. And we've got a lot of lightning here near Russellville too. I'm going to take a closer look of a well-defined area here. And that's the thing, you're going to get a little bit better data the closer to the radar you are. So Red Bay, your severe threat's just about over. Belmont and Mississippi, it's over. But there's still some gusty winds behind all of this. The initial severe threat moving towards Hodges now, Phil Campbell, Rockwood, Russellville, Hackleburg. Look up velocity. Yeah, not going to tell us a whole lot here, just the orientation of it. But we're likely looking at 50 to 60 mile per hour isolated winds. It's not a big wall of wind, at least the wall of wind's probably 35. So there'll be a big surge, and within that surge of wind, we will have to watch for those circulations that develop along it. So again, this all tracking to the east. Muscle Shoals, probably the worst of it coming through right now on the way towards Leeton, Rogersville, Cortland, Old Bethel, Littleville, Hatton. The way this is shaping up, this looks just a lot more like high winds, low end tornado threat with this. The tornado threat's just across the state line. Those are kind of patterns we look for as these storms move through. Very strong winds on the west side of Russellville, also towards the Sheriff's Department there on Highway 43 south of town, a little shower coming through, but the heaviest rain, the highest wind just out to your west. And as we were mentioning, all along areas, even 40 miles or so from this line, the winds are funneling. They're getting stronger as this front gets closer, and that's why you're probably hearing more howling of the wind. We've had some more trees down well in advance of all this. And we're also dealing with a lot of lightning out here just off to our west. So those winds were expected. They are moving through now. Another update here. Take a look at the closer radar. Just want to make sure nothing's kind of sneaking down into the area. And that may be over with. That tornado may be gone. Well, it still has some rotation in just to the west of Miner Hill and southern Giles County. Still a lot of lightning with that storm. Let's see if the debris signature pops anything up. And that we kind of a subtle debris signature pop up right there, and it's kind of still in that area, but again, it's not strong. And the shear rate's still fairly high. Western Miner Hill, again, moving towards Pulaski, but we're keeping our eyes on Elkton as well, as this is going to start moving more to the east, the northeast. It's kind of just a classic cell merger there. So Anderson, heavy rain coming through, high winds, a little bit of small hail. I think the hail is probably not going to be as big of an impact as it was with the supercell thunderstorm, as we deal with mainly a line of storms. Take a look at velocity in these areas. Just a lot of wind. A lot of wind throughout the entire area.
I think a couple of comments too are still reporting some large power outages around Lauderdale County, so that is still to be expected with this storm setup. But that is one thing we were most concerned about going into this. At the very least, we would get some of this wind damage and also power outages going into the storm tonight. So again, for the areas that haven't quite seen the band of storms make it into their area just yet, make sure you are charged up. This is an opportunity to get those portable chargers all together, flashlights just in case, because we are still seeing these power outages for quite a few areas.
Yeah, earlier with that storm, the one that they put another warning out for up towards Pulaski, Highway 64 in Lauderdale County, amateur radio reports a possible tornado touching down there. So again, that would be along Highway 64 in Lauderdale County. That was earlier with that storm. It's now gone north. Power lines down on Charity Lane in Hazel Green. Again, these are those gravity-induced winds, pressure gradient winds, they'll call them.
So from a lot of our utility sources, that's about 6K, I believe, 6,000 folks without power in the Florence area. And then here in Huntsville, we are seeing about 2,000 without power. And that's from those winds, like we mentioned earlier, ahead of this, seeing the winds pick up for the day.
Yeah. Again, this is going to continue to come at us. This will last through about 3 o'clock in the morning as this tracks to the east and eventually into Georgia. I would say by midnight tonight, the tornado watch will be canceled for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties. And in fact, I think your threat of severe weather is probably over. And after this storm's over in Florence and Tuscumbia, the severe threat's over. So if you're losing power, you're concerned with another round, this is it. This will be the only round we see for the rest of the night through the early morning hours, and it may shut off as early as, say, 2 o'clock in the morning. But just west of Russellville, a lot of lightning with this out towards Big Bear Creek and Phil Campbell. It's all on the way. So the winds are increasing out of the south, but you're going to get this gust of wind coming due west behind this line of storms that's going to be capable of damaging winds. So we're talking fences, shingles, trampolines, things like that. So anything that you can secure, you can do so safely. Now it's kind of your last chance at that. So a very stout line here coming in, lots of rain, very frequent lightning. And the rain and the thunder will likely continue well past this initial line of storms, the way the atmosphere is set up. And a lot of times you'll get good acoustics out there, you want to call it, so you can just kind of hear the thunder rolling through much of the night tonight. I'm going to go ahead and get my clicker back here.
I think they have also extended that severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for Franklin and Lawrence counties. This has been extended till around 11:15, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, they do have a tornado possible tag on that.
Yes, as well.
And that's just there's so much wind shear coming in here. And I'm looking at the radar, how fast everything's moving on the front edge. Got a tree across the road, east side lane, Huntsville.
Yeah, a lot of that wind is starting to pick up over in this area.
Yeah, I'm going to check back into Memphis, see what has been going on there, and lots of wind damage reports. 11:15 on the 11th. 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 11:15 on the 11
Our Florence camera at least is starting to lighten up, so it's really just wet outside for the moment as it starts to pass over those areas. But of course, we haven't made it to a lot of our central communities just yet. So as this continues, we're probably going to incur more power outages. Like I mentioned a moment ago, I believe about 2,000 folks in the Madison County area are already without power. So we're seeing wind speeds picking up ahead of this, but we anticipated that happening throughout the day. Still seeing some Florence lightning out that way as well, but we're expecting to see power outages over the night. So again, if you haven't charged any of your devices, do so now if it has not reached your area just yet. I have seen a lot of comments of folks checking in to say that they are without power currently. So make sure you have weather radios as well. You can also get us on several radio stations that are carrying us at the moment. I believe Fix is one of them we've mentioned, and 96.9 for sure. But as we go through the rest of tonight, we're expecting to see a lot of those power outages. That's a bigger concern. And then going into tomorrow morning, still seeing a good deal of those wind gusts as we go into your Monday morning as well. And then flurries alongside that. So snow flurries. Gradient winds ahead of this line are about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So that's confirmed, and it is likely the cause of trees being down here in Madison County.
Yeah, we're going to continue to see more and more reports. I was just kind of looking at the Weather Service office in Memphis, and their warning authority stops the Alabama state line, and there's numerous reports of trees down, and we're going to see more and more of that as the night progresses because this line is accelerating to the east, and that forward movement could reach 65 to 70 miles per hour, just the movement of the storms. Still concerned with this storm out here. It's produced a tornado. I've got a track more to the south than the Weather Service does because this line is moving more to the east. So that's why I've got Fayetteville in here, 11:38. So about 30 minutes from now, you could see damaging winds at the least here in Fayetteville, Bellevue around 11:39, Huntland right around midnight. So Winchester, Thames Ford Lake, some of you may be up there on spring break. And just keep in mind, this storm's coming through, a lot of lightning, and it's starting to show a classic little bit of a hook or a notch there, and it could move southeast too. So Ardmore, you're not quite out of play here, and neither is Bethel, because the line kind of surges out just a bit to the east, and the line has actually started to turn southeast over time. So again, I don't want to complicate things here, but just let you know, currently you're not under any warnings here in Lincoln County, the way it looks now. I'll expand the view out. Yeah, the warnings kind of stop on the Giles County line there. So what we have here south of Pulaski, north of Ardmore, is there was a confirmed tornado earlier. It's kind of reforming here, and hopefully we're just looking at some straight line wind, but I mean that straight line wind could be fairly significant with that storm. This storm's had a history of damage. So again, we're starting to see the significant rotation down just a little bit, but the shape the radar is taking, whenever you get this little notch out here, it's now east of Minor Hill. Leicester, the wind's picking up there, and notice how this has dropped south a little bit too. As you get from Anderson, that leading edge here has dropped to the south just a little bit. So still concerned south of Pulaski. Again, that may end up closer to the state line over time. It's definitely got a classic look to possible tornadoes hiding in there.
I think they do have a tornado warning issued in effect till 11:45 for that southern portion of Giles County, like you just mentioned.
Okay. Yeah, so again, that is that tornado warning part of the storm, but they've got it moving more northeast. I think it's actually going to move a little bit closer. It's going to track a little bit more east here over time, just because the main forcing is from the west. So we'll continue to monitor that for you folks in Fayetteville. Again, could be in town in about 30 minutes, so around 11:40 or so. Muscle Shoals, still some heavy rain. A lot of lightning going on, but the threat of severe weather is winding down very quickly, and the lightning not as intense as it was a little while ago. I'll do an extended storm track coming up here in just a second, but I kind of want to run down this line here. Killing, heavy rain, lightning, and any of these storms could produce a quick spin-up tornado. Again, those would be probably closer to EF0 based on what I'm seeing here, but just the momentum, the twisting of the wind. Russellville bearing in on Russellville right now. Rockwood down to Phil Campbell, moving close to Old Bethel, eventually Hatton and Moulton. A lot of wind here with this storm, very heavy rain. Not seeing any significant wind shear in here. Well, there's a lot of wind shear, but not seeing any mesocyclones or anything like that. This could be one of those events where we're kind of close to it until this line reaches Sand Mountain, and then we start to see more circulations and more tornado warnings with that. So let me put a track on here.
Severe thunderstorm warning for south central Colbert County, Franklin County, and southwestern Morgan County, as well as Lawrence County, and that's until midnight. So this is just a reissue and extension for a couple of counties as well.
I'm going to move that about 62 miles per hour. Thanks, Jada. Okay, so this storm here, we've got Joe Wheeler State Park pretty much right now, Rogersville 1114, and I'm tracking high wind here. A lot of rain, smaller hail. Old Bethel around 1115, and once this storm moves through, that'll be the end of your severe weather threat. Lucy's Branch Marina 1121, Coxsey 1122, Elkmont 1123, Lawson 1131, Athens 1133, Trinity around 1137, Tanner at 1137, Canebrake, that's on the east side of Athens, that's going to be right around 1138, and eventually Harvest, Monrovia, Madison, the west side of Huntsville, that'll be coming in just before midnight. Tonight, the current time is 11:12 here on a Sunday night.
There's also a tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning for our Tennessee counties, Franklin, Lincoln, and more.
Yep, that's what I was talking about right there. It's this area coming in from Pulaski. You're now under severe thunderstorm warning. This includes the Thames Ford Lake area. I put a storm track out there just a few minutes ago. It's the area we're watching. It's just south of Pulaski. So Pulaski, right now you're probably seeing, well, you're definitely seeing a lot of lightning, some smaller hail, potentially nickel size though, and the tornado threats to your south. So that's going to be up here just Elkton. I would definitely take shelter from this Elkton, especially if it turns a little bit more to the south with that. There's still, it's not as pronounced as it was earlier, but anytime you got this much wind shear and you got little things like this on the outer edge, you want to watch. But again, these are usually EF0 variety. The overall wind in the storm may be producing more damage than the EF0 tornado. Again, threat of severe weather is over across far western Colbert County and northwestern Lauderdale County. However, the winds may continue to howl for most of the night. Down here to the west of Cortland, we continue to watch. There's just a line, and if it was daylight, you would see a large shelf cloud all across the area. The lightning's picking up in Russellville. We're going to know here pretty soon what's going on with these storms. Let me take a look at the weather service here. Let's see, 1 foot tree limbs in the road. This is going to be, they don't really give a good location on here. Tennessee Highway 11, Alabama Highway 207, near the state line. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so again, that's what that other storm, I think that's probably south of Pulaski by now. But everything's kind of going as advertised. The only kind of thing that changed would come out this afternoon about the supercell storm that ended up moving through Florence. We're still trying to get information on if any damage has been done from that storm. But I will tell you, there's a lot of power outages out there. 6,000, I think, without power.
Now at 8.
Now 8,000 without power. Yeah, feel free to interject any information you have. Again, we have severe thunderstorm warnings we're tracking, but you should take these a little bit more cautious than a normal severe thunderstorm warning. I know we get a lot of those as we go into the summer months, and a lot of people ignore them, but these are not to be ignored tonight. A lot of wind coming in with these storms. Take a look at storm relative velocity here as we look west. Still not seeing much there, and that circulation still not very impressive, we'll call it. That's good. That's good news there. Take a look down here. The other vantage point. Russellville looks like the worst of the wind. It's probably on top of you or just east of you now. Yeah, it's probably just east of you, but a lot of lightning, dangerous storm coming just with the lightning and the high winds coming through, probably taking out power and some areas as well.
It may be tough to see, which I I'll advise if needed to be taken, but our Athens camera is starting to pick up a little bit of lightning as well. Very spaced out, but we're starting to see that travel over. You can see it off in the distance.
More than 1,500 people without power in Athens.
Okay.
And a lot of the areas that haven't seen this rain just yet, that's due to some of that wind picking up.
These
as well.
are all that gradient force wind that's picked up, and that's been well advertised by the model guidance. We've been keeping an eye on it too. So again, that is all within this main line of storms. And the reason these polygons are so long is because these storms are starting to accelerate, moving closer to 60 miles per hour now to the east. So Florence, I think your threat of severe weather is probably over for the rest of the night. Same thing there in Muscle Shoals. And you get west of there, it's rain, and you'll continue to see rain tonight. But as far as the severe threat, it's really along the immediate front edge of this line and right in the heaviest rain. So this generally lasts about 20 minutes as it's moving through, and then it finally lets up. So just a big wall of wind coming in from the northwest. Let me update you up in Fayetteville on this storm that's starting to track a little bit more along Highway 64. Back here again, there's tornado possible tag to the actual warning, and it's for this part of the storm. Probably some hail in Pulaski, but it's that part of the storm that's tracking, probably going to start tracking more east. I'll tell you that, the way it looks. So take this out. Do another storm track here. So this is going to be just south of Pulaski towards the state line, and then moving east. I'll put it northeast just a touch, about 60 miles an hour. So we got Fayetteville 11:37, Huntland 11:54, Estill Springs 12:02 a.m., Deckard and Winchester around 12:05, and the Swanee area around 12:13. This will mostly be high wind unless this recycles through. It's currently tornado warned storm south of Pulaski. On up there towards Nashville, by the way, we continue to see the severe weather move east of Nashville now. Murfreesboro is going to get hit hard here with a significant amount of wind coming in with that storm. It's kind of got what we call a bow echo to it. Whenever you start to see the bowing segment here, you got this, and in fact, may actually have kind of a comma head to that. Again, that's out of our viewing area, but extending that up towards Murfreesboro. Severe weather threats east of Columbia, moving towards Shelbyville, and all along this line. This is probably the most dangerous part of the line, from north of near Pulaski to the north, and then we kind of have a separation here, and it gets stronger from south of Florence to Russellville. So these are the areas we continue to monitor for damaging straight line winds. For about a 20-minute period here as these move in. That's what we're dealing with there.
They've just continued the tornado warning for Giles County.
Okay. Yeah, because that's not set to expire, and it's still in the county. So again, they continue with that tornado warning in Giles County, but no reports of damage thus far from that. Let's take a look at, we can just see how far out ahead that is from the other line here. Got this other area here, track that to the east. So this area is moving towards Cortland around 11:29, Elkmont at 11:34, then Athens around 11:39, Lawson, Canebrake all around Athens around Canebrake actually 11:45, French Mill 11:47, the Swan Creek community, around 11:48, Harvest. Monrovia around 11:50, specifically the Magnolia Springs subdivision around 11:51. We're tracking the potential for high wind as this moves in. Right now, don't see any tornado threat, and if one develops, it would be probably just a brief spin-up type tornado. I'm gonna go back down here. Severe threat now moving east of Russellville, over Phil Campbell now. This is moving into Moulton shortly. Put another storm track here. Gonna put that down to Phil. Again, ahead of all this line, there's still a lot of wind. The windiest part will be this area here, though, as we take that out. Made up 58 miles an hour. So now we're starting to bring in Moulton. Hatton and Moulton. Hatton around 11:23, Moulton 11:33, Trinity 11:42, Speak 11:44, Decatur 11:48, tracking high wind potential here. Very heavy rain and frequent lightning. The Burning Tree Estates subdivision around 11:53. Priceville 11:55, Huntsville, at least downtown Huntsville. This will be actually the airport at 12:01, and that's again the west side. Huntsville just keeps growing, so it's hard to put a specific point in Huntsville. So we got other areas here. Somerville 12:03, Triana 12:03 there. Marshall Space Flight Center 12:06, Grissom High School area 12:11, Lacey's Spring around 12:12. Again, that's high wind coming in. We'll continue to watch how this evolves. The tornado threat looks fairly low with what we're looking at right now. It's going to come in, last about 20 minutes. The wind will still be strong behind it, but not as strong. Jada, what you got?
So I think we are seeing your concerns. A couple of folks are unable to watch us in a few of our streaming apps. I think they are working on getting that back together for you all. Just wanted to let you know that we are working to get that back on air for you if you're watching us via Roku or our Amazon apps that allow you to watch. So that's the biggest update thus far. We were just trying to make sure that folks are able to see us. So, but looks like we're still seeing lightning out in Florence as well. So it was a bit darker around that way as well in this camera, but we're able to see, oh, that was a lot of lightning. But yes, they're still seeing flashes of lightning in their area. So
yeah, I'll pass this along from the National Weather Service. Says based on the low-level shear and the line orientation being the south-southwest to northeast, the line is not as favorable right now for tornadoes. However, if portions of the line become more north-south oriented, that will increase the potential, and therefore we continue to watch this as it gets closer to Sand Mountain and Lookout Mountain. That's going to be around 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning when that starts to take place.
right. Let's see if there's any other major updates so far. Just seeing some hail reports over in Tennessee as well.
Yeah, the storm in east of Pulaski just continues to kind of fluctuate a little bit. It's looking more like a bow echo here. I'll slow the radar down and show you what I'm talking about. We're kind of doing this segment here where the wind is really strong and it's pushing this out. So if it continues moving northeast, I think we're mainly looking at damaging straight line winds from that storm. And the most likely area is going to be, let me just put that into motion here. It's starting to move due east towards Fayetteville. And again, the storm has tornado possible on the warning. So we've got Fayetteville 11:37, Winchester 12:07, Deckard 12:10, Cowan right around 12:13, and Swanee at 12:20. The Winchester area, again, that includes Timms Ford Lake. Dangerous storm coming in from the west, high winds, possible tornado with that storm. Right now, the Weather Service is not planning on issuing or upgrading that to a tornado warning, but they still continue the tornado possible. So I think we're going to get damage from this storm, especially in western Lincoln County, probably straight line wind damage with that. Overall, the storms that don't look like tornado producers right now as you get south of the state line. A lot of lightning, heavy rain, a lot of wind. Still waiting to get reports here. We don't have a whole lot of reports of damage from this line of thunderstorms so far, but it's late Sunday night. Those reports do get delayed quite some time. So again, I think we said 6,000 people without power now in Florence.
More than 8,000.
More than 8,000 now without power out in Florence. It just keeps jumping. So again, there's more lightning out there. Again, that's dangerous for the power crews to be out there. It's still windy. So it may be some time before the power gets restored in many areas, maybe even tomorrow morning or even later in some cases. It just depends on how big the outage is and what was damaged, right? So you get the south side of Muscle Shoals, lightning pretty intense, moving towards Cortland, Old Bethel, and Hatton. Eventually, Moulton, you'll be dealing with a lot of wind, probably 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts coming with these storms as they will bear down on you here in the next 15, 20 minutes. And as I mentioned earlier, usually the height of this storm coming through lasts about 20 minutes. Then it's gone. It's over with. So we're probably still, I would say at midnight, they may be able to drop Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin County from this tornado watch. It goes till 3 o'clock in the morning. By 3 o'clock in the morning, it's very likely this is going to be way east of us. In fact, let me give you a little bit more information. We're going to go ahead and switch over. I'm going to show you the model guidance here. And what you see here in the kind of the white, those are areas where it's indicating this rotational shear, and we've seen that. There's a lot of wind shear, but I don't think this will continue. But what we will watch is areas here towards Sand Mountain and Lookout Mountain. So here's around midnight tonight. You see the lines pretty well forecast here. Notice how these arrows really start to increase right ahead of the main line, and those are those gradient winds that are causing power outages and knocking down trees. And we'll see what the model guidance has as we go forward. Go closer to like 1 o'clock. You can see around 1 o'clock, we've got this line from Scottsboro just east of Winchester. And by 1 o'clock, it looks like the severe threat's going to be over for Huntsville, Coleman, Fayetteville, probably Winchester to the west, but we're still going to be dealing with some rain. So it's Scottsboro, Albertville, right around 1 o'clock in the morning, and this will eventually track to the east. May see some development near Gadsden out ahead of this main line, and I'll take it forward a little bit more so you can kind of see what happens. I know a lot of your questions are probably, when's it going to be to my place, right?
Yes.
So try to answer that. So we've got this in Fort Payne probably just before 2 a.m. So that's where we're going to watch this potential for the Sand Mountain magic stuff, we call it. And they research this a lot. So what happens is, as this wall of wind and the thunderstorms approach, they're forced to rise. And sometimes when it rises, you get a lot different structures here in elevation, and that is what can lead the boundary layer there to produce these spin-up tornadoes. So we'll keep watching it. So based on what I'm looking at here in the model guidance, it looks like everything's going to kind of go as planned and be over around 3 o'clock in the morning. So still have several hours away, I know. So we go back to analysis mode here. And it's just a powerful line of storms moving east and continuing to move to the east. Right now crossing into Limestone County, just south of Anderson. Still watching this storm. Actually, looks like we've got an outflow boundary. I'm going to switch more colors on the radar here just to get a better view of it.
And in the meantime, tornado warning for southeastern Giles County canceled.
Gotcha. Yeah, it moved out. It has moved out of the county. So, let's see if I can put more colors on there. Yeah. So what we're seeing here is most likely an outflow boundary coming out of the thunderstorm. So the winds are probably really gusting here in Elkmont. And I'll kind of draw it on here. So this is the rain coming out of these thunderstorms to the north, or probably behind that supercell as it was absorbed, is putting out this big gust of wind that's tracking to the east-southeast, and there's almost a cell trying to fire up east of Coxsey right along that boundary. So that's moving into Ardmore now, probably looking at 40 to 50 mile per hour winds here along this outflow boundary. And it's going to, we'll see what happens, because sometimes it can do some boundary interaction here. Be interested to see what's going on near Coxsey, at least on the velocity here, because that's where tornadoes form. They form on these boundaries. Mm-hmm. And so far so good, but getting a little bit of development here northeast of Coxsey on that boundary. So we'll watch that closely. Back to radar. Yeah, we'll see what happens over time here on this, but it's most likely this doesn't have time to develop before the main line comes in. Usually it takes about 15-20 minutes for us to go from a developing thunderstorm to a full-blown thunderstorm, and that probably won't happen, but we'll continue to watch that boundary. Lots of wind, especially where that boundary interacts here near Rogersville. as that moves to the east. So Coxie, the winds are really picking up there, right along the Elk River, and it'll be in Athens before you know it. So right now it's 11:30. I would say by 11:40, 45 or so, this will be in Athens on the way to East Limestone. The severe thunderstorm warning has been in effect for a while here into Madison County, and it's all based on this storm, the whole line coming in. If you missed it earlier, Florence, you're all clear for the rest of the night. As far as severe weather, still could see some wind gusts around 40 miles per hour. We have numerous power outages out there from the previous storm. Russellville, looks like your threat of severe weather is over. Same thing in Phil Campbell. Could see some strong gusty winds behind it. When I say severe, we're talking winds over 58 miles per hour. There's still some 40 mile an hour gusts, a possibility with that as this all continues to move to the east. So let's take the bulk of this line and put a storm track making its way into Decatur. So,
and as you mentioned, some of the wind speeds picking up. Fire departments are on the scene of a Hatton structure fire. They are advised that high straight line winds may have brought down some trees around this particular area. So again, this is power outages and tree concerns with a lot of these high winds that we're seeing.
Yeah, and they're only going to pick up, they're going to continue to increase as we go through time. And of course, as we go farther east, they're going up the higher terrain, and that creates a little bit more wind too. As you get a little bit higher, you're getting closer to those really high winds that are about 8,000 feet above the ground. So we've got Moulton at 11:38. That's about 6 minutes from now. Trinity 11:43. Decatur and Speak 11:50. High winds. It's the main concern right now. The Greenbrier area, that's going to be 11:55. Burning Tree Estates 11:56. Priceville 11:58. Huntsville International Airport 12:01. Toyota Field in Madison 12:01. Hartselle 12:02. And we're looking at Triana at 12:05. Marshall Space Flight Center 12:06. Somerville down here in Morgan County, we're talking 12:07. Falkville 12:10. And Grissom High School at 12:13. That's with this advancing line of storms. A little bit more development going on here out towards Newmarket. Right now, nothing to be real concerned with, but it's really starting to flare up here. More activity, more rain. Take a look at Fayetteville again for you. Again, this continues to have a tornado possible tag, but the velocity really doesn't back up tornado. At least it didn't. It doesn't anymore. It looks like that circulation has fallen apart. However, there's still a lot of wind on the west side of Fayetteville here. Get in closer. These are probably 60 mile per hour winds moving east along Highway 64, and they will be in Fayetteville here within the next 10 minutes. So heads up there. Very heavy rain. The worst of the winds are going to be on the north side of Fayetteville, up towards Shelbyville as well, as that continues to kind of bear down on you in southern middle Tennessee.
Triana shelter is open as of 11:30.
Okay. All right. I'm going to check other source here real quick. So, again, we're getting numerous power outages. Right now, we don't see any tornado threat within the line, but we will continue to monitor it. Right now, the biggest thing as far as change down the road, it's with this little outflow boundary that's kind of sneaking its way back in along north of Coxie. Again, you have a different in wind direction here. The wind's out of the northwest, whereas the wind to the south of it, of course, is out of the south, and then you get a west wind. So there's a lot of turning going on right along that boundary here, and that's going to be east of Anderson. We'll get in there in just a second. But we know it's there. It shows up. Ardmore, you'll probably have real gusty winds now and continue to see that.
I think a couple of comments mentioned that power was out in Ardmore, and it's a couple of folks that have mentioned it every once in a while in the past 30 or so minutes. So they've been seeing some strong winds for a good period of time.
Gotcha. Let me check. My hand tracking doesn't seem to be working. Let's see something else real quick here. So as we come in here, wind's picking up near Elkmont, just to the west of there, and that's along that little cell there. So we've got some development trying to take place there, and Again, for some reason, my hand tracking just stopped working. Let me restart it here. I'll let you take over for a sec.
Okay, perfect. So what we are seeing so far, we still have a wide tornado watch from our Storm Prediction Center, and that includes a lot of our Tennessee Valley community counties. So the deal here is that we'll see that going until about 3 a.m. This is all stretching through the valley as we go into these overnight hours. One large concern that we are already starting to see, I believe about 6,000 to 8,000 folks in Florence already without power, 2,000 that we last recorded here in Madison County, right along our County Line Road in the Madison area, Highway 72 as well. So we're expecting to see a lot of power outages with this. If you still have power and you are able to charge your devices as need be, go ahead and take charge and take care of your devices. If it hasn't made it to your area just yet and you still have things that are not secured outside, we did see a couple of comments about a few folks making a mistake and not securing some of their yard items as they should. So make sure you do that as you have time. Looking ahead to the rest of the overnight hours, we're still waiting for a good deal of these storms to make their way to the central portion of our Tennessee Valley community. Right about now it's 11:36, so we have about maybe 10 to 15 minutes when it starts to creep into that area. As we go through the rest of tonight, we'll see a lot of these storms make their way east, and we are looking ahead to the Sand Mountain area, could possibly come across some of that Sand Mountain magic that we typically talk about, where we could get some adverse effects from that moving up to that elevation. Looking ahead to tomorrow, I have seen a couple of questions about these flurries, and the expectation with those is that they are going to be a little heavier than anticipated. However, we aren't expecting it to stick. For grassier areas, that's where we'll see that stick for a good portion of communities. And looking ahead to your Monday morning, we're going to expect to see some cooler conditions. Here it goes on hour by hour. It's still sticking with a good deal of snowfall, however, not expecting it to accumulate. But again, those grassy areas could see that. And then going through the rest of Monday, still seeing some gusty winds around 20 or so miles per hour, gusting up to about 30 for a couple areas. So it'll be a chilly day as well. You'll start your day out in the 30s with this storm front here. We're expecting to see a cold front alongside it. So temperatures are dropping behind this line of storms, and that's anticipated for your Monday morning. And we'll push our temperatures for Tuesday morning even into those 20s. So it's going to be some brutal starts to start out the work week. But again, as we are seeing this in your Sunday evening over into your Monday morning, go ahead and make sure that you've charged your phones, charged everything that you need to, and weather radios are probably going to be your best option as well. We have a couple radio stations that broadcast us live as well if you lose us anywhere between now and the end of these storms. I know 96.9 off the top of my head. There's a couple others as well. Southern Torch out near the Florence and some of the Shoals areas. Good to note that those folks in that area have already seen the worst of these storms, so it's made its way out of a lot of those hardest hitting areas in the west. So that's the expectation for now. We're just watching this creep its way through the valley. So once again, that's the expectation at this point. We do see a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings start to cancel and shift around a little bit. So Colbert County has one canceled, and we also see the warning remains in effect until midnight for Franklin, Lawrence, and Morgan. So we are also seeing trees down in Lauderdale County as well. So of course, we're wall to wall as we update you.
All right, thanks a lot, Jada. I think I got our hand tracking back in order. We continue to watch new development here in and around Newmarket, east of Huntsville. These will bring down some strong gusty winds. So we have strong winds developing, and we'll likely see some of this heavier rain bring down to the ground a little bit more high wind. We've also got this outflow rain cool boundary coming in to east of Elkmont now. It's passed through Ardmore. It's on the way to Bellevue, and eventually we'll move into northern Madison County towards Hazel Green. Winds probably 50 miles per hour along that. So a lot of wind. New development right over Athens. That's not severe, but what is severe, at least warned for, is just off to your west. Looks like the lightning's down just a little bit. So again, we go to the high top velocity, see what it's showing. It's still showing a lot of wind here, all that blue area. And storm relative might be better to look at as far as trying to detect any tornado detection, but that's just not, we're just not seeing any of that along the line. And I think it's the orientation of the line. So far so good, but we're still going to keep monitoring this for any changes down the road here. So once again, look at radar just on the west side of Athens. The rain is picking up, lots of wind out there too. At Cortland, the worst of it's moving through now. Same thing on the east side of Rogersville. Hatton, very heavy rain, frequent lightning. Switch radar sources here, and we're going to go storm relative velocity. Look on the southern, not seeing anything there. And again, radar continues to show very heavy rain. So this is all moving through Lawrence County now. On the back edge, we still have lightning and thunder, but we don't have any severe weather. But there's strong gusty winds, and there's about 8,000 people or so plus without power across much of Lauderdale County. So again, a stormy night is expected. We'll continue to see these storms rolling in as we continue for the rest of the evening. Let's take a look at high top radar.
Another thing to note, I'm seeing a couple of comments about schools. There are a few schools that are still in session. I know a couple of schools in the Madison City area. Those folks are on their spring break, but there are still some schools that have sent in their 2-hour delays and other changes that they have made. I believe that can be found on our website as well. So keep that in mind as you go into your Monday morning. Your student may be about a 2-hour delay going into the start of the work week, start of the school week for them as well. I think Cortland just reported a wind gust of about 46 miles per hour.
Okay, that kind of lines up with what we're seeing on radar.
Mm-hmm.
You got something?
Well, I was just going to mention the schools.
Okay.
I have a complete list right here. Multiple school districts. Jade has been mentioning it throughout the day. Jackson County Schools, Albertville City Schools, DeKalb County Schools, Fort Payne City Schools, Scottsboro City Schools, Coleman County Schools, Gunnersville City Schools, Hartselle City Schools, and Marshall County Schools. All will be a 2-hour delay, not only because of the downed trees and the storms that we're seeing, also flurries, maybe some slick road conditions. But again, a lot of schools are on spring break, but not all of them. I just read off a list, about 8, and we do have a complete list on our website. I'm sure these schools have also reached out to parents and guardians to inform you of this decision to postpone school, a 2-hour delay tomorrow. Again, a lot of schools here in the Valley.
Thank you, Nolan.
Oh, there they are right there on the screen
Awesome.
for you. Yeah, and a lot of this, went out early because they're not sure if we're going to have power, and we're getting power outages out there as we speak, and just to be on the safe side with that. As far as the snow goes, I don't think we're going to have any accumulation on the roads. There may be accumulation on grassy areas, though, which is something that we've been monitoring because it actually could be heavy at times, the snow. So that's the next part of this March storm system coming in. New storm track on here for you. They have extended the severe thunderstorm warning to include all of Madison County, now parts of Jackson County as well. This is for high winds. You've got high winds now, most likely in some of these higher terrain out there that's caused some power outages in and around Huntsville as well, but the main brunt of the storms are still yet to come. Moving into Ardmore and Athens now, I would say Tanner around 11:47. Canebrake, I mentioned you earlier, 11:48. French Mill, 11:50. Decatur, we're looking right at, looks like about 11:54. Magnolia Springs subdivision, 11:55. Capshaw, 11:55. Harvest itself, 11:55. Sparkman High School, 11:57. The Cliff Farm area in Madison, around 11:57. So we are tracking significant wind here within this line. We haven't had any significant reports, though, come in, at least lately. We did have what they said was an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust on the north side of Florence earlier. We've had some 46-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We've had some 57-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But we're about ready to get more reports, the more this line of storms impacts larger populated areas. So we've got this boundary moving towards Harvest, Capshaw, Madison, Greenbrier. I don't see a tornado threat in here right now. Let's take a look at the latest velocity, see if anything's changing. No, so good news here. We don't see any circulations or any close to tornado circulations developing right now with this line or the other line. So again, tornado watch till 3 a.m. We'll probably at the top of the hour, if the Weather Service has time, they're probably pretty busy right now, but they may cancel the tornado watch for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin County. In fact, they'll probably do that now that the warning has moved out of the area. They're probably just waiting for eastern Franklin County there. But that's pretty much it. This is
yes,
storm
they
here.
just confirmed that they plan to drop Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin counties out of the tornado watch.
Awesome. Good to hear. You guys
Also
can go to bed.
reporting a 6-inch tree branch across a road near Lexington, Lauderdale, Alabama.
Okay. Yeah, that was from that previous little supercell storm right after it kind of collided with this line of storms. So as we get in here, closer to Elkmont, very heavy rain. The lightning's kind of down a little bit, and we're losing some of that instability after sunset. So there's some good news there. But there's just a lot of wind shear, and there's a lot of momentum built up with this entire line. So as you get on the north side of Athens, probably looking at strong gusty winds. Right now crossing I-65 from Ardmore to Athens, and basically the Highway 72 exit. It's a rough go out there on the interstate, I'll tell you, all the way up into Tennessee. So this will continue to move east.
And it's been pretty strong, stretching through good portions of the region. Earlier today, it was, those watches were pressing through Illinois all the way down to Texas and Louisiana. So this has been holding together pretty strong going through these, honestly, these past couple of hours, maybe 12 hours at best. So.
Yes. And again, I think it looks a little bit better than it did earlier, at least forecast-wise. The number of reports, we're not getting a steady number of reports, so that's always good. But it's not over yet, so to speak, right? So again, we're going to find out what's going on in Athens here real quick. And then as this moves into the Huntsville metro area, we're going to get even more reports. So we'll continue to monitor this. I don't see any tornado threat here at all within this line as it looks now. But again, this is going to be a nasty line, probably going to wake some people up here as we approach midnight. Some of you probably staying up late. You spent the day preparing for the storms coming in. You probably got the dogs ready with the thunder shirt, things like that coming in. So moving into Moulton right now, on the way to Speake, eventually Priceville, Hartselle, and Falkville. But we are just tracking high wind within this line of storms. And let's take a look at the latest velocity here. Yeah, that storm continues to bow out somewhat here. East of Elkmont, south of Ardmore, Elkton. Lightning's picked up there. The tornado threat's over, though, for you in Elkton. And it's kind of, yeah, we're just, again, we don't, usually we'd see a lot more wind, even in the velocity on here. So we're going to continue to monitor this here. Velocity. So we're right almost in the sweet spot of the next red radar in Jackson County that we're going to get a lot more details as far as where the actual strongest wind is. But right now it looks like it's probably moving through Elkmont, right on I-65. This is tracking into East Limestone, out towards Sparkman High School, the north side of Harvest and Monrovia.
So the National Weather Service has officially canceled the tornado watch for 3 counties, Colbert, Franklin, and Lauderdale. So we're continuing the rest of our counties, including Coleman, Limestone, Madison, Morgan, DeKalb, Jackson, and Marshall, as well as Florence. So Franklin and Lincoln, more counties in southern Tennessee. So these areas are continuing to see that as we go through the rest of our night here. So this is till 3 a.m. For those that may not be aware, that's where we are starting to continue to see overnight showers and storms that'll pick up. So right now, nothing of a tornado threat at the moment, but they still have us under a watch because we do have the ingredients to create tornadoes in our neck of the woods. Looks like our Athens camera is picking up a little bit of lightning as it starts to make its way, but still not picking up anything significant as of yet.
Yeah, it's about ready to move right over our camera right now. But again, there's not as much lightning as we had earlier. So it's not really going to illuminate the clouds as much. So again, hard to see at night. Storm spotters are out there, I'm sure, out there right along the leading edge of this line. And we're kind of at that point where we will watch any of these little appendages, so to speak, that flare up. And if they remain consistent, like this area just north of the lake, we'll watch it. But again, there's nothing there that's extremely concerning that would say we're definitely looking at. But the line is looking a little bit better organized. You see how we're more uniform with the reds. So I still think this storm's packing a punch. This whole line is. Fayetteville, that gusty wind's coming through town. In fact, you can see that outflow boundary up there. Still a lot of lightning out in Florence too, just illuminating the sky.
Yeah, you can see it on our camera for sure.
But you get south of Fayetteville, Bellevue, probably looking at 40, 50 mile per hour gusts, and then the main line of thunderstorms still just to the west. So what's going to happen is we're probably going to see this outflow boundary kind of go out a little bit, and then the line of storms catches up with it, because eventually that boundary will run out of gas and it has no support anymore, so it'll just kind of quit. But we're watching storm north of Harvest, west of Harvest, this entire line moving east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. That alone could create some of this damaging wind, and directly ahead of it the winds are picking up as well. Let's get in a little bit closer here. Take it to the west side of Florence, Harvest, that is. So get in closer. You can see over Elkmont, we've got very heavy rain, strong gusty winds, and then Piney Chapel. This is going to be Highway 251 as you go roughly from south of Ardmore, kind of a shortcut, I guess. However you want to, I'd say it's probably not much of a shortcut. Interstate's probably faster. Athens up to Ardmore, but Harvest, East Limestone. All I see is strong gusty winds in here. A lot of lightning, of course, heavy rain. Let's see what we're registering here, just to kind of get an idea. And it says 65 miles an hour. Keep in mind, some of that's going to be above the ground, but that's kind of the leading edge. Could see 60 mile per hour winds with this moving into Harvest. Same thing on the north side of Decatur, back towards Moulton, but heavy rain with that as well. So the worst of the storm is now in Athens. It's moving over Ardmore. Probably have some pea-sized hail out here with some of these storms as well. I'm going to go ahead and expand this view and take this storm track a little bit farther east, right on the state line down to Athens, move it east, going at about, I'm going to keep it about 60 miles per hour. That seems to be giving a pretty good heads up on this line. So we'll start with
reported in Clements.
Yeah, Clements. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's that, right? This area here is what's producing some pea-sized hail. So we've got Swan Creek Community, 1157, Hazel Green, 1204, Sparkman High School, 12 o'clock, Magnolia Springs, 12 o'clock, Cliff Farm, 1205, Mill Creek Elementary in Madison, 1207, Madison itself, 1207, 1208, Meridianville around 1210. This is a line of storms, still capable of damaging winds. We're just not getting a lot of reports right now at this hour, and sometimes you just don't get them at midnight on a Sunday night. But we've got reports of power outages with this line of storms as it's moved east. We've had several reports of trees down in Mississippi earlier with the line, and we've had some trees down as well over northwest Alabama with this as well. So as we get into Athens, between Athens and Tanner on Highway 31, I mentioned canebrake a lot right here. We've got the hail, probably pea, maybe dime size at the most, but again, this is not a really big hail threat here for us today. It's all about the wind.
And you can see on our camera it's shaking. We're seeing the rain pick up as well. Our Athens camera is picking up a good visual of what our storms look like for the moment.
We do have some new power outage numbers. Lauderdale County now above 10,000. The last number was 8,000, so now we're above 10,000 in Lauderdale County. Colbert County, almost 1,800. Coleman, almost 1,000. Madison County, 2,200 people without power. Lauderdale County taking the big hit with more than 10,000.
Wow, yeah. That's a lot of power outage in the Hatton community as well, and Cortland in Lawrence County. So we're just going to continue to see more and more of these power outages, especially as it hits bigger power grids, like Decatur, Athens, probably going to have power out there too in some spots, as that's where the strong winds are. And then you get up here to the north near Ardmore, probably going to have some power outages there. And this line now has crossed I-65 there in Athens. You were looking at our camera earlier.
Our camera, has picked up a good deal of the storm visual.
Yeah, so the lightning's down quite a bit from where it was earlier, but there's still lightning going on.
There's still significant flashes over this Athens camera as well.
Yeah, you've got Ardmore, lightning's picking up there. Look at this little feature here northwest of Hazel Green. See what's going on there. See how we get this little bitty notch here. I want to see how that's developed over time. Yeah, see, that's kind of on that boundary, so we'll have to watch that a little bit closer. That is northwest of Hazel Green. This is going to be just south of Taft, south of the state line. That's Bobo Section Road, Charity Lane, Carter Grove Road. So let's stop the loop here. What I'm looking at is this particular feature here, just to see if it remains consistent or if it gets a little bit more persistent as it moves to the east, because there is that boundary I was talking about, and there may be a little interaction with that storm. Take a look, storm relative velocity. Nothing really showing up right now, so again, we'll watch that. Shear rate picks up just a little bit there though. Oh, there, latest frame. So again, that's moving towards Bellevue along the state line, probably looking at higher winds. This area in purple, pretty much right along Lindsay Lane, right near the Publix, the Buffalo Wild Wings over here. Again, there's probably hail there. This is going to be on Oakdale Road, just past Lindsay Lane, tracking down Nick Davis Road. So this is going to be approaching Magnolia Springs subdivision here with the possibility of mainly pea to dime size hail, as we go right down Nick Davis Road to the east. So Nick Davis Road, it's near Mooresville Road. Soon, as it tracks to the east, this is going to be out by the prison, for those that know the area. Take a look at velocity. Yeah, the wind's still high there. But again, this is probably 50, maybe 60 mile per hour winds coming in from the west and moving into Harvest, East Limestone. And we also have that strong wind and moving into Fayetteville, Ardmore, really all along this line. We're still dealing with the same thing with this high wind. Let's switch over. Take a look at the radar. The actual how hard is it raining out there, because it's raining hard. You can see. So we still have concern with the storm near Athens moving east, mainly high wind moving into Fayetteville. Decatur, probably looking at high wind there. But again, the tornado watch has been canceled now for Lauderdale County, including Florence, the rest of the shoals. Colbert County, you're no longer under the watch. Russellville, Franklin County, Red Bay, you're not under the watch. And in about an hour, the watch will probably be canceled for Limestone, Lawrence County as well, and up into Tennessee. But still bearing down. Hail threat increasing a little bit southwest of Fayetteville. Let's see here.
And Brad, our friends in the booth say they have some photos that they have received from viewers. They have permission to show us, and they say they're going to be pulling up some of these photos shortly, showing some of the damage. Take a look at this big tree branch. Looks like it's coming through a roof.
Yeah.
This was in Florence right here.
Okay.
We have several other photos we're going to show you. Take a look at this. Again, you've been talking about how strong these winds are. Some of them, I think you said 82 miles an hour. And this is a result of what strong winds can do. Obviously, knock down some tree branches, damaging roofs and homes.
Yeah, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. It includes Coleman County. And we've got Coleman, Morgan, extreme southeastern Madison County, and western Marshall County. If your weather radio just went off, or if you just got that alert from us on our 48 First Alert weather app, we're tracking high wind with those storms. It does have a tornado possible tag with it, and most of them will. Let's see.
Especially as we keep that watch till about 3 a.m.
Right.
Sure.
So again, the storms are moving through pretty much right on schedule. It is currently midnight, and we're tracking this line of thunderstorms is starting to change shape just a little bit. And the reason we look at the shapes, the more breaks in the line you get, the more little kinks and bowing segments you get, the more likely you're going to see a better chance for higher end severe weather. We've probably got 50, 60 mile an hour winds moving into East Limestone right now. The hail's picking up with this storm east of Ardmore. Take a look and see if the wind has been changing at all there too. Still looking, again, strong gusty winds here. I don't see any twisting winds, but that's good. So there's just a lot of wind shear, and that's really what's maintaining these updrafts within these thunderstorms. Don't see any twisting wind there. I do see some strong wind in Athens though. Let's switch over. Let's go to the Birmingham radar. Take a look at velocity of that storm moving into Coleman. A lot more lightning here in around Moulton. So again, that new severe thunderstorm warning just came out. It's for this thunderstorm right here, this area near Speake and Double Springs. In fact, yeah, I just don't see any real twisting wind in there, but we'll keep an eye on this. Again, new severe thunderstorm warning covers all of Morgan County and down into Coleman County, including Coleman.
And most of the state was under that enhanced risk earlier today from the SPC. So that was definitely something we were looking into across the board, seeing this kind of passing through the entirety of the state. And that kind of goes back to seeing this band of storms causing major issues across the nation, or really the region, going through most of today.
Yeah, they said they warned on the portion of the line that just went out in our southern counties based on the bowing segment. Yeah. So again, the lines are bowing out a little bit, and that usually indicates there's really strong winds being forced down with the heavy rain and pushing, bowing out the front end of the storm. So pretty nasty storm in Fayetteville, just to the southwest of you. That one's going to pass just north of Hazel Green. East Limestone, there's probably pea-size hail. We've had reports of pea-size hail with that storm. Again, that's not severe. That won't do any damage. We don't expect it to get any larger than, say, dime size, but the wind is increasing here ever so slightly, moving towards Harvest and Capshaw. So as we go down here and take another look at this storm near Moulton, east there, we continue to watch that for high wind. And there's a little bit more wind right on the leading edge of this. So you can kind of see where the wind, here's that high, the gust front basically. I could draw a line through here. Basically moves, grab the right thing. So it's basically moving through Decatur, down to the south, and just east of Speake. So it's interesting that we're getting so much lightning here on the back edge of this gust front.
And you can see it on our Athens camera if our TMP can pull that up for us in the back. I know they mentioned a moment ago. There we go. Perfect. But we are seeing flashes of lightning. You can kind of see it picking up here along 65. So this is something that we are seeing cross through the Athens area. It did look a little interesting a moment ago with a lot of the lightning passing through. There we go. But that's what we are currently seeing out the door at the moment.
Okay, well, what I'm seeing on radar is actually fairly good for the meantime right now. Is we're kind of seeing that rain, the storms are behind the main gust front ahead of it. If it was right on it, that's when you'd be more concerned about a tornado spinning up. But again, as we know, these things can change. But the fact, as we go here into Harvest, we've got this area here. This is actually the winds that are coming out, and they're ahead of the main thunderstorm. And when you get that, the main thunderstorm can't quite get roots to the ground, so to speak. It can't get down to the rotation area that we'd be concerned with tornadoes forming. But if this was co-located, if it was all coming in one big punch, that would be increasing the tornado threat. So I think as long as these storms keep kind of tracking east and almost southeast, we're going to be in better shape. Notice the uptick there in the reflectivity, indicating potentially a little bit more hail there. Fayetteville, strong storm to severe thunderstorm in progress, probably pea-size hail in Decatur now too. Here comes the storm moving towards Harvest to Sparkman High, right here near Endeavor Elementary. as you go up Old Railroad Bed Road, kind of where it takes the turn and goes northeast. But Nick Davis Road, that's right where we have the possibility of some hail, probably as high as dime size within that. I'm going to back this out and take a look at the actual hail product here and see what it's kind of showing us. It's probably, again, this product is delayed about 5 minutes, but you can kind of see we are getting more hail from that particular storm. Again, it's not damaging hail at this point, but something we'll continue to watch. A lot of wind coming through with that storm. I mentioned earlier, Decatur, probably some pea-size hail with this storm as it's moving towards Greenbrier. This is going to move towards Madison, Triana, Marshall Space Flight Center. Put this into motion as it continues to move to the east. So a lot of gusty winds. We're going to find out from Pryor Field what this is moving over Pryor Field right now. We got to
Franklin, Lincoln, Moore, Tennessee, and those areas still under severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag until 12:15, so a little over 10 minutes.
Okay, this out of Lawrence County, Alabama. Multiple trees down along Highway 33 near Bankhead National Forest, near Wren in Lawrence County. We'll get there in a second. Tree down near 996 Carter's Gin Road, Huntsville. That's going to be those gradient force winds.
A tree down across the road at Hazel Green in Madison.
Okay. Yep, just saw that one too. So we're getting reports of wind damage from these storms. It's a little sporadic though. It's not widespread wind damage. But as we go over here towards Wren, we can find them. They're south of Moulton as you go.
55-mile-per-hour gust measured in Decatur.
Okay, so is that
still high wind gusts with all this?
Yep. All right. So we got good. I mean, I say good. We need to get these reports so we can pass this along. So again, 55-mile-per-hour gust, Pryor Field, probably in Decatur, and again, they've got probably some hail right at the interchange there at 565 and I-65. That hail also with the storm moving into Harvest and Monrovia, probably seeing wind gusts there 50, maybe 60 miles per hour. The brunt of this, the leading edge, if you missed it earlier, lasts about 20 minutes. And then once the storm is east of you, the severe threat's gone, but there's still going to be lightning. There's still going to be heavy rainfall, but the wind, the max wind is gone. But look out in Florence, still dealing with significant rainfall there. I'm going to switch over to GWX. But yeah, very heavy rain, flooding threat, actually. When you get far enough west, and this is eventually going to change over to snow, but that'll be around here tomorrow about 6 o'clock in the morning. So, wild storm system, isn't it?
Very much so.
Let's take another look here. I'm going to start on the northern part of this line, and we're going to track it south. So, Fayetteville, very heavy rain, maybe some pea-sized hail from this, but overall, it's not terrible. But you're looking at anybody out there could see 50, 60 mile per hour winds within this entire line as it moves to the east. Lightning looks like it's picked up a little bit here in East Limestone, north side of Decatur. These storms continue tracking east at about 60 miles per hour. All right, welcome to the show, Mike. Producer checking in.
Yes.
I can hear him in here. So again, it's just after midnight. We've been in continuous coverage initially for a tornado warning. Had some damage reported with that storm in areas of the Shoals. Cherokee picked up probably 56 mile per hour wind gusts. We haven't had widespread damage, but there's a lot of power outages, especially over the northwest corner of the state, and we will likely see additional power outages as we go through the rest of the early morning hours. So as we look at the radar, we've got a well-established line of storms, a lot of momentum built up with this line, and it's tracking to the east and a bit southeast. So what we're watching for is maybe a more of an easterly movement where the storms are kind of lined up more with the wind shear. That would increase the tornado threat. So far, we're not seeing that, but we will continue to watch this as it moves closer to, say, Scottsboro, Rainsville, Sylvania, Albertville, Henniger, as we go probably into the next 2 hours. That's what's going to be the case there. But what we do know is we just had a wind gust in Decatur of 55 miles per hour. That's a lot of wind. If you haven't experienced a 55 mile an hour wind gust, it seems a lot higher. I'll tell you that in person. So get ready for that. And those are the kind of winds that blow fences down and take shingles off and things like that. The way it looks now, you should be safe in your hallway for the rest of the night if you do need to seek shelter, if there is a tornado warning. Again, these will be brief spin up EF 0 type if we get them at all. So again, I want to make sure you're reassured of that. This is going to be kind of what I would call a hallway safe kind of storm. Now, mobile homes, a different situation. Of course, everyone's got their own unique situation when it comes to severe weather. Just stay weather alert, and we'll continue to keep you up to date. Looks like somebody updated. Okay, they're starting to see a bunch of line breaks along the line. We'll have to keep an eye on these areas for a quick spin up tornado. So again, this thing's pretty much evolving as we watch it unfold here. But I don't see any real solid breaks here in the line. But
maybe south, but
yeah, I don't see too many big breaks here. I mean, there's one up here near Fayetteville. There's a break there. But this area moving into Huntsville, Harvest, Madison, Monrovia.
Still pretty organized.
Yeah, this is pretty organized. So again, there's a slight break in this line here, and lightning's increasing south of Fayetteville, but very heavy rain. Looks like some hail out towards the Toyota plant near Greenbrier, probably on Greenbrier Parkway out there, moving into the west side of Madison out towards James Clemens High School. And the winds continue to be very strong here, at 50 to 60 mile per hour in many areas. And some of you may not know you have damage until tomorrow when the sun comes out, if it comes out, right? Well, when it's light, the light of day. So let's get in to these two stronger thunderstorms here. One near Greenbrier and the one looks like it's just crossing the Tennessee River Bridge here, north of Priceville. This is going to end up in Triana, probably looking at pea to dime size hail with that. Also looking at this moving into Marshall Space Flight Center and south side of Huntsville. So the storm that was moving towards Harvest and Monrovia, it's kind of dropped out a bit. So I think the hail threat's probably over with that part of the storm. Still a lot of lightning, a lot of wind. There's a lot of lightning going on in Tanner right now, Highway 31, just south of Athens. That's moving pretty much towards the Buc-ee's off of I-65. So very frequent lightning there. Latest radar update. Watching down here southeast of Decatur.
Pea-sized hail in Flint area near Oxmoor Flint Road.
Okay.
Brad, you were talking about power outages. Lauderdale County numbers continue to jump, almost 12,000 now without power in Lauderdale County. Good news in Madison County, that number's gone down almost 2,000. There was a big power outage on County Line Road and Highway 72. Crews have been fixing it. There's now only 300 people without power in Madison County, but Lauderdale County, more than 11,500.
Yeah, a lot of power outages, and some of those will be out through the overnight hours. But crews, again, we still have lightning going on in some of these areas, and the crews just can't go out and get in their equipment. And there's still gusty winds, too, so it may be some time.
I think there's also a few concerns in the comments for some folks in the Florence area. They see that rain is picking up, but they are concerned that that may regenerate some storms for them. Looks like right now it's just heavier rain at the moment, not even seeing lightning alongside a lot of that. So as far as that goes, it's just heavier rain to go into the rest of your night. But we are starting to see the severe threat lessen for a few of our western counties. And as the line continues to move, the National Weather Service is continuing to drop counties off as it moves along east. Again, we're tracking this throughout the night. Expectation, I have seen some questions and concerns concerns about some snow flurries in the morning. That's going to be later in your morning, and that's where a lot of our schools are also doing a 2-hour delay. So keep that in mind if your student's still in school. I know there's some that may be on spring break, but still a lot of schools may not be. So keep that in mind. We have that on our website for you if you need that information.
And we also pull up that graphic as well. It's an A10. Multiple schools, 2-hour delay. Here's the list. Jackson County Schools, Albertville City Schools, DeKalb County Schools, Fort Payne City Schools, Scottsboro City Schools, Coleman County Schools, Gunnersville City Schools, Hartselle City Schools, and Marshall County Schools. Again, you can see the complete list right here on your screen. All of these school districts are operating on a 2-hour delay tomorrow. And to see a complete full list, and if more school districts add to the list, go to our website, WAFF.com.
All right, thanks a lot. Again, we're watching some of these storms getting a little bit stronger, especially the one up in southern middle Tennessee moving towards Huntland. So we're going to keep a close eye on that one as it moves east. Is my mic not on?
I don't think so. I think you may have lost, your batteries may have lost power. So
Ryan's going to turn on his microphone.
My mic is on. I'm on mic
Oh, there we
2,
go.
by the way.
There we go.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks a lot. Let's get back to the radar, show you what's going on as far as these storms. They're kind of going through phases here. And with that, we're still watching this storm near Huntland, west of Huntland, and it is getting stronger, and the hail threat is starting to increase a little bit. The lightning's definitely increasing on the southeast side of Fayetteville, and we've also got a little thunderstorm that's fired up north of Newmarket. So just put out a new severe thunderstorm warning for that, and there is a tornado possible tag with that. And I think that's just because down the line there's all this wind shear, and we could get a spin up from this thunderstorm here. But right now, I'm mainly just seeing high wind with this. There's a lot of wind here. So
60 mile per hour in this current severe thunderstorm warning issued for Jackson, Limestone, Madison, Marshall, and Morgan counties. Lawrence County has been removed from that severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Jada. Again, the main concern with this storm right now near Flintville, moving towards Elora, is going to be damaging straight line winds. It could be in excess of 60 miles per hour. This is southeast of Fayetteville, and this continues to move to the east and a bit southeast. So get ready, Huntland. This is moving in. A lot of wind, a lot of lightning with this storm. And we'll continue to watch the potential for a spin-up tornado within that line. But right now it's not showing up. Strong winds from Meridianville to Hazel Green, all to the state line. And Madison, the strongest winds likely arriving now with this front coming in. Again, front's coming in overnight. It's going to get quite a bit cooler tomorrow. And behind all this, we've got snow to talk about. So bearing down on Madison, Capshaw, Harvest, Monrovia, Meridianville, moving into Huntsville now. Soon it's going to be right over the TV station. But again, we're not seeing anything really but strong gusty winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour as this moves in. And the brunt of that as we speak is moving into the city of Madison. It's crossing County Line Road, probably some pea-sized hail with this storm. A lot of lightning though from the north side of Madison up to Capshaw, right down Highway 72. Looks like the severe threat's over for the city of Athens and to the west. It's over for the rest of the night. And I know, Jada, you were mentioning people concerned in Florence, and your severe weather threat's over. You're still going to see some gusty winds, but I would just urge you to go to bed. I mean, if you're worried about severe weather returning, it's not going to happen. There's just going to be some gusty winds and occasional rainfall, maybe some flooding, especially street flooding out there. Let's watch what's going on here towards Triana. Again, all of these storms bowing out, they're changing. We're going to see a big change, I think, in the next hour with this line as it moves up Sand Mountain. So we'll watch that. Lightning really picking up in East Limestone, south of 72, and at Madison and down towards Hartselle. We have had wind damage with this storm that's moving into Hartselle earlier in southern Lawrence County, by the way. And the worst of it's moving in town now. So Hartselle down to Falkville, eventually Somerville, Eva. Very hilly terrain here as you get east of I-65 as well, and that may impact some of this weather as it moves in as well. But really just full on heavy rainfall, strong gusty winds, frequent lightning. Let's take a look at hail. hail really has not been much of a problem. We have had it. We're probably looking at a lot of pea-size hail within this line. The other thing I like to look at when I look at this product is to see an increase. So see what's happening all along this line. The storms are getting stronger the way it looks. At least the updrafts are getting stronger within these thunderstorms. So the strongest one is the one south of Fayetteville with very high wind and probably dime-size hail the way it looks now. And some of that's right on the back edge of that.
We do have a comment in our NWS chat watching the cell in northern Madison County for possible rotation. So we may need to look into that.
Okay, yeah. Near Plevna. Yeah, we'll go ahead and zoom in there as well. So we've got a really strong, severe thunderstorm moving towards Huntland in Middle Tennessee. And then as we get in closer here, we'll take a look at the velocity. Yeah, I don't see a whole lot going on here. But again, everything's moving fast. There's going to be a lot of motion along this line. Storm relative velocity probably tells a better tale. And I just don't see much going on. There's not a huge concern here because this whole area is going to be a bit ragged as it comes through in the radar display. The shear rate's probably one of the better products to use for this because it basically just looks for rotation. And it sees a little more here with that storm in eastern Lincoln County in Tennessee. And this is mainly the boundary here, Triana down to Somerville, where we have a lot of wind. And it's that transformation zone, basically. So continue to monitor this as it moves to the east, but I do think the storms in general are going to get a little stronger here over the next hour as they continue moving east. They're likely accelerating a little bit more. And if we get a tornado warning out of this line, it's most likely going to be for a brief spin up type tornado.
Starting to hear it over the station.
Yep. Okay, north of Triana. Turn this off. You see how I have this little notch here?
Yeah.
That's just south of the Space Flight Center. So east of Swaincott and storm relative velocity shows a little bit. This is on that boundary too, so it wouldn't surprise me if something spun up there near Triana. And the shear rate's probably picking that up too. So again, there's going to be some areas as we go through the rest of the early morning hours, overnight hours, however you look at it, where we're going to watch potentially these brief spin ups. They're here and gone. And that's why we're going to stay here covering it for you as we move through the overnight hours. Just west of Huntland, there's a lot of wind with this. We don't have any reports yet of damage from this storm, but it's possible we have some damage. Okay, sure, yeah. Highway 31 and 20 on the Algo camera.
Ooh.
A lot of lightning with this storm. Again, this you kind of see the causeway there off in the distance. This is looking towards Decatur, so we're looking west within that thunderstorm. But this is where, again, a lot of lightning going on, probably some pea-sized hail with that storm.
I have seen a few reports of pea-sized hail.
Yeah, do you have any comments on anyone getting damaged, like tree damage?
So far, haven't seen too many comments on that just yet. Other than the photos that we were sent a little bit ago, haven't seen any comments on that, but still hearing about power. Let's see, power is out in southwest Decatur.
I'm actually going to go outside and see what these winds
Madison County Line Road still has flashes of power. Hearing a little booming as well outdoors. It's rough.
You're talking about the power outages in Madison County. They were below 200, but now the number has jumped back up past 1,400.
Right.
And that's a result of what we're seeing here on the radar with that line moving through the county. 1,400 in Madison County.
And as Brad has mentioned, if you're just joining us, he did step outside, so that's what you're hearing at the moment. So it is coming down here over the station. Again, what we are tracking right now, this line of storms moving in overnight, and temperatures are expected to drop. I have seen a couple of comments with concerns on that. We're tracking the cold front alongside this. But as we go through these storms right now, still producing a good deal of lightning. Can even see it on a couple of cameras still around the Athens area. So I'll see if I can slide this out a little bit without you guys losing me. Looks like we're still seeing a couple of these storms passing in, making their way to just over Huntsville at the moment. And Meadow Hills, Meridianville as well, New Market, and I will do a timeline for some of these areas nearby. I believe this is moving much quicker, but still we're expecting to see Grissom High School around 12:30 in the next 5 or so minutes, and Woodville about 1:13. So quite a few, and you may have the remote for that.
I do. Outside, I'd say probably 35 mile an hour here.
Okay.
And they may pick up a little bit more, but I think initially, because we did hear something blowing around, so that initial gust may have been closer to 50. But
so definitely still seeing that picking up as it makes it through here.
Yeah, again, this is just noisy. A lot of lightning. Again, most of the lightning is kind of concentrated southwest of Huntsville and northeast of Priceville, near Triana. You just don't see any twisting winds right now, so that's some very good news.
And the other part, we did see that break a little bit ago near Fayetteville. We're not seeing that as much now, so that's a good thing as well. It's starting to build back together to this organized line, so don't want to see too many breaks here, because then that's when we start to see some spin-ups.
Yeah, Fayetteville, I think your threat for severe weather is over for the night.
Yes.
And let's just zoom in here. The threat of severe weather is over for Harvest and Monrovia. It's all moving east. There's still going to be lightning and thunder, don't get me wrong. There's still going to be some heavy rainfall, but the severe weather aspect of it is over. And we've seen a big change in this storm, excuse me, east of Fayetteville near Huntland. Let's take a look at this here. That's the area we were watching. So again, we may get a spin up here in and around Huntland with that area. Again, we're kind of getting into the mountainous terrain up there. Shear rate. Yeah, it's picking up. So we'll have to watch. Again, if you're up in Huntland, it's probably getting rough there, real rough. Again, may get a spin-up tornado from that storm near Huntland, tracking east towards Cowan and Winchester. As far as anything on the radar right now that concerns me, that would be the storm that concerns me. The way it looks, it's away from the other thunderstorms. You kind of see what's happened over time here. You get that feature on the leading edge, but again, this would be probably a spin-up type tornado if it were to happen. I would say Madison, you're just about all clear. It's still raining. The winds are still gusty with the heavy rain, but I don't see a tornado threat happening there for the rest of the night. Priceville, Decatur, you're all clear. There's lightning and thunder out there, but the severe threat is pretty much over. Yeah, and we're really tracking this line that shows up pretty well in velocity, and it's consistently been right ahead of all the lightning and thunder. It's when it's all co-located is when you start to be more concerned with an increase in the severe threat and the tornado threat. So Hartselle and Falkville, a lot of lightning, very heavy rain. Your threat of severe weather will be over in about 20 minutes. Same thing in Priceville.
We do have a comment that says wind is, I believe it's getting stronger around Bryant on Sand Mountain. So we're starting to see those areas now, seeing that wind ahead of these storms.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to where we were when this was back in Florence. A lot of folks in Madison County were already seeing some damaging wind gusts.
The closer this line gets to your location, the pressure gradient increases and you get a lot more wind there. So you're probably noticing that in Fort Payne, all these areas. What we're going to continue to watch is what happens with this line of storms as it goes east of Scottsboro, east of Albertville, and makes that climb up Sand Mountain and Lookout Mountain. So far, so good with this. The worst of the weather so far today has been over in the shoals.
Yeah, still not seeing any tornado watches popping up other than the overarching one that we received from the Storm Prediction Center earlier today. We do still have the tornado possible tag on these severe thunderstorm warnings that were issued. well over about 10 minutes ago that we mentioned. So we still are seeing tornado possible tags with this, but again, not seeing as much of that threat as we did to start out.
Yes. It will all be over by about 2 o'clock in the morning. We're at 12. I'll do some extended storm tracks here. It's at a little 12:30 right now.
Yeah.
We'll take this line because it is moving pretty good right now.
It's right along schedule, honestly.
It really is.
Didn't veer too far off of it.
Okay, so this track here, as we get past the metro area, High Top, actually Owens Crossroads 12:40, so that's about 20 minutes from now. Actually 15 minutes. Pleasant Groves over in Jackson County 12:46. Current time, by the way, is 12:30. Aspel 12:55. Woodville around 12:49. And then we're talking Stevenson 12:58. Scottsboro 1 o'clock, so 30 minutes from now. South Pittsburgh, which is close up here to the Tennessee state line, 1 o'clock in the morning. Bridgeport 1:02. So this line will likely be east of the area by, I'd say 1:30, 1:32, at least 2 o'clock in the morning. So it's possible these storms are going to get out of here around 2:30, 2 o'clock.
So they've continued the severe thunderstorm warning till 12:45, so another 15 or so minutes. That's for Jackson, Limestone, Madison, Marshall, and Morgan counties, and also WVSM radio in Rainsville, Alabama. That is 103.1. They are broadcasting our coverage live as we are giving it to you here on the stream. So if you lose us via cell phone or via TV, you have radio options to tune into as well. Still seeing a lot of folks reporting wind, thunder, and lightning in Lacey Springs. So moving right along a lot of those areas. And yes, Owens Crossroads right about 12:40.
Tree down at 12:44 Carter Grove Road in Hazel Green. So we got a tree down in Hazel Green. Just keep in mind when you start getting these reports, the more significant ones are when it's widespread trees down, because there's a lot of trees out there. I've learned that. Not every tree report's the same, but we're going to continue with these gusty winds. Here's the latest storm track as we get closer into Gunnersville and Scottsboro and Fort Payne. So we've got Baileyton 12:39, Union Grove 12:42. Boy, the rain is really picking up outside now.
Yes.
New Hope 12:42, Arab 12:43, the Honeycomb Campground area north of Gunnersville on Lake Gunnersville 12:47, Grant 12:50, Gunnersville at 12:52, the Gunnersville State Park at 12:55, Langston 1 a.m., Albertville 102, Section 104, the Northeast Alabama Community College 108, Geraldine 109, and Powell 110. Let's take a look outside. We got the heavy rain going on. This is 565 and the Parkway. People driving, they got their flashers on. You know that they do not recommend you use your flashers in that way, by the way. Yeah. So, but
That's good to know.
yeah.
I'm definitely one of those people.
Well, I think it creates, someone that probably could comment on it, it creates more distraction when you're out there with your hazards on.
That tracks. That tracks really well. I believe they just sent out a special weather statement for Coleman, and I did see a couple of comments concerned about Coleman. Right now, we are seeing the Doppler radar tracking some strong thunderstorms along this line that we are showing you on our radar at the moment. Gust of wind up to about 50 miles per hour. They're expecting to keep this special weather statement intact till about 1:30. So you've got about an hour on this special weather statement, and we will probably see some of these severe thunderstorm warnings possibly moving in for those areas as well.
And 1,000 people without power in Coleman County as well, so definitely impacting a lot of people.
Yeah, and again, it gets colder tomorrow, so hopefully, again, we're going to go from the air conditioner to the heater, and it's going to snow in some areas tomorrow as well. So some wild weather whiplash for sure. So hopefully power doesn't stay off too long, and they'll be able to get to that. But again, a windy day coming up tomorrow with a chance of snow, actually, so pretty wild. I didn't see that one coming. Newmarket down to Huntsville. Very heavy rain. In fact, very heavy rain right here at our studios. You saw the video earlier from 565. Just heavy rain and gusty winds coming through. Threat of severe weather is over in Priceville, Hartselle, and Falkville. West of I-65, you are clear of severe weather, at least until you get down to the Coleman County line. But a lot of lightning, very heavy rain. Continue to watch these storms here in and around Lacey's Spring, moving to Morgan City, Somerville. You're getting pounded with heavy rain and high winds. Same thing in Eva right now, but there are no twisting winds showing up. Let's see.
Also have a report of tree and power lines down in Union Hill Road between Sugar Creek and Shelton. So with power lines being down, there is that extra bit of concern with that as well. We mentioned this a little bit ago, but when we have these winds and they continue and persist overnight going into Monday morning, it could be a time before we start to see those crews get back out there to repair some of these areas. So keep that in mind as we go through these overnight storms.
Yeah, and they can't get out when we still have lightning. So I mentioned the severe threats over out west, but there's still some lightning out there, and that's always problematic. And some wind gusts still may reach 40 miles per hour behind that. What I'm looking at now is along this boundary as we get into South Huntsville. We've got basically Lacey's Spring, Ditto Landing. I'm going to watch this area. Valamosa Springs, you've probably got some pea-size hail. Same thing in Woodland Mills, as this is moving east towards Morgan City and Briscoe and Allen's Crossroads. So Owens Crossroads, this is going to come pretty much across Green Mountain. Very heavy rain out towards the Huntsville Speedway.
Severe thunderstorm warning canceled for Lincoln and more Tennessee counties, but Franklin, Tennessee counties still in the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag.
Yeah, again, we're going to see, I think it's just kind of a blanket approach here, given that there's so much wind shear that we're going to get just about every severe thunderstorm warning is going to say tornado possible. And in fact, that would keep them from issuing a tornado on a very brief spin up that's already gone. Mm-hmm. That's the biggest challenge we really face here when we're talking tornadoes, and especially the low end tornadoes. Everyone hears the word tornado and they immediately think of a strong, violent type tornado, but these situations we're most likely going to have, if we get a zero tornado, maybe a tornado with 70-mile-an-hour winds. And we've already got some of these areas that may get 70-mile-per-hour winds, but the storm motion has slowed down just a bit. And again, I don't see any twisting wind at all on the radar. So again, mainly just dealing with severe thunderstorms with strong gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour, maybe even 70, but I don't see anything supporting that high a wind right now. So we'll watch it. We'll keep watching this until it's gone, right? So take a look at velocity here. Pretty strong wind here in around Gurley, Maysville.
I did see a comment about that a moment ago.
But that, again, that's right on that boundary. Yeah, right on the leading edge. So pretty strong winds. Again, these are going up mountains and down mountains, so these valleys. So it kind of skips a little bit. This is the Maysville, Brownsboro area. Actually out towards Killingsworth Cove as well. But again, I don't see any tornado threat here right now. At the moment, there's just some strong gusty winds right along the line, east of Brownsboro, north of Gurley. So we have the boundary that continues to move east. Lightning picking up in Newmarket, probably some pea-sized hail there. Very heavy rain. Fayetteville, you're all clear. Winchester, you'll be all clear here in about 30 minutes. West side of Huntsville, I think we're looking pretty good. You get from the Parkway, at least 565 in the Parkway north and west. I think you're all clear out towards Capshaw, Harvest, even Madison. The south side of town, probably still looking at 20 more minutes or so for this storm to get out of here. Some gusty winds in here. This area here, let's watch that. Just north of Ditto Landing, just south of Grissom High School. It's not that strong, but there is a bit of a bowing segment here, so let me put that in motion. Again, this is on the Parkway, south of Grissom High School, south of Lily Flag, and between there and Ditto Landing. They're pretty much going up Green Mountain. We'll watch this as it moves east. Shear rate. Nah, something just picked up there, I think. It's gone. Yeah, kind of still there. We'll watch it. But right now, I see just a lot of wind coming through. Lots of wind on the way to Scottsboro. I'll do another extended storm track here. This main boundary coming in. I need to click off the screen here. Yeah, that area near Gurley still kind of showing up, flaring up with a little bit more light blue. Same thing right along the Parkway in South Huntsville, but again, these look fairly benign right now. So let's extend these storm tracks. That's what I wanted to do. Any other updates, Nolan?
Coleman County power outages now above 2,000. We've been reporting this all evening. Lauderdale County, still more than 11,000 people without power. Madison County now at 1,500. Those are the three main counties that have power outages.
All right. Yeah, thanks a lot. Oh, there'll be more, especially some of these rural areas may not quite get reported as evenly as some of the bigger metro areas. But we continue to watch these storms move through Gurley on the way to Princeton, Pleasant Groves, Woodville, Paint Rock. And the area moving towards Owens Crossroads, we'll watch that south of Hampton Cove, down to Lacey's Spring, across the Whitesburg Bridge. Very heavy rain, intense lightning going on, probably some pea-sized hail. And that's also moving towards Morgan City. And you get down to Eva, probably some pea-sized hail on the east side of town. Severe threat is over for Falkville, Hartselle, Priceville, Decatur. But there's still going to be lightning. There still will be lightning and heavy rainfall until it all finally tapers off. But let's check on other areas. So we got severe thunderstorms that continue all the way down to Tuscaloosa. We'll take a look at Tuscaloosa in just a second. They might be on spring break though. I think Auburn's on spring break. I don't keep track of them as much as I used to. What's that?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe they're on spring break. And from what I've seen, I just actually dipped over into that chat a moment ago. They haven't seen many damage reports at the moment. So I believe that was about 10 or so minutes ago that they reported they haven't seen damage reports, but they do have a few tornado watches going into central Alabama. So quite a few counties listed in this, including Tuscaloosa County.
Yeah, they are under that tornado watch, severe thunderstorm warning out for Tuscaloosa, and the storm's kind of coming in from the northwest. So that's actually a good trend because when you're dealing with the wind shear, the line movement, and that's the Weather Service was talking about that earlier too, if it's moving due east, then usually it's a bit more concerning. So everything's been kind of moving a little bit south of east, even around here. And that's one of the reasons we're just primarily looking at a lot of wind, very heavy rain, and we'll just have to continue to watch for line breaks here as this moves through. Take a look at Gurley here real quick. Yeah, there's not much to that. There's wind. There's a lot of wind out there, but I don't see any twisting wind. Same thing with this Owens Crossroads storm. Yeah, I mean, they don't look as intense as they did earlier. I mean, there's a lot of rain here, but we're not getting widespread power outages. We're not getting damage reports. We are watching, again, we're just watching along this line, which is going to be kind of Owens Crossroads. But that's along the gust front. You're always going to get a lot of junk basically showing up. So again, it's really, the velocity data is not much good in that situation. But once again, we've been in continuous coverage since, about 8:45, 9 o'clock?
Roughly.
And we've had some damage. Most of that has been confined to the northwest corner of the state. Occasionally we'll get reports of a tree down here and there. We'll get some 55 to 60 mile per hour wind gust reports coming in. Power outages have been the biggest challenge tonight, and some of that's due to lightning, some of it's due to those gradient winds ahead of the main line, which continue to pick up from Albertville up to Scottsboro and over to Fort Payne. And some of it's due to lightning strikes hitting substations and things like that. It's possible we did have a tornado at some point as the storm moved near Florence and to the north of Anderson and up into southern Middle Tennessee. That was as close as we've been to having a tornado today. That and the storm south that ended up south of Pulaski, moving east-northeast.
DeKalb is now in that tornado, thunderstorm warning with the tornado tag.
All right, that's going to be for this storm coming in. So we now have severe thunderstorm warning for DeKalb County, all the way into Jackson County, so it's covered all the way to the state line. And I'm going to go ahead and read that warning just in case they kind of change the speed of these storms.
I think it's still about 60 miles per hour. This is until 1:45, so again, an hour run on this one as well.
Yeah, they have them moving east at 45, but I still think they're moving faster than that because we've basically been doing that. So again, they're expecting wind gusts around 60 miles per hour, penny-size hail a possibility, and we're looking at Scottsboro, Fort Payne, Rainsville, Bridgeport, Henniger, Stevenson, Sylvania, Owens Crossroads, Fife, and Hollywood. Again, they've got the tornado possible tag, but again, we're not seeing any of that right now. So that's kind of a future heads up. Hey, there's a lot of wind shear. We'll keep an eye on this. Tree on a structure, tree on a house, Thomas Road, Huntsville. So we're getting some sporadic damage here with the storms. We'll continue. I think we're probably going to see a slight increase in some of the wind shear. And the other challenge we're going to have, I see this every time, is eventually this line is going to be, missed my pencil again. What's going to happen is the radar's here, and eventually, that should do it. Eventually, the radar beam is going to be due south of these storms as they're moving east, and you're going to see more of what looks like rotation. So two things may happen. We may get that, what we call Sand Mountain magic. It's nothing to be excited about. It just means the interaction, the terrain can sometimes create more wind shear, and it causes the storms to deviate a little bit, and we get spin up tornadoes with that. So that's one thing we're watching. And the other thing is this line of storms just continues to kind of plow to the east. It does look like this part of the storm is moving a little bit more east of the main line, so we'll have to watch that as this all tracks to the east at least 45 to 60. I'm thinking that at times it's like 60 miles an hour. So there's that warning. That's until 1:45. So by 2 o'clock, most of this line should be into Georgia, and then we can all get to bed. So again, we're tracking a line of thunderstorms, more intense part here as you get from Princeton to Pleasant Groves. And if we're going to have any rotation, it would be developing somewhere around Pleasant Groves here east of Gurley.
We're also dropping those tornado watches for Lawrence, Limestone, Coleman, DeKalb, Franklin, these are the continued. Canceled for Lawrence and Limestone counties. Continued for Coleman, DeKalb, Franklin, Jackson, Lincoln, Madison, Marshall, Moore, Tennessee, and Morgan, Alabama. So.
All right, yeah, that's what they do. They will cancel these watches once the weather gets to the east of you, and that's been happening throughout the day.
So hopefully that answers a couple of questions. Folks were concerned. Can I finally get my rest, and that things of that nature. So for those areas, specifically Lawrence and Limestone, you are in the clear for the moment with tornado watches.
All right, good. Now prepare for the snow tomorrow, right?
Ah, yes.
We'll talk about that in a second. For those that may have missed it, the new model guide is probably coming out too. So right now, a lot of lightning as you get west of Coleman and just to the southwest, moving east into Coleman. May see some pea-sized hail. Wind gust could hit 60 miles per hour there. Arab, very heavy rain, strong gusty winds. Also on the way to Guntersville and Albertville. No warning yet for Guntersville or Albertville or Douglas or Boaz, but it's coming. You're going to get a severe thunderstorm warning as this moves in. Everyone's getting a severe thunderstorm warning tonight. That's just the way it has evolved, and that was expected, really, kind of blanket warnings, so to speak. Take a closer look here east of Coleman. You see here's what I'm talking about. We're going to see more and more of this kind of stuff show up, which looks like rotation along this boundary because the radar is going to be pointing from north to south. So it won't surprise me if we start seeing a few tornado warnings based on that alone, just the perspective view on the radar as we go into the next hour. We'll keep an eye on it for you. We'll be here till the storms are gone. And the radar's probably going to get even messier. So east of Newmarket, that's where we have the most intense lightning going on with this. I think the severe threat's over in Newmarket. It's over in Meridianville. It's over for downtown Huntsville. Probably be over in South Huntsville. In fact, I'd say Huntsville, you're in the clear. Just south of Hampton Cove, still some gusty winds there. But I think the Huntsville Metro, for the most part, is going to be safe from seeing any tornadoes for sure. And wind gusts could still reach 40, 45 miles per hour. But I think the threat's really winding down quickly, and it's good. It's going to get out of here. May get out of here about an hour ahead of schedule. The watch is supposed to go till 3 o'clock in the morning. I got a feeling it may get let go at 2 o'clock or so in the morning as we continue to monitor storms east of Owens Crossroads, between there and New Hope, moving towards Grant, Woodville, Gurley, and eventually Scottsboro, Skyline. Heavy rain there. 51 mile an hour gust. That was up there on the bluff there in Section. Just had a 51 mile an hour gust.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, these are gradient force winds. The storms aren't even there yet. So again, that is going to be, let me zoom in here. Right here, just had a wind gust over 50 miles per hour. There's no rain there. There's some showers in and around, but the biggest threat's over here. And that's coming in. That's still to come. Let's take a look at the storm near New Hope. See that little loop there? Let's see where that co-locates. Nope. Yeah, that's the boundary. These storms are interacting on the boundary. So the wind is really strong out of the south, right on the leading edge here. And you get the strong wind coming out of the northwest. So you're going to get these little circulations. And if it was daytime, we'd probably see a lot more reports of what would look like a wall cloud potentially. So we'll keep an eye on that area east of New Hope. Also watching this area with a lot of lightning over Princeton and Pleasant Groves. The wind looks, it's strong, probably up to 50 miles per hour possible with that. The same thing just to the west of Woodville. Well, that thunder's rolling.
Yes.
Yeah, that's on the back side. You start to get that rolling thunder. The acoustics are perfect. So you get that loud rumble that just continues for about a minute. But again, severe threats over for Huntsville. It's over for Fayetteville, probably over in Newmarket here in about 10 minutes. Winchester about 20 minutes away from that. Just before 1 o'clock here on an early Monday morning. Still keep an eye on Coleman. No warning in the southern part of Coleman County. Smith Lake, big lightning show going on there. And you get south on I-65, a lot of rough weather, just mainly heavy rainfall, strong gusty winds with that. So in our area, we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. They're both mainly for this line. What's likely going to happen, there will be another warning issued. There'll be a severe thunderstorm warning, and it will include Albertville and Guntersville and the southern half here of DeKalb County. So, and take this over here, put that. So Guntersville State Park around 101. Yeah, that's about 6-7 minutes from now. Let me redo that storm track. That's a little early. I was too far away from that. So we go right here. And we track this. Gonna put it close to 58 miles an hour. If anything, it gives you a bigger heads up. But just about to move into Arab. Your winds are picking up. The entire wind field here is picking up in East Alabama. We've just got the squeeze play going on. And we've got Honeycomb Campground around 1 o'clock. So that's about 6 minutes from now. And then we got Guntersville 106, Guntersville State Park at 109, Douglas 111, Langston 112, Horton 113, Albertville 117, Northeast Alabama Community College around 122, Geraldine 123, Fife 125, and Shiloh around 127. That's with the southern storm here. We're getting really close to the radar over here in Jackson County, so we're going to get a lot more ground truth, so to speak, of what's really going on. And when you get right on top of the radar, let's see what we're getting here. That says 26 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour. So I'd say gusty winds on the order approaching 60 miles per hour with that. Winchester looks like you're all clear from severe. Madison County's almost out of it. And the western part of Morgan County, you're fine. As you get west of I-65, the threat's over, with the exception of Coleman County. Still a pretty strong storm moving into Coleman itself. But this is pretty much what we expected coming through here. I think I thought we might have a few more wind damage reports based on the model guidance, the way it looked. So fortunate that has not been the case. But again, there's people without power, a lot of people without power. There have been trees down on occasion. I haven't had any reports of any big structural damage outside of a tree falling on a home, those kind of things. And then we get up here to the high top skyline. Probably seeing some pea-sized hail as you go through the Paint Rock Valley. You go from Gurley to Woodville.
In a few of the areas you just mentioned, folks are already talking about power flickering. So that is definitely on track.
In Lauderdale County, more than 12,000 people without power. That, according to this, it's more than 25% of the people in Lauderdale County without power.
Does it have like a location where most of those power outages are?
They highlight the certain areas, but
okay, there we go. Yeah, so a lot of them up in the Anderson area, it looks like, and Lexington, and then some just to the northeast of Florence. That's St. Florine. So yeah, there's a lot of power.
And we did see a few viewers from St. Florine comment that around that time that they were seeing their power resurge and then go back out as the storms were starting to leave their area. So that is on track for sure.
Okay. Tree down on Faro Road at the Indian Creek Bridge. So that's just on the west side of Bridge Street Town Center. And that was just recent. So again, we still have strong gusty winds, but the overall severe weather threat is just about over for Huntsville. Still watching this Woodville storm. Right on that boundary. We're going to see these little things come and go until the storm's gone all the way into Georgia. Let's talk about the latest forecast guidance here. Let's go here. So we're going to go forward here. I'm thinking by 2 o'clock, this line's right on the state line with Georgia. I moved that a little too fast. So that's 3 in the morning, and they're definitely long gone, but I think they're probably going to leave a little sooner. Here's the snow chances for tomorrow, by the way. We have the chance for snow developing during the morning hours. Some of the model guidance has light accumulation on grassy areas, believe it or not. And this model guidance here would suggest that the snow could be rather heavy. So put that in your March plans for spring break, right? That's 11 o'clock in the morning. So again, this is all going to come in. It's going to get very, very cold down into the mid-20s tomorrow night into Tuesday morning. In fact, we've got that freeze warning out for that. We'll likely see scattered frost. Highs tomorrow have already been reached. This official high will be whatever it is out there right now at midnight tonight. And then the wind chill will be in the 20s most of the day tomorrow. So gusty winds continue, probably closer to 30 miles per hour. And then of course we've got the snow chance here. And then again, overnight lows in the mid-20s. The wind chill Tuesday morning will be around 18 degrees, and we will not get out of the 40s Tuesday, but we do have nicer weather to finish out the week. Just wanted to give you a brief update on that. Again, no active tornado warnings in our viewing area right now, and I don't think there is. There's a tornado warning up here east of Bowling Green, Kentucky. And
a lot of the tornado warnings that I was seeing there's still a couple hanging around Tennessee. So we do have a continuation of the severe thunderstorm warning for Coleman, Madison, Marshall, and Morgan counties. And I did just see a report of a tree down on Farrow Road right at the Indian Creek Bridge, but also a limb is on a power line with a sparking transformer reported 612 East Brook Drive here in Huntsville. So again, we were talking about power outages being a concern here, but even the downed trees that do fall on these power lines still a major concern. So once again, make sure you've powered up everything you need to go about your day to start your Monday morning on the right foot. So, and again, like we mentioned, we're going to see these continuing for the next hour or so, but right behind it, we're going to see some snow flurries moving into your morning as well. So very interesting set of weather we've got here.
Yes,
sure.
Indeed, it is. Got a report of a tree down in the Monrovia area. Again, lots of trees out there. We're going to see this happen on occasion. We're getting trees down where it's not even raining, too, in the far northeast corner of the state. So not much has really changed. Storm's about to move into Scottsboro. Take a closer look at that storm for you. But for the most part, the initial brunt of this, wind gusts 40, 50, maybe 60, and then very heavy rain and a pea-sized hail threat's there. It's not really a threat, but again, some pea-sized hail could fall. And we're watching for a brief spin-up tornado threat. Not really showing much. There's still this area near Woodville. We'll continue to monitor moving east towards Aspel. It's right along Highway 72. And the shear rate kind of shows some of that too. Storm relative velocity. Again, this is that area where we're going to start to see little changes just because of the way the boundary lines up with the Doppler radar. Because the winds are going to the east, but the radar's sampling from the north, so it doesn't ever get a really good view of just how fast that wind is blowing from west to east. Get back down here towards Woodville. This is just east of the Paint Rock Valley now. And it's that area we watch near Woodville. Let's see how that lines up on the actual radar. Yeah, again, this is going to come and go all through this as this continues to move to the east. But I'm feeling a little bit better, and I don't think we're going to see a big tornado threat here as this goes over the next hour. So again, this should be out of here. Most of us are just going to deal with some heavy rain, frequent lightning, and these wind gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour. There will be more power outages to come with this line of storms. Latest update just came in.
We are also hearing of no power in Vinemont, Coleman County. So Coleman's also starting to see their fair share of power outages as well going into this. Everything behind the line is mostly clear for now, just dealing with extra rain chances. But again, what we are seeing is this stronger line of storms tracking at the moment. And then as we go into the overnight or really later morning hours, we'll start to see some possible snow flurries as well. So again, this is close to being over for a few areas, but a couple of folks still have some ways to go with this. I know we've seen a lot of concern about Henniger and Rainsville, Fort Payne, Scottsboro. So a lot of these areas haven't quite yet seen the threat for these storms, and it's on their way. And I think it may be good to do another storm track just to show how that's going to lay out for everyone in those areas. I think we're seeing a lot of those questions for now.
All right, we'll start here on the northern edge of the line. Storm moving into Scottsboro, moving east. I'm going to put it about 58 miles an hour. So we're talking Grant 105. So that's pretty much in Grant now. It's on your doorstep. Aspel 105, 106, Hollywood 111, Scottsboro 111, Stevenson 114, Langston and Section around 115. Dutton and Pisgah at 121. You got the Northeast Alabama Community College area around 124. And then we got Rosalie, it's in there twice, 124. Powell, 126. Eider, 128. Henniger, 128. And then on into Georgia around 140. Starting to see power outages northwest of Skyline from North Alabama Electric Co-op. That from Jackson County Emergency Management. So again, power outages, number one thing here. Let's go ahead and delete that, and I'm going to add another track here for the southern part of that line. They're starting to move a little more southeast. So we got Arab storms moving in there now. So we've got Gunnersville 108, Gunnersville State Park, which is on the east side of Gunnersville, 112 a.m., Albertville 115. I would put Boaz in there around 120, Geraldine 124, Crossville 126, Dogtown 139, Leesburg 142, Center 148, Cedar Bluff 148. So that's the leading edge of that next line of thunderstorms. We're about ready to see if moving up the bluff here as you go on the east side of Lake Gunnersville, if we're going to see any of this Sand Mountain magic. And right now, the way this is oriented, I'm thinking that chance is pretty low. If this was pretty much straight up and down north-south line moving that way, that would definitely get our attention more on that. But we're going to continue to monitor this and keep you up to date as this line moves to the east. More power outages again up here towards the high top area. Some of these are going to be wind related, some lightning related. There's a lot of lightning going on in around high top, and that's moving towards Stevenson. So we'll take a look at the velocity here. We're right on the radar. And again, very strong winds here coming through. Let's see what these winds are. That might be 60. Where we get those little purple areas. Yeah, 65.
We're also saying the severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Franklin, Tennessee. This will expire around 1:15, so about 8 minutes from now. And severe thunderstorm warning for Coleman, DeKalb, Marshall, and Morgan still in effect.
All right, thanks, Jada. Okay, here is the look at the radar again. All these purple areas, those are winds around 60 miles per hour, and that's also where we're getting more power outages. There's still a lot of lightning with this storm moving towards Stevenson. Let's check this South Pittsburgh storm real quick. Not much going on with that. Again, this velocity is changing quite a bit as it moves away. Storm relative.
And we do still have a few people concerned about our area here in Huntsville. We have been cleared of the severe threat at this point. So if you may have missed that a little bit ago, we were cleared about maybe 20 or so minutes ago with our severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, that's now
has been
east.
cleared. So everything is shifting its way over to our eastern communities at this rate.
Yes, so good sleeping weather, occasional lightning and thunder for Huntsville to the west. The threat's over, still some gusty winds, and just temperatures falling as we go through the rest of the night. Here's a view into Gunnersville. Your winds are all picking up here. Geraldine 5, Crossville, Albertville, your power may be kind of flickering on and off as well, just due to those strong gradient force winds. You get down here to Arab, that's where we're getting some strong gusty winds moving through, some very heavy rain. And here's that boundary. In fact, just to the west of Guntersville, this is the gust front coming through, and this is the main area that if we were to see anything spin up, it would be along the leading edge of this line. We just don't have anything that's really peaking, at least getting our attention, but the wind's definitely getting your attention in Guntersville right now. Very heavy rain, strong gusty winds, and again, this is moving in to Guntersville along Highway 69, and then you make the climb up to Albertville. It'll be there soon. So again, all along this area, as you get up towards Sand Mountain, we're going to watch for changes with this line of storms, and hopefully we won't see anything. We'll just continue to see what we've been seeing for most of the night. That's strong gusty winds, lightning, occasional pea dime size hail, and just again very heavy rain and strong gusty winds. Threat of severe weather is over in Newmarket, and just about the only real threat is from Woodville down to New Hope and Owens Crossroads, at least temporarily. Huntsville is clear out to the west. Go back into this storm that's producing all the lightning. Again, power outages in and around High Top from this. Get north of Hollywood, strong gusty winds. But again, nothing. I mean, the good thing is we're not getting report after report after report. Usually in a situation where you get a lot of wind, you're going to know right away. You're going to get multiple trees down here. You're going to get all sorts of feedback from where the storms are moving through. We haven't had that recently. We were getting that with the Florence storm. Again, it is late at night, early in the morning, so not everyone knows they may have damage until the light of day shows up. So go back here into this storm here. Yeah, we're starting to see some little circulation perhaps developing along that line. So, gotta watch that. Let me get rid of this. So as we go forward, this is the strongest storm right now. And I say this for those that listen on radio. It's a storm north of Hollywood as you go Highway 72 to Stevenson. And if you're in Stevenson, get ready for a lot of wind. In fact, that wind is about 3 miles west of town, and it's probably close to 60 miles an hour or more. So let's get here, 66 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour. You get down here to the south, 48 miles per hour. Bridgeport, get ready for 60 mile an hour winds. And this continues all up the line. We're likely going to see this wind gradient tighten up as this moves up the mountain as we get east of Scottsboro, because it's kind of an interesting pattern here. I'm going to loop this so you can see what we're talking about. So yeah, it's getting stronger here just southwest of Stevenson. A little bit of circulation perhaps with that. So this is what we've been kind of waiting for the last hour, for this to interact here with the terrain and track to the east. So I'm going to get in closer to this storm. Let's see, 55 mile an hour wind gust, Limestone County, 4 miles northwest of Mooresville. That was earlier. Oh, that was Decatur, never mind. They just finally reported that as a storm report. So we're going to get in here and take a look at the radar. Going to turn it off, at least the loop. So let's take a look where that velocity kind of picks up a little bit. The other thing, the radar's right here. So most of this is probably still outbound. That was up there decent, but where does it line up? Yeah, so I'll have to watch this little nut, and then we just got a new update. The new update here should come in as well. So we'll see, yeah, there's the latest. So very high wind. This is right over Fackler. You get west of Stevenson, between Stevenson and Allison. This is along Highway 72. So again, significant straight line wind damage possible with this storm. We're probably going to get more trees down, more power outages from this particular part of the storm that's moving towards Bridgeport, South Pittsburgh, Stevenson, right along Highway 72. And so far, we're not seeing any of this translate farther to the south, but we will watch this down towards Hollywood and Scottsboro. Radar. Yeah, so we definitely need to watch this area near Stevenson. Let's see here. I mean, that's in a spot you definitely look for some development right in there. Yeah, it's just, and for those listening on the radio, let me get in a little bit closer. We're talking about 5 miles southwest of Stevenson on County Road 45, between there and County Road 55, northeast of Fackler. Moving east towards Highway 72. And it's probably going to track just to the south of Stevenson. A little bit more thunder rumbling here in Huntsville. Yeah, again, the heaviest lightning is back to the west, and usually it's associated right along the leading edge with the updraft. So we got that kind of displaced. So there's some good news there. That kind of limits that tornado threat. I think we're going to see that kind of stay low. But all along this line, latest update, the strongest storm is this one moving into Stevenson. It probably has some pea-sized hail with it. Latest velocity data coming in. According to the radar, we've probably got 60-mile-an-hour winds coming into Stevenson, south of Bass. And this is going to be right on County Road 45 in Stevenson along East 2nd Street, County Road 53. Let's see what the card switch, 67 miles per hour. And some of these ridge tops maybe even higher. So we've got 67 to near 70 mile per hour winds here. So this is dangerous here and in around Stevenson. You get to the north. And I trust the data a lot more than if this was a lot farther away from the radar site, because we're really close to the radar. It gets a really good view of what's going on in here. So these winds are increasing from Bridgeport to Stevenson, but then as you get down to Hollywood, there's not much wind there. I mean, it's gusty, but it's not severe. Scottsboro looks like you might be all clear. Let me see. We won't clear you yet, but it's kind of trending that way. It doesn't look as bad as Scottsboro. Most of this active weather is east of you. See, again, it's all east on this frontal boundary, at least the gust front of these thunderstorms. So as you go farther south, we don't really see much of anything from Gunnersville. Of course, it's raining hard. There's gusty winds here. I don't see any twisting winds. I don't think they've got 70-mile-an-hour winds. You're probably looking at 40 to 50-mile-per-hour winds moving towards Gunnersville, eventually on the way to Geraldine, Arab. Your threat for severe weather should be over in about 30 minutes or less. And then up here towards Hollywood is where we continue to see, just north of there, in around Stevenson. Again, the most lightning is actually the storm coming into Stevenson, and it's actually happening a little bit west of the main updraft of that storm. Another look at storm relative velocity. Looks like it's down a bit, so that's good. Velocity itself. Yeah, there's just a lot of wind now on Highway 72, Stevenson, Bridgeport, South Pittsburgh. This may eventually, let me put a track, put a track here. So the southern edge of this storm, we're talking Shiloh down the road here. So let me storm track this here for you. It's got Bridgeport and Stevenson now. I'll go a little south of there and we'll go east. Boy, this is going fast east. So let me adjust that storm track. That was only like 40 mile an hour. So let me adjust that and then I will go over that. Let's see here.
In the meantime, I did see a comment from Lincoln, Tennessee. That's one of our counties across the state line. Flintville Fire Rescue reported a tree falling on their department. They've posted photos via Facebook, but yet again, this is where we're continuing to see the damage coming out of this from those gradient winds that we were talking about a little earlier. And a lot of areas still have some of these storm threats yet to come. We're at the close end of seeing this pass through the state line, but still, as we can anticipate right now, we still have a good ways to go with this as well.
Thanks, Jada. Yeah, I'm going to get more and more of those reports. I think we're going to get more out of this storm here that's moving to Stevenson and Bridgeport. We're talking about Shiloh around 131, and then this continues into Morganville around 132, Trenton 134. And these are Chickamauga. These are all towns and cities, communities in North Georgia. So kind of extending that in case they're listening to our broadcast signal there out of DeKalb County. So Chickamauga 146, Ringgold 152, and Dalton around 210. That's with high winds coming in. As far as our area, 131. That should be moving into Georgia around 135 or so, and that'll put an end to our threat of severe weather here in northern parts of Jackson County anyway. Latest velocity coming in, still really focused. I don't think there's a tornado forming here, but there's a lot of wind from Bridgeport down to Stevenson along Highway 72, and it kind of drops off. As you get to Hollywood, we're still looking at probably 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Down to Scottsboro, but really I don't think there's any tornado threat for the rest of the morning or night, however you look at it for Scottsboro. Woodville, I think you're going to be all clear from severe weather threat. It's quickly moving east. Grant, I think you're all clear here from severe weather. The main line is just off to your east here. The leading edge, we'll continue to watch that. But Jackson County severe thunderstorm warning till about 1:45, so another 25 minutes for that. They may reissue for the Henniger area. They'll probably put one warning out that covers maybe eastern Marshall County, all of DeKalb County, and up into the western part of DeKalb County. And that'll be the last warning we see most likely for the rest of the night. They've now extended new warnings up here, severe thunderstorm warnings into northwest Georgia. That's the, again, responsibility of Peachtree City, the Weather Service office in Atlanta. So again, it is 1:20. We've been in continuous coverage for several hours now, tracking these storms as they move from west to east. Behind all of this, it gets quite a bit colder, much colder, drastic change. Upper 70s today, chance of snow showers tomorrow. Might even have accumulation of snow on grassy areas. One of the areas that may get the better chance is the areas we're tracking the severe storms in right now. So don't be surprised if you get maybe a ½ inch of snow out there on the grassy areas. We're not expecting any travel issues, but we'll watch that too, as temperatures will probably be dropping throughout the afternoon, maybe down into the mid-30s. The wind chill is going to be in the 20s tomorrow behind all of this. So overall, a real messy setup here. By next weekend, guess what? We're back in the 70s. So it'll be a short trip, but you're going to need to cover your plants as temperatures drop into the mid-20s overnight, tomorrow night into Tuesday morning. As I mentioned earlier, the high for Monday officially went down at midnight for many of us because temperatures will be dropping. Up here towards South Pittsburgh, Bridgeport, Stevenson, we continue to see a lot of wind. That's moving towards Shiloh. And that Shiloh is right on the about 3 miles or so from the Georgia state line. We haven't seen any real changes here as this is climbing up in higher terrain. One thing we were concerned with a little earlier today, and right now we just don't see any significant tornado threat, but there's a lot of wind here. There's a lot of wind whipping through there. Let's see, southeast of Stevenson. I am seeing something here though. Yeah, the storm, this is going to be north of Fabius, and I'm going to see exactly from downtown Stevenson, about 4.5, 5 miles southeast of Stevenson. It's going to be on the other side of Gunnersville Lake or Tennessee River, however you refer to it in these areas. We'll watch this area. Again, there's a lot of wind coming into Bridgeport, Stevenson, and then there's just a little bit of a spin we're going to look at. And this is right north of Fabius, Alabama Highway 117, where you it gets twisty and you start climbing in elevation. Again, that's just north of Fabius. shear rate indicate, again, the shear rate's kind of going crazy. It usually does this on the back edges of the boundary. So you can kind of see the boundary. And notice the most intense wind right now is climbing that bluff as you go from the west side of the Tennessee River to the east side. As you go up into higher terrain there in Jackson County and even down into DeKalb County, you start to notice this feature of the winds getting stronger, and that's just right on that boundary. If there's anything that would be concerning with a brief spin-up tornado, it's going to be the area near Fabius, about 6 miles now southeast of Stevenson, something we'll keep an eye on. But it's really displaced from the lightning, which is the main updraft, which is displaced farther to the north and west. Let's take a look here. All clear in Coleman. Coleman, you're all clear. The eastern part of Coleman County, though, we're still watching that. You get east of Eva in Morgan County, and that's probably the only real threat here through Arab for another 20 minutes. But I'd say most of Morgan County is all clear. Limestone, you're all clear. Madison County, all clear. And we continue to clear people out right along this boundary. Let's get back up here. A new update from the radar. And it continues to show just a lot of just noise, to be honest. And that circulation area didn't get any stronger. It's still kind of there, so we'll keep an eye on that. But again, that's just to the east of Stevenson, east of the lake, east of the river. So I'm going to go back to regular radar here. I'm just going to leave this looping a little bit. I'm going to stand out and get over here and see what the weather service is looking at some of these.
So far, 2,300 in Madison County without power. So widespread reports so far, no major clusters, but we are still seeing power outages as we go well into the evening. And for our communities that are just seeing these storms passing through, we may see and incur a couple more power outages before the night is over. So keep that in mind. Once again, hopefully you've had an opportunity to charge your devices and get things back on track as you get ready to start your Monday. Honestly, we're in Monday morning at this rate, so hopefully you start your day off on a better track than how we are seeing these storms at the moment. But looking into the rest of this morning, we're anticipating to see some snow flurries on the back end of this. So temperatures are starting to drastically drop. We're expecting much cooler conditions, still seeing a lot of rain behind this as well. Even tracking rain chances still on our Athens camera for a couple of areas. So even out to our western communities, still seeing a good deal of rain. So you may be fine with the storm threat, but it is going to still rain throughout the rest of the night. We'll see that kind of pass through in the next few hours. So I think we had our timeline set to completely be clear right around the 3 and 4 o'clock hours.
Yeah, this is going to clear out a little sooner than that in some areas. In fact, I think northern DeKalb County, your threat of severe weather is going to be over by 2. So we got another 30 minutes on that. And still just watching this line come through, and so far so good. We've made the climb up the higher terrain here in the northern part of Jackson County, and we haven't had anything spin up. Of course, we've got some really strong wind, especially near Bridgeport, and that's moving to Shiloh. According to radar, we're easily 60 miles per hour, maybe 70 in Bridgeport. So there's going to be some damage if that is the case. Again, we're looking at radar data, but it's close to the radar, and I would say that it's at least 60 mile per hour winds, especially since we've had some of those reports already. As we go down the line, it really, the threat for damaging straight line winds just does not show up as well. But there are going to be some areas. You get south of Langston, near Section, where the winds have been strong, and they're only going to pick up a little bit more here as the initial line starts moving in. But we don't have any tornadic circulations. Not that area that we were watching earlier doesn't appear to be done anything with it. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue till 1:45 for Jackson, Northeast Marshall, and northern DeKalb counties. So again, I think that's going to be out of here pretty efficiently. But we're starting to see this uniform line. It's crossing the Tennessee River as you go from Lake Guntersville northeast to towards Chattanooga. In fact, this main line tracking to the east and a bit southeast. And as this continues to be the case, most likely we're just going to see sporadic wind damage reports. The biggest concentration is in Bridgeport. That is moving to Chattanooga, by the way. So if you're watching from Chattanooga, get ready for a lot of wind as it continues to move to the east. Albertville, heavy rain, strong gusty winds coming through. Seeing the same thing in Guntersville, and this is on the way to Boaz. Douglas, you're starting to see the brunt of that wind coming through now, and storms starting to fade a little bit in Arab. But I will remind you, there's still going to be some lightning even after these initial round of storms comes through, and there will be some wind gusts around 35, maybe 40 miles per hour, and it's going to be breezy all day tomorrow. It's just going to be a whole lot colder out there. So again, your AC is probably switching, if it's on auto, to heat at some point in the early morning hours. Severe thunderstorm warning continues here in Jackson County. The worst of it's right over Scottsboro as far as the heavy rain goes. But the worst of that storm is concentrated in Bridgeport, where we were talking about earlier, north of Stevenson. But that storm's moving east. You're going to see your severe threat wind down pretty quickly there in Scottsboro, probably in the next 15 minutes. Storms ramping up, moving into Albertville. Grant still dealing with some very heavy rain, a lot of lightning and gusty winds, but the severe threat is probably east of you now. And this continues to move towards Fort Payne and Rainsville. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in and get more information here for DeKalb County, because it's going to be the last county with it we have the warnings for. We're not seeing any twisting wind. We've got a well-defined boundary coming through. So we get in closer. Line is currently 9 miles to the west of Fife, 8 miles west of Sylvania, 7 miles, I give it 8 or 9 miles west of Rainsville. Geraldine, it's 6 miles away. Crossville, 10 miles away. Fort Payne, it is 18 miles away. Valley Head, 20 miles away. So again, these are moving at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. I'm gonna do another storm track. Whoop.
And Brad, while you're doing that storm track, there's some good news in Lauderdale County. At the peak, more than 12,000 customers were without power. Currently, that number is now less than 9,000. Still high, but that means crews have been active and they've been able to restore power to more than 3,000 customers. So definitely some good news, and hopefully that trend will continue throughout this early morning.
Oh, that is some good news, man. If we can get more of that on, that'd be definitely a plus. Taking a look here at the latest storm track. Got Albertville at 133. It's pretty much there now. Dutton now. Horton storm is there now. Albertville 133. It's currently 131. We got Powell 136. Rosalie 137. 139 in Geraldine. Fife at 140. Sylvania, Henniger, Shiloh, all at 140. Rainsville, 141. Eider, 142. I would say Fort Payne, around 150. So
we do have a string of updates here. So canceled severe thunderstorm warnings for Coleman and Morgan counties, continued thunderstorm warnings for DeKalb and Marshall counties. Canceled tornado watches include Coleman, Franklin, Tennessee, Lincoln, Tennessee, Madison, Moore, Tennessee, and Morgan, Alabama. And they continue that tornado watch for DeKalb, Jackson, and Marshall. And again, that tornado watch is broad spectrum as far as our Storm Prediction Center has sent that out. So we are starting to see this shift its way east for sure.
Yes, okay, so all clear Madison County, Morgan County, Coleman County, and up to Fayetteville, Tennessee, and Lincoln County, and all areas west. So we just have the tornado watch, and if I could, I'll just draw it where our main threat is here. Scottsboro through Albertville, down to Oneonta, and over to the east. So this is pretty much what we're looking at. Scottsboro, there's a lot of lightning, there's a lot of thunder there, but I don't think you're going to get a tornado. All that potential is now east of you, and it's all tied to that boundary, that gust front out ahead of this. It's moving towards Albertville. Albertville, your weather's going downhill pretty quick. You're going to see about 30 minutes of intense lightning and thunder, and the winds will gradually subside. They may peak around 60 miles per hour. I think that's going to be isolated. Going to be some isolated tree damage, wind damage there and in Boaz, and then continue to move to the east. So this is quickly going to wind down. I would say by about 2:15, the storms are gone, and that's 45 minutes from now. So there's some good news, and then we'll all get back to our regularly scheduled program, right? Albertville, very heavy rain. There's a whole shelf cloud along this entire line, so if it was daylight, it would look very ominous as this is coming in. We still have strong gusty winds out of the south in Fort Payne, in Rainsville, in Fife, and we're probably looking at power flashes here flickering, just due to those great strong gradient winds that are coming in. I'm going to go ahead and click off of this, and we're going to get into more radar details. I've had a few more updates here from the radar. We'll take a look at velocity. Again, all these storms have tornado possible, but we haven't seen any tornadoes.
That's just that broad spectrum watch that was put out earlier today.
It's just because we've got so much wind shear out here. So Stevenson, you're all clear now. The worst of the wind is to your east. It's over Shiloh now. And by far the biggest wind is east of Bridgeport. This is all moving into northwest Georgia. So Shiloh, about 20 more minutes of that intense wind, and it'll die down. But there's still some lightning. We're starting to see, Dutton, Henniger, Sylvania, Eider, down to Rainsville. The gust front's approaching. I don't see any severe weather for Scottsboro. There's a lot of lightning there, strong gusty winds, but the boundary has passed to your east. As far as hail threat goes, let's check on that. We haven't had a lot of hail. We weren't expecting a lot of hail. There's probably pea-size hail within this line of storms, maybe a little bit higher as you get north of Aniana down into Blount County, just to the west of Sneed.
Haven't seen many updates on that either. So, still pretty good.
Yeah, so again, I think we're faring pretty well here, all things considered. The big changes in the weather throughout the day today. So Scottsboro, just heavy rain, lightning, gusty winds. And I think the same thing's going to be said with the rest of this as it moves in. It doesn't have the look that we were expecting, more of a north-south oriented line coming through. And instead we're getting this southeastward movement, which is really good because the wind shear is pretty high. Let's see, Skywarn still linked, just in case. All right. Again, checking those messages from the Weather Service as we go through, because they're kind of the nucleus of all this. All the information kind of feeds through them from the storm chasers, storm spotters sometimes as well, but EMA, emergency management, they're basically in direct contact with them, and we're also kind of in the same room with them, so we're able to give you that information as it comes out. But Henniger, it's about ready to bear down on you there. We're expecting wind gusts maybe up to 50 miles per hour. Same thing as Sylvania, Rainsville, and Fife, just on the west side of town. And Albertville north, still some pea-size hail with that. That is moving towards Geraldine. It is currently, right at 8 miles to the west of Geraldine, that gust front coming in. It's going to come in a hurry. In fact, it's a little bit closer on the northwest side there of the community, down to Crossville, Fife, Fort Payne. We expect your winds to increase. It's been windy all day, but the winds are going to increase just a touch more, and they may peak at 55 to 60 miles per hour as this comes in, and it'll be just a real quick downpour initially, and then the rain will start picking up. The wind will relax a little bit as this moves in, but there's still a lot of lightning out there. Incredible lightning here from Scottsboro down just to the east of Gunnersville, east of the state park now. And this is all, again, moving to the east and should be out of here by at least 2:30, hopefully sooner than that. Again, I just don't see our Sand Mountain magic threat coming into play right now. So that's very good news. So that's always a concern, having done this for so long, and occasionally you get surprised by that as it all of a sudden pops up as this climbs up Sand Mountain and Lookout Mountain. So overall, looking pretty good there.
And a lot of the communities that are considered our northwestern, even our central communities, everything's all clear for those folks. I think we did see a couple of viewers kind of concerned about their area, and we're really just looking into this last portion of our easternmost communities in the valley. Most of us are all clear for now here in Huntsville, Madison County, Limestone, and I think there was a mention of Florence County has been cleared as well. So right now we're just concerned looking at DeKalb, Jackson, and Marshall County as it goes at the moment, and Morgan County has been dropped out of the latest severe thunderstorm warning. So just those 3 counties as we are watching this pass through. So everyone else, all clear. I have been seeing the comments and kind of reading along as things happen, but just as Brad said as well, if you missed it, we haven't seen much of that sand mountain magic, which is good to know tonight.
Yes, and again, I think a lot of this has to do with the orientation of the line. If this is, again, pushing to the southeast, if it was moving more easterly, we'd get more of that interaction, but because the way the mountains line up as well, that has an influence too. So there's some good news there. But we're not out of it yet, but I don't see anything that's going to flare up here. And we should be able to get back to regular programming coming up here in about 30 minutes. But Rainsville, it's moving in now. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning until 2 o'clock in the morning. Intense wind coming through now, intense lightning, but we're looking at wind gusts 50, maybe 60 miles per hour on the way to Sylvania, Henniger, Ider, Fife, and it's pretty much lined up along Highway 75 as we go in here. Again, moving into Fife and Shiloh, tracking to the east. So right now on the radar, we have the entire gust front right along Highway 75 from Albertville to Geraldine, Fife, and Rainsville up to Henniger, and it'll be in Fort Payne in about 10 minutes. So they're moving. This line of storms is on the way out. It wants to get out of here as bad as we want it to get out of here. So again, we don't have any tornado circulations, but of course we always keep an eye on that. Let's take a look west of Henniger here. And it's just, again, there's a lot of noise in the radar data on that strong boundary. I don't see anything twisting there. Nothing twisting near Sylvania. Nothing twisting near Rainsville. Shear rate's probably going to look a little different. It looks at those areas. Main velocity. Okay, go back to radar. Langston, you're all clear, at least from severe weather. It continues to move in with gusty winds, but that severe threat's kind of passed to your east. Aspel, Scottsboro, you're all clear. Hollywood, you're clear. But again, don't get me wrong, you're clear of the tornado threat and probably the severe wind threat. There's still gusty winds, it's still storming outside, and you may get some pea-sized hail, but the main area of concern is with the tornado risk and the winds that may reach over 50 miles per hour. I think that's past you to the east.
We're still hearing rumbles of thunder here over the station.
Yeah. So it's good. Watch this area near Sylvania. I'm going to slow that down. Yeah, there's a little bit of a wrinkle here. This is going to be east of Dutton, east of Section, and pretty much just on the west side of Sylvania. And that's going to be pretty much, you get Blue Pond Boulevard, it looks like. And then Alabama Highway 75, County Road 47. On the north side of Sylvania, there's just a little bit of a wiggle in the velocity data, and that's kind of what we look for. But as I mentioned earlier, it's just so noisy. It's kind of there and gone. But right now, and just southwest of Henniger, it's in that same area. So we'll just continue to watch that. Right now, I don't see anything significant with that area right now, but Henniger, it's getting rough, I'm sure. Very heavy rain, gusty winds coming in, and the lightning, pea-sized hail potential. But so far, everything's going as planned. Let's see, we've got Scottsboro all clear, Langston, you're all clear. Grant, you're all clear. Gunnersville's all clear. Arab's all clear. Douglas, you'll be clear here in about 20 minutes. Geraldine, it's just now starting to move in. Crossville, same thing there. Again, I don't see anything twisting on the radar. There's a lot of lightning with this, and there's very heavy rain. Probably looking at wind gusts over 50 miles per hour, a possibility. And this continues to move into Fort Payne within about 10 to 15 minutes. So right now it's 1:44 in the morning here on a Monday. We're watching strong to severe storms that continue over DeKalb, Marshall, and Jackson counties. Elsewhere, the tornado watch has been let go, so they canceled early. The threat for severe weather is over in all those areas. There's still some rain, and again, at some point, this will change over to snow, probably around 6 o'clock in the morning. We're getting closer to that, aren't we? Mm-hmm. So, as we take a look, the latest radar update, I'll update you near Henniger. And it just doesn't, it's not twisted, so that's good. So I don't see any twisting winds here. So this will be on the way out soon. And as far as checking on the rest of the state, well, they don't even have severe thunderstorm warnings down there near Tuscaloosa anymore.
Not really.
So
I haven't seen many.
Kind of all up here.
Birmingham updates.
From here up into the Smoky Mountains, moving towards Knoxville, Chattanooga. Okay, so overall, severe threat is winding down. We have this one last little gust of wind coming in, and we'll continue to monitor the leading edge for any spin ups, and we just don't see any right now. Looks like that severe thunderstorm warning has been let go.
Yeah.
In Jackson County. I wonder if they're going to reissue, because I figured they would reissue. Put one warning out for the rest of this line, probably east of Scottsboro, include Albertville. That one's still active. I wonder what warning that is. That goes until 2 o'clock, so pretty much got that one covered.
15 minutes on that one.
Yeah, so 15 more minutes on this severe thunderstorm warning down here near Albertville and Boaz, moving into southern DeKalb County. And that may be the last. They've just reissued that severe thunderstorm warning. I figured they would.
Yeah, DeKalb, Jackson, and Marshall.
Okay, let's get the latest on that.
Looks like they're still tracking 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail. Let's see, and this is through 2:45.
Sand Mountain Electric reports 183 meters outage, power outage.
So we could very well see this momentarily. It's not going to last all the way through 2:45 at this point, but we could see this last into 2 o'clock roughly for a few of those areas. But again, we aren't seeing a lot of that potential is kind of dying down a good bit, especially the lightning has significantly dropped as we've seen this pass through the valley. So that's always good to note. But a lot of our communities,
they put Scottsboro in that warning because it's all east of them.
Yeah, mostly.
Now, as a reminder, these are the counties that are also a 2-hour delay for school tomorrow. So I know obviously it's almost 2 a.m. So parents, guardians, loved ones looking at their clocks, figuring when they have to take their kiddos to school. Take a look at your screen. All of these counties, Jackson County Schools, Albertville City Schools, DeKalb County Schools, Fort Payne City Schools, Scottsboro City Schools, Coleman County Schools, Gunnersville City Schools, Hartselle City Schools, as well as Marshall County Schools are all the districts operating on a 2-hour delay, which is now this morning, Monday. So 2-hour delay if you have a child who attends one of these school districts. It is not spring break for these school districts. It is for Huntsville City Schools and Madison County Schools, but not for everyone. So definitely need to.
Yeah, if we weren't on spring break in some of these schools, we'd probably see more and more of these delays.
Exactly.
For sure. And I believe also Wallace State Community College is running on a 2-hour delay as well. 10 a.m. is when they'll open as well. I know we had a couple of parents and family members concerned about UNA and Wallace State and some of their students. So that is also in effect. And we just got an update on the severe thunderstorm warning that has dropped Jackson County. Looks like DeKalb and Marshall still in the mix.
Okay, so they did drop Jackson.
Yes, and that's until 2 o'clock. So that may counteract this other severe thunderstorm warning.
That's why I said I was surprised
Yeah.
that they issued, they left
Seems like they may
Scottsboro in
have
there.
two running alongside one another maybe.
Yeah. They overlap a little bit in this one here. But again, the main threat of severe weather is now well east of Scottsboro. It's in around Rainsville and Henniger, and south towards Geraldine and Crossville. We're not seeing any rotation, at least have not seen any. So that's good. I don't see any rotation at all. I just see a squall line with a very strong gust front with winds that still could be 60 miles per hour. Keep in mind we're at a higher elevation over here, closer to the higher winds, so that's another thing to consider as this moves to the east. Crossville, still some heavy rain, gusty winds. Albertville, winds are probably dying down from where they were earlier, but the rain is still pouring down. You get from Gunnersville down south to Albertville into Boaz, over to Crossville, Geraldine, probably some pea-size hail there, probably some pea-size hail in Fife. The most intense lightning is south of Scottsboro, near Section and east of there by the community college, actually. Right in that area where you turn to go from Section to Rainsville, Dutton, Sylvania, Northeast Alabama Community College, right on top of them. Very intense lightning.
They are also running on a 2-hour delay per a comment that just came in as you mentioned it.
But there's no velocity, there's no severe wind associated with it, just a lot of lightning right in that area, in around Powell. So Rainsville, you may have some pea-size hail with that storm as it comes in. Probably winds around 50 miles per hour, isolated higher potential. But right now, wind is the primary concern. And of course, the lightning that's currently going on there. And that updraft is probably leading to more intense lightning there. And also the possibility of some of that pea-size hail. Henniger, strong gusty winds continue. As far as Sylvania goes, Stevenson, I think you're all clear. Bridgeport, you're all clear. Hollywood, all clear from the threat of severe weather with that. It just continues to slowly, I say slowly, it's moving at about 50 miles per hour towards Fort Payne. So it's getting ready to go from Rainsville to Fort Payne. You're going to see the Hammondville area. Henniger right now getting hit hard. But again, the most lightning, a lot of this lightning you guys are hearing, that thunder you're hearing, is from the storm that's northwest of Rainsville, right over the Northeast Alabama Community College. I would be surprised if there's homes struck by lightning with that. We'll have to watch these areas that really start to flare up with lightning, because that's a sign of intensification. Let's see. The hail potential is kind of going up as well as you get in that same area. So right underneath the big thunderstorm, the biggest thunderstorm is northwest of Rainsville, near Sylvania, tracking east, right over Powell. We're probably seeing at least pea, maybe dime-size hail with that storm there. I'll switch back over, take a look at the actual radar data. It continues to support a very strong updraft with the storm moving towards Sylvania, north side of Rainsville. That's where we're likely seeing some small hail. So we'll keep an eye on that. Geraldine, just heavy rain and gusty winds. Same thing in Crossville, Albertville, heavy rain and gusty winds, but the severe threats quickly moving to your east. Again, this is all going to be on the state line, I would say by about 2:15 or so. I think the last warning goes until, I think they had 3 o'clock maybe, or 2:45. 2:45. Yeah, it'll be long gone by 2:45.
It looks like the one that came in after was more trimmed down to about 2 o'clock.
Okay, yeah. So again, a lot of lightning. Sylvania, near Northeast Alabama Community College, Powell, moving towards Sylvania and Henniger. We don't have any twisting wind though. A lot of this lightning's on the back edge of where we had the strong gust front coming through. So they're not what we call co-located, and that's usually kind of key for severe weather. Everything's going to kind of be stacked together with that. So the highest winds are moving towards Valley Head. We're probably looking at maybe 50-mile-an-hour wind there. And then the shear rate. The shear rate does a good job. This shows you the zone of where the most intense wind shift is, and it is now about 5 miles to the east-southeast of Highway 75 as you go from Shiloh through Rainsville to Sylvania, Henniger, and up to Eider. But the lightning is well behind it. So just a stormy night there with all sorts of lightning going on. I know lightning's a little bit more, makes you a little bit more timid in the early morning or late night hours, and it can take power out too. So if you lose power because of this lightning or even the winds, this is it for the rest of the night. There's still going to be some rumbles of thunder through the night, still going to be some locally heavy rainfall, but as far as your severe weather threat, it's going away rather quickly as this all moves to the east. And again, we cleared out Bridgeport, Stevenson, Scottsboro, High Top, New Market, the northern part of Jackson County, all clear, and from Scottsboro west, it's all clear. Gunnersville is all clear. Albertville is almost there. Just got to put these storms to bed, get them out of here. Yeah, I don't see any twisting wind at all. I think we're going to fare okay. Just some strong gusty winds as this moves through. So just a big March cold front. Let's see, thunderstorm wind damage earlier. Huntsville. Again, we're not getting. Usually, we get a lot of reports from Jackson County when it's hitting the fan, so to speak. But we don't have a lot of those reports coming in, so that's good news too, because they do a really good job over there in Jackson County with the EMA and getting the word out on the storms as they come through.
I think this new, I don't know if this is a reissued thunderstorm warning, but it's saying until 2:45, so 2 to 2:45, they may be running alongside one another.
Yeah, I think they are.
But it may cut off a little early. As you can see, we still have a couple areas like Fort Payne that hasn't seen some of these storms just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Fort Payne's been waiting all day for these storms to come in, and they're finally here. And it is, almost 2 o'clock in the morning. It's 1:55.
And our timeline had this up until about 3 to 4 in the morning, so still tracking pretty well.
Yeah, I need to go check the actual timeline I've posted on Facebook, see if where that stands.
Let's see, I may be able to pull it up here.
Yeah, let's see, I had it.
We've just had a lot of
Scottsboro,
updates
I
this
said
evening.
12:40 a.m. to 1:50 a.m. I think that was pretty accurate there.
Yeah.
Fort Payne, 1:20 a.m. to 2:35 a.m. So in that window, again, I always try to, when we get a line like this, I always like to try to give you a better storm track and time, when to expect the worst of it to come in. So I think that worked pretty well today. Again, we haven't had any reports of any significant damage anywhere.
Right, I think the only thing that we had seen was the tree down on our home, but we still don't know the details on that.
Yeah, and I
just
think
yet.
that was probably the gradient winds that were doing a lot of that.
For sure.
Let's see here. Again, the fact that we're not talking rapidly in rapid succession means that
Right.
things are fairly quiet.
So I think we're seeing that line inch closer to Fort Payne.
Yeah, it's moving into Fort Payne as we speak. The winds are really picking up out of the south, and then they're abruptly going to shift to the west and northwest as the front moves in. And some people may be listening to us on the radio, VSM over there.
Mm-hmm. They in Rainsville have been.
And we've also got coverage on Southern Torch over there, I do believe, as well, out of Fort Payne. So what we've got is, if you're driving on I-59 it's going to be a rough go. There's lots of rain out there, strong gusty winds, and this extends roughly from the Alabama state line into Georgia all the way down into the Gadsden area. So all this lightning you can see as you're driving along the road to your west, it's all moving to the east. We don't have any tornadoes in here, but you really want to be careful of hydroplaning with all that heavy rain out there, and you're going to probably have to slow down, because we saw that earlier in Huntsville. People were really having to slow down just because of the rainfall rates were so intense, and it doesn't take much to hydroplane out there on a night like tonight with all that heavy rain moving in. So Henniger, your lightning's picking up quite a bit. You probably noticed that slowly but surely as the storm's approaching from the west. That's the most intense lightning we have. And it's with the Henniger storm that's moving towards, going to be close to Valley Head and Eider. But we really have intense lightning from Henniger to Sylvania, just to the east of Dutton. But we don't have Hammondville area. Let's see what's going on there. Oh, again, the gust front is well east of you now. So the intense lightning is coming in. So you're going through this moment where you have these strong gusty winds and heavy rain, and then about 10, 15 minutes later, you start getting this intense lightning. And that's what's going on with this thunderstorm. You may actually have a little hail there too. Let's take a look at the hail threat. So this is from Henniger. Yeah, probably pea-size hail. Maybe up to nickels or dime. I'd say dime size. Same thing in Geraldine. Let's see what's been going on with that. So the storm, the back edge of the storms, the updrafts are intensifying, but they're probably more outflow dominated because they're all behind the main gust front, which is now approaching Fort Payne.
I believe it's 51 mile per hour wind gusts measured on a HAZCAM in Section.
Okay, so Section had that. Oh yeah. That was earlier.
Mm-hmm.
That was on the bluff there.
I think they're just
Section.
now sending out some of these storm
They're
reports.
just now sending out local storm reports. That came in earlier. That wasn't even part of the storms. That was the gradient force wind at 51 miles an hour. So that's when you know it's windy. All right, storm's now approaching right along I-59. The most intense wind is probably going to be near Valley Head. Intense lightning, pea-size hail to dime size maybe. Sylvania up to Henniger. And we may see a little bit of hail there in Eider, but right now the wind is subsiding. In fact, the wind is going away, so that's good, but it's still windy. Mm-hmm. We still have the potential for severe wind gusts along this line, but it's quickly moving east, and we'll probably be able to get out of programming here in about 10 to 15 minutes. And that'll be it for the night, for the morning, I should say. Once these storms all get east of I-59, they're way up on the mountain there, and we typically don't see. The Sand Mountain Magic stuff usually starts to happen near Henniger, Sylvania, Rainsville, Eider, although it has waited until Fort Payne to do so. But I'm not saying that's going to happen, because I just don't see it happening. I don't think we're going to have any tornadoes with this as it moves east. Gusty winds, lightning, small hail, very heavy rain. And that's all going on now, moving into Fort Payne along I-59, tracking quickly to the east and into Georgia here, down towards Weiss Lake, by the way. This whole line will come in with winds around 45 to 50 miles per hour. Could have some isolated damage there with that. I didn't get my second cup of coffee. I was going to get that when I first got in. Ooh, probably going to be glad when I get home that I didn't.
Yeah, we hit the ground running when we came in. I think we got in and had about 15 minutes to regroup and get stream started. So As of right now, what we are experiencing, we're waiting for the last of these storms to move through. Still checking up on some things from the National Weather Service. Haven't seen anything of great importance as of right now. Still waiting for this thunderstorm warning as well to kind of clear out. One says about 2 o'clock, so we're a little past that. Another one says 2:45, that they may end up ending a little earlier. So for a lot of our communities that are well east of some of our, west of our eastern communities, I should say, we are starting to see a lot of that clear out for you. You may hear some leftover rain, especially in our central areas, metro areas for sure. You'll probably hear some rumbles of thunder. We just heard one pass over the station at this moment. So that's the last of it for those areas. Right now, we are just looking at DeKalb and Marshall County at the moment. So the rest of the morning, though, we are starting to anticipate some flurries going into 6, 7, and even 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Could accumulate on the grassy areas, but not expecting any road concerns as of right now. And we're expecting to see temperatures dropping. I've seen a couple of comments where folks have sent in how far it's dropped in their area. So far, we are seeing a few folks already in the 50s per their own thermometers there. So.
Yeah, I've kind of got a radar loop that goes back to about 9 o'clock, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can just kind of see how this all unfolded. We had one supercell thunderstorm cross through the shoals, and that led to over 12,000 customers without power. It's possible we had some damage there too. And then that got absorbed by the main line. It kind of flared back up south of Pulaski. That was around 11:22. And that was kind of the last tornado warning we had, and really the last twisting wind that we even indicated. And everything else is kind of, I want to say, behaved as it tracked to the east. So again, that's going back to about 9 o'clock last night. And right now we have the leading edge moving in to Fort Payne, and still some lightning behind it. As Jada mentioned, we're going to get some of that residual lightning that continues. May make you a little nervous, but there's no more severe weather behind this line. This is it. So.
And they just canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall, so just DeKalb and Jackson
dropped
for now.
Marshall. So Albertville, all clear Albertville. The only things left is this area along I-59 and Rainsville. I think your weather's it's pretty noisy over there, but your severe threat's probably going down real quick. As the main threat here is along the leading edge of this line, which is now I-59. The entire section of I-59 in DeKalb County is kind of the demarcation line here between the severe weather threat. For the next 5 minutes, it's right along I-59, and then it's going to shift to the east. It should be east of Fort Payne here in about 10 minutes. Still some pretty high wind east of Henniger. Storm relative velocity. Again, that boundary is quickly shifting east. So high winds in Fort Payne, down I-59, east of Crossville. But I think in about 10 minutes we may be done with the coverage. So again, just a heads up to those in the back. Controlling the switches. So again, when it gets quiet, it's good. It's a good thing because, I mean, severe weather coverage, when you get into it and you get all these commands and to take covers, it usually lasts, it's quicker. It's quicker. We're kind of feeding you all the information we can. We're not getting any significant reports from this line as it moves to the east, and that's a good thing. But that's why the coverage slows down a little bit, because and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, right?
Right. We haven't seen any of the storm reports either. They're really just catching up from some of the reports that we've given you earlier. So still a couple of trees down in a few counties. I know, like we mentioned a moment ago, some of those areas in Lauderdale County still dealing with some downed trees. They're catching up for parts of Madison at the moment, but thankfully our news team is already hard at work at getting some of those updates on air for us and getting pictures and everything in between. I believe we had drone footage at some point come in, so that'll be good to watch and see as we start unrolling our morning show in the next couple of hours here. But we are still seeing some things catching up as we go through the rest of the night. And that's what we mentioned too with these kinds of overnight storms. We don't have that opportunity that a lot of our folks that are out in certain areas that we can't quite see. It's overnight hours. Folks are headed to bed. So we can imagine that there may be more assessment done come the morning time, well, later in the morning. But as we go through the rest of your Monday, we'll of course update you with anything that changes, should anything happen. And of course, a lot of schools are running on 2-hour delays. And a couple of counties, I believe Jackson County sent in earlier that their city hall will be running on a 2-hour delay as well. So any business happening at City Hall for you, 2 hours, about 10 a.m. So we'll see how things shake out for a couple of these communities. But right now, just waiting for the last little bit of these showers and storms to move off to the east into Georgia.
Yeah, that's right. Our morning newscast begins at 4:30. And we'll continue to monitor that. Jeff Noyers is in the house, and he will be updating you tomorrow morning on any other damage. And some people on spring break may not know they have damage. So again, keep checking back. We'll keep you up to date. Most intense lightning continues to follow the storm that's east of Ider. Ider, you're all clear for any significant threat of severe weather. It's moving east. It's right on the state line near Valley Head. So we'll continue to watch that. In fact, we've got one place covered up. Too much lightning. This is going to be Cartersville, east of Flat Rock. A lot of lightning there. Again, no twisting wind. Velocity shows strong winds, though. Definitely some strong winds. Probably looking at upwards of 60-mile-per-hour winds there with that. That is about, let's see here. Zoom out. I'm in the middle of a warning there, so get out of there. But so far, I mean, I think it looks pretty good. We don't have any severe twisting wind at all. When we usually see just a little bit of it, but again, the angle this is coming in, I think that's been the kind of the saving grace, so to speak, as far as that tornado threat goes. So I think we're going to be tornado free as we go through the next 20 minutes, and this will be out of here and continue on into North Georgia. Really seeing a drop off in the warnings. The warnings basically stretch from our part of the viewing area in DeKalb County up to Knoxville on the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms. So overall, nothing new from the Weather Service here.
Not really.
Let's see. Tornado watch canceled for Jackson County and Marshall County. So DeKalb County, only tornado watch in effect there.
Right.
So the severe thunderstorm warning has been really narrowed down as well. So we're going to wait for one more radar update, and then we're going to get off of the air, and we are going to get some sleep. Of course, Jeff will be here to monitor in the next few minutes in case something happens, but I just don't see it happening the way this is set up. So again, tornado watch continues for just DeKalb County. The severe thunderstorm warning continues just for DeKalb County. So DeKalb County is the only place now we have a watch and the severe thunderstorm warnings. And the worst part of this storm is east of Ider, south of Shiloh, moving east into northwest Georgia towards Chickamauga. And the southern storm just does not look as strong at all. There's no rotation here. It's moving through Fort Payne, strong gusty winds. The lightning is down. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. I'll tell you what, we're going to get back to regular scheduled programming. For Jada Russell, I'm Chief Meteorologist Brad Travis. Thanks for sharing your time with us tonight. And if anything changes, and I don't think it's going to change at all, we're still here at the station and we'll break in as needed. But again, I don't think this deserves continuous coverage here. We're not getting any reports out of this, and it's going to be over here very soon. So again, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you guys and enjoy a little bit of snow out there tomorrow, I guess. The colder weather's only around for a couple of days. You're going to need to cover the plants in most cases, and we get right back to normal spring-like weather late in the week.
This has been a 48 First Alert Weather Day update, sponsored by Mr. Rooter Plumbing for all your emergency plumbing services.
Well,
All right. I'm like, I'm not staying on any longer.
yeah.
Hey.